Kia ora mai tātou. Tutahi māku I me ana kia koutou ko tai mai nei I tēnei rā. Ki te whakarongo ki ngā kōrero e pāna ki te kaupapa I mui a tātou ko te māhere rohene. He hiko ana kia koutou I ngā karangaranga tanga ki Wainganui a koutou. Firstly, I'd like to just acknowledge everybody who's come along this morning, regardless of where you are from. Welcome here to this whare for those discussions and also for listening to those things that will be put before the panel this morning. Hui anō, tāku nei te honore, ki te mihi atu ki tātou kaihanga, nāna nei te tīmatanga, nāna nei te kōtinga mea katoa. It's been bestowed on me the honour of starting our week with a karakia to bless our proceedings and all of those who attend our hearings this week. Hui anō, whai korori hararu, kunga mano mātua tama wairau tamanapun e te māngai. A tātu ki te kauri ki wairau tiara pachamu ki puru tua hamore te tīmatanga. Te whakaotinga mātua atu nei ko te māngai no he tautuku mai ai ni hakani ai. Te māngai ana pono te tokotoro tapu. Kia tātu mai anō koutou ka Wainganui ki tēnei whakamonu tia mātou. Hei tā taringa kupu kātua whakapua kina ana mātou I roto koutou kororiatanga. Te māngai no he tautuku mai ai ni hakani ai. Ai te māngai na pono te tokotoro tapu, nā ki tia mai mātou I roto tarano, pai heri tia ki tarangi māringa wā katoa, ai anei, ākane, āmene. Kia ora, you're blessed.
Laura, thank you very much, Antoine. So welcome everyone to hearing 5 of the proposed New Plymouth District Plan hearings. We will start with some housekeeping. So whether, Julie, you'd like to do that?
Thank you and welcome everybody. Toilets to your right and down through the seated restaurant area and to your right, or straight down the corridor and to your left. There's tea and coffee available at all times outside in the foyer through the machines. In terms of COVID protocols, we'd ask that you wear your masks when you're entering and leaving the room. But once you're seated, feel free to take your mask off if you're comfortable to do so. And obviously when you're presenting to the commissioners, please remove your masks. There's hand sanitizer dotted around the room for those that need it. There's also a water dispenser at the rear of the room. Important Wi-Fi password is book direct, and the site is the Devon conference site. In terms of evacuation, if there's a fire, the evacuation point is down through reception through the way that you came in and gathering in the car park. If there's an earthquake, stop, cover and hold as much as you can, and we will await further instructions when we get started.
Thank you very much, Julie. So yes, welcome again everyone. We are and continue to be in these unusual times, so I firstly do want to acknowledge everyone's hard work and perseverance through this period. I know that, for example, our key staff in this hearing were at home during the level 3 lockdown when they were getting ready with their Section 42A reports, and quite difficult circumstances, particularly when families are around during that time. And we did happily acquiesce to some requests for some more time just to allow those 42A reports to come together. So thank you very much, and certainly acknowledge the difficult times there that you had with that. So with that, I will just introduce the panel, starting on my left, and you've already heard from Commissioner Coffin. On my right, I have Commissioner David McMahon, and in from Auckland with his nice hairdo, which I think hasn't been cut for a while, Kit.
I'm growing it out, Stephen.
There's Commissioner Littlejohn, and this is a bit of a hybrid hearing with Kit coming in on Zoom from Auckland. As we said in the hearing procedures, it is a preference of the council and of this panel to hear people in person if at all possible, but we just have to be flexible. Hearing 4 for those involved in that was heard fully over Zoom. I think that was quite successful. although I found personally very tough days at the office, focusing so much as you have to in these processes, and then, you know, obviously the difficulties with just not being able to see body language and those sorts of things, which I actually find really important. We're talking with witnesses in particular. So that's just our introductions. Now, I do want to just reconfirm that the panel is acting on a delegated authority from the Plymouth District Council to make recommendations to them on all the matters associated with the district plan. We will not be making, back up. We're hearing, I think there's 23 hearings set. Some of those cover multiple topics. We will not be making any decisions on any of those as we go through. We'll make a full decision or recommendation at the end of the process. We have issued some interim guidance on the strategic directions chapter, as we did signal in the hearings procedures. And again, I think just acknowledging that where the staff and other parties have actually referred back to those and made connections, I think it's very helpful. Those are interim, undecided, but just give our views after hearing those early matters, and we are certainly interested in engaging on those matters if members of the staff or submitters would like to talk to us about those through the more detailed chapters. This hearing is a hearing. We're here to listen and learn and ask questions just for clarification as we go along. I will insist on a respectful process. All of our hearings to date have been incredibly respectful, interesting and enlightening to us, and we will carry on in that manner. They will be relatively informal. I think you'll probably hear from time to time us referring to people by their first name sometimes, when we personally know people, and we do mix it up when we don't know people, and so there's no hard and fast rules there, so I'll just say that at the start. Having said that, we will be running this respectful process. If there is any disruptions or concerns from us in terms of the way people are conduct themselves, we have processes, or I have processes where I can work those matters through. So just to let you know that there are powers that I have to ensure those tidy hearings proceed. Now, in terms of recording and Zoom, all of our hearings are recorded on the Zoom platform. So not only listening in, we have that ability, but it's a fantastic resource for the panel, because in the olden days, let's call them those, we used to need to rely on either transcripts, which were very laborious and written up after the hearing based on a taped recording, or our own notes. And with such a big hearing with so many interactions, the fact that we can actually refer back to our record is very, very helpful to us. So just be aware that everything's recorded. In terms of Zoom protocols, we do have Kit up at the moment, but I'm aware that there are a number of other people on Zoom. I have accepted quite a number of requests to be heard by Zoom, and those have all been granted, and I will be calling for appearances. So the general protocol with the Zoom people is that just have your cameras off, listen in. If you want to ask a question or some clarification, I think the plan is to turn your video on, and either myself or one of the hearings administrators will pick up that you have a question. Again, it's normally pretty formal because we we will have the Zoom videos on for people we are questioning, but from time to time there might be a case where someone just needs to interrupt and make a question. That's okay, it's not normal, but again, we are being flexible with that. So I think that's our Zoom protocol. The next topic to discuss is the matters of interest and potential conflict, which the panel has already put out a schedule in one of the minutes. I can't remember the number of it, but we have carefully gone through and looked at any potential interests the panel might have in terms of our ability to be independent. I have organised some hearings where, because of particular interests or past work, a panel member might be compromised, and we have moved the panel around to accommodate that. So I need to just ask anyone at this hearing whether you've got any concerns or problems with interests that any of the panel might have in hearing these matters. That's an open question. Anyone on Zoom with any issues?
Yeah, I tried the hand wave, Stephen. I don't know whether I should. Did the hand? Well, it's either that or I wore my pink tie today, so I could wave that as well. But
I'm challenged with my so I've got to put my glasses on to see you up there. So I think waving the pink tie might be more effective. Yeah.
All right. The only reason I wanted to raise was in the declaration of interests, I had originally said I would stand down from all matters concerning Port Taranaki Limited. It didn't occur to me until I was most of the way through the reporting for the outstanding natural features and landscapes matter that I realised that one of the issues in contention in that case relates to the recognition of what's the name of the island? Mikotahi Island down on the port land, and I don't perceive any particular conflict in respect of that issue, but if any party wants to raise an issue, then I think I should put it out there now because I can discount myself from any deliberations in respect of that matter.
Thank you very much, Kit, for that. I do acknowledge that potential because Kit has been involved in some hearings around the port recently, and for example, he's not sitting with me on the port special purpose port zone for that reason. So we will perhaps again, Julie, maybe just highlight that with the submitters on that matter, maybe send them an email just to get, they may or may not be on at the moment, and it's probably wise, Kit, that we just ring fence that one around deliberations when we get there, just to close off any potential issues. Right, thank you for that. So also all right, so as we go along, I've asked the hearings administrators to keep a register of matters that the panel might be asking more information on or wanting someone to come back to us on. It's quite regular where we're asking questions. There might be some further information that could help us. So in the previous hearings, the early ones, we just had to rely on our own notes, but I think what we did do last time was to have this register and then we could check back. So Julie and Christine, if we could do that again, and certainly Button, if I'm not specifically saying that one you could put on the list, because that just keeps our records nice and tidy. So look, before I ask for any for appearances, are there any questions on those opening matters from any parties? No, that sounds all good. Commissioner Coffin has a question. Oh, all right. We do have some comments about the hearing schedule and just foreshadowing two matters. The first is Commissioner Coffin is on Minister Mahuta's advisory panel looking at local body issues. Is that the
Future for Local Government.
Future for Local Government, I think is the official name. And he has been asked, there is apparently something being released on Wednesday, and he has been asked to be available for questions of media on Wednesday afternoon. So I've talked to Commissioner Coffin about that, and he will know more about that and the specific timing of that later today or tomorrow. Just signalling that I think that's a very important role he has, and his request to be available is quite important. So we just need to flag that we might need to work around that. The second thing is about our detailed questions of staff, the reporting officers. With such a wide-ranging group of topics and with very thorough reports, we do have lots and lots of questions. Just signalling they're off, none of them are of a contentious or troublesome sort of nature. They're more about our interest and clarifications on some key matters. But as we did in hearing 4, we will ask some big picture questions as we get into things today. But we'll reserve most of our detailed questions to the end when you have your right to reply. And the reason for that is that we'll learn a lot through the hearing just by listening to some submitters and getting our head further into the issues. And we don't want to sort of usurp or make ourselves look a bit foolish by asking questions that obviously going to come along later on. And I'm sure that that won't be the case. But the other reason is you will have also heard the evidence from submitters. So we will very likely need to have quite a bit of time at the end of the hearings in your summing up at the end. And I'm just wondering whether we just need to be aware of that in the scheduling. And I think Tuesday next week was set down for that. And we'll see how we go, but that's the way we're going to roll. We'll ask some big picture questions up front, get into the submissions, and then have our more detailed questions at the end. And that also relates to the witnesses that you have, the detailed expert witnesses. We'll ask some general questions and then reserve our more detailed questions to the end. So I just wanted to make sure that that was understood. Any comments or questions on that? Okay, thank you. So look, we'll move to appearances now. We'll start with the people in the room, and maybe Richard, we'll start with you. We'll go through this way. So start at the front. Mr. Bain, isn't it? Yeah.
Hello, my name's Richard Bain. I'm a landscape architect, and I work on the council team dealing with outstanding natural features and landscapes.
Thank you, Richard.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Keith Holswich. I represent Ngāti Rahiri Hapu. We'll be presenting next week. Sir, if I can at this stage, I'd like to put in an apology for Mrs. Christine Marsh, who's accompanied me throughout these hearings. She's on excavating a very significant archaeological site in our rohe, and she's practicing the accidental discovery protocols that Hapu established, and they're working very, very well. Thank you very much.
Just out of interest, Mr. Holswich, where is that site?
Out of Motunui in North Taranaki.
Okay, thank you very much.
Tato, we're sure on the ecologist developments with the council team.
You, Willie?
Kia ora, I'm Sarah Herbert. I'm also an ecologist with Wildlands with the council team.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good morning, Commissioners. Morning, everyone here. My name is Sarah Edwards, and I'm the District Plan
Sarah.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Marlene Gibbs and I work for Te Rūnanga o Ngāti Waitemata.
Thank you, Marlene.
Kia ora koutou, I'm Māori Operator Tukuruma, I'm Māori Operator, I'm working for Te Kāhu o Taranaki.
Kia ora.
Yeah, my name's David Honeyfield. I'm a submitter later on today for SNA 574.
Thank you, David.
Koutou, I'm the spokesperson for the Taranaki People of the Land Society. We're submitting a job today.
Thank you.
Good morning everyone, my name is Hilary Walker. I represent Penrose Farmers. Just observing today, we are tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Good morning everyone, I'm Stefan Kish. I'm a surveyor of the St. Patrick Surveyors. I've got a submission tomorrow morning.
Kia ora, thank you, Stefan. Thank you very much.
Tēnā tātou, Sarah Buckle, Tipu Te Whankotia Te Awa.
Kia ora, Sarah.
Good morning, Rebecca here of Greenmount Petroleum. I'm speaking tomorrow.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Kia ora koutou, Renee Davies, I'm Planning and Design Lead at Plymouth District Council, doing expert evidence for the public access corridors.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you very much. And we'll go to the people listening in on Zoom. So, yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Zen Herente from LandPro Limited. I will present my evidence tomorrow in behalf of LandPro.
Welcome, Zen. And someone else there?
Joe Ritchie.
It's Joe Ritchie. Hello, Joe.
Good morning, Commissioners. Just listening in. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so I think we're ready to go. So we are starting with the Section 42A report writers, and Ra, I think you're kicking off with the PowerPoint, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Rochelle Macbeth and I'm a Senior Planning Advisor in the Council's District Plan team. I've prepared the Section 42A report for the Ecosystems and Indigenous Biodiversity chapter. Hereon I refer to the Eco chapter, which includes the E-Plan, Ecosystems and Indigenous Biodiversity chapter under Part 2, District-wide matters under subheading Natural Environmental Values, as well as Schedules 6 and 7 under Part 4, Appendices and Schedules. And the Section 42A report also assesses submissions against a number of definitions that are used in the Eco chapter. You've already introduced them, but Mr. William Shaw and Dr. Sarah Herbert from Wildlands Consultants are supporting the Council. Their expert ecological evidence is appended to my Section 42A report. They weren't really expecting to speak today, but we understand that the evidence is taken as read, and they are available to answer any questions throughout the hearing if that is helpful, and anticipate that they'll be involved at the verbal and written right of reply stage of the hearing as well. So I requested Mr. Shaw to provide an overview of the work that Wildlands have completed with New Plymouth District Council since 2004. And his evidence also covers a range of ecological matters raised in submissions. And then Dr. Herbert's evidence covers the site visits that were undertaken in response to landowner submissions on the notified EP. To the hearing panel, welcome back to Taranaki for this hearing, and I acknowledge the decision-making task you have on this important topic. The first slide, please, Judy. So Taranaki, like the rest of New Zealand, has seen a concerning decline in biodiversity. So the green areas being the green bits pre-human, and then on the right, present-day vegetation cover. The Eco chapter in the PDP is one of the many ways that MPDC and the district community plays its part in halting the decline in biodiversity. I wish to acknowledge tangata whenua, to note my understanding that Indigenous biodiversity is tonga, and that Council has a legal obligation to recognise and provide for the relationship of Māori and their culture and traditions with their ancestral lands, water and taonga under RMA Section 6E. Although the formation of the Eco Chapter has had an ecological Western science focus, it is intended that the PDP supports a more explicit role for Māori in biodiversity management, taking into account whakapapa relationships and kaitiakitanga responsibilities. The way in which iwi and MPDC work together is evolving, and Council is committed to working with iwi. There are some good working examples of how MPDC is working with iwi for excellent environmental outcomes in our parks planning and subdivision and development. The identification of SNAs and the rules-based approach to SNAs is the key way in which MPDC meets its duty to adequately recognise and provide for the protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna in the district, and to maintain biological biodiversity as required under RMA Section 6E and 31B3. The Council in the ODP, the Operative District Plan, initially sought a non-regulatory approach to protecting and maintaining Indigenous biodiversity, however now accepts, as a result of 2 Environment Court processes and the continued decline in biodiversity in New Zealand, that regulation is appropriate within a palette which includes both regulatory and non-regulatory measures. I wish to acknowledge landowners, both private landowners and iwi organisations and central and local government agencies, private and public landowners playing a key role as stewards in the district's Indigenous biodiversity. It takes time to build meaning relationships and goodwill, and I wish to thank the many individual landowners who, through the SNA field checking process, have invited Council staff, including myself, and ecologists onto their land, giving up their valuable time and showing us around. It's been a humbling experience for me personally to see the investment that SNA landowners make to manage the biodiversity values on their land, which provide ecological services for the wider community. In the Section 32 report and my Section 42A report, it's evident that the proposed provisions in the Eco Chapter are the result of a long journey that's unique to our district. The Council has worked with stakeholders over a number of years to develop workable rules. It's intended to strike the right balance between workability and protection. Slide, Julie. Here's a slide, an image that was developed to communicate with landowners to explain that journey. So there've been a few fits and starts, but like I said, it takes time to develop and build those relationships. And
Right, just a question about the unique journey
yeah.
for New Plymouth District. That's, as I understand it, because of the approach that was taken with the Operative District Plan and then these quite significant Environment Court processes.
Yes.
That has given the council community quite a lot of direction.
Yes.
And you've relied on that.
I have heavily relied on that in my Section 42A report,
yes.
and solidifying our approach.
And would it be fair to say that that unique process has set this council up to perhaps be more ready for the processes going forward than perhaps councils where this
yes.
matter might be a new
yes.
matter for the community?
Yes, I believe so. So in terms of the National Policy Statement for Indigenous Biodiversity, which is imminent, yeah, we are well placed for that. And I was involved in the Territorial Authority reference group with MFE and DOC, and written a submission and outlining our experiences and why parts of that NPS we think are good and perhaps not necessary. For example, ground truthing, things like whether you have high and medium value SNAs. There's a lot of detail in that NPS, which we have a view on and experience in, and it will be very interesting to see how that comes out.
Sure.
Because if you look at there was a draft and then a proposed, and they were quite different. And then there's been a lot of feedback, and they're still trying to figure it out. So I feel like we're in a bit of an uncertain time with that.
Certainly have some questions myself of you and more about those matters, but that can probably wait till later. And I'll try not to interrupt too much because you're in a flow, but I thought it was really important just to establish the fact that there has been a unique set of circumstances you recognise in the slide. So thanks for putting that together.
So that was an image used in some of our communications with landowners, and since 2019 there's obviously been that next round of field checking with the submitters. Although not all SNAs have been visited, we consider all landowners have had the opportunity for field checks of the SNAs, and there has been a good response and many issues were resolved through the field checks. Field checking is resource intensive for both landowners and the council, and the field checks have mostly helped to refine boundaries and in a few cases found an SNA not to be significant. However, overall the desktop exercise has proven to be a comprehensive exercise. Now I wish to highlight a few observations and descriptions of the district's biodiversity and some key points around the approach taken in the PDP. The Indigenous, so New Plymouth District context, the Indigenous biodiversity of the district is described in the Section 32 report and in Mr Shaw's evidence. Thanks, Julie. New Plymouth District accommodates 2 ecological districts, the North Taranaki Ecological District in the north. You can see the sort of red line coming down the middle. See that?
Yes, yes.
And you'll note in the north, just on the topographical map, there's quite a bit more green in there. And then you've got the Egmont Ecological District in the south.
So the black is our district
That's
boundary.
our district, yes. And the red is the ecological districts. And then in the Egmont Ecological District, you'll note there's a lot of green on that map with the Maunga, but the rest is not. On your site visit, you would have noticed the contrast between Maunga Taranaki, the ring plain, coastline and North Taranaki in terms of physical geography, including the Indigenous vegetation cover. The Plymouth District has more remnant vegetation cover than the national average of 24%. We have approximately 37% cover district-wide. The remnants are concentrated in Egmont National Park and the steep Eastern Hill Country of Irinui. Considerably more vegetation remains in North Taranaki, especially in the more rugged inland areas where there's approximately 64% original cover remaining. However, less than 10% remains on the intensively farmed ring plain, and the Indigenous vegetation is also poorly represented in the coastal environment and on valley floors. Thanks, Julie. Mr Shaw's evidence also contains this map and outlines that around 10% of North Taranaki Ecological District contains land environments classified as acutely threatened, so that's less than 10% Indigenous cover left. By comparison, 3/4 of Egmont Ecological District contains land environments that are classified as acutely threatened. Mr Shaw's evidence also states the percentages of chronically threatened, at-risk and less reduced and better protected land environments, which I won't repeat here, but I think this map is quite telling, with the red areas being the areas with less than 10%, green being the less reduced and better protected areas. I think that these images that I've shown they provide a clear overview of where our issues are.
Thank you.
And the reason for this difference is that in remaining remnant cover is that the areas that were most conducive for agricultural production and settlement were cleared first, fastest and most extensive. Thanks, Julie. So this map shows the location of the SNAs in the PDP, noting that the SNAs are shown in light green in the plan, with the large areas identified in North Taranaki. So while there are many SNAs on the ring plain, there are smaller pockets, corridors, compared to the larger, more contiguous areas in Taranaki. Approximately 58,000 hectares of land is legally protected through mechanisms outside of the district plan in the district, such as public reserves, conservation land managed by DOC, Ngā Whenua, Rahui and Queen Elizabeth II Covenant. PDP now protects an additional approximately 20,000 hectares by way of SNA identification and the rules-based approach. So the combined area, district plan and other legal protection covers about 37% of the district. In terms of urban biodiversity for New Plymouth City, compared to other cities in New Zealand, the New Plymouth urban area contains a relatively high percentage of native bush close to the centre of the city, with approximately 8.9% cover. It's compared to the national average of 2%. MPDC owns a significant amount of land in New Plymouth and contributes to a range of biodiversity programs. Funding was approved in the LTP for $170,000 per annum for 10 years, $1.7 million, as part of the Planting Our Place program to plant 34 hectares of Indigenous vegetation cover in urban New Plymouth to meet the target of 10% urban vegetation cover, which the draft MPS identified as the minimum you need for ecologically sustainable.
The draft MPS or the proposed MPS?
The earlier one.
Earlier one.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
And so New Plymouth City is on track to be the first and only city in New Zealand to reach 10% Indigenous biodiversity. It's ambitious and shows the council's and the wider community's commitment to restoration and enhancement of ecosystems in our district. The Section 32 report noted the multi-agency integrated management approach which is evolving in respect of biodiversity management. MPDC works with landowners, tangata whenua, TRC and numerous community groups and agencies with biodiversity interests to manage ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity in an integrated way. We support and participate in regional and national collaborative projects such as Towards Predator-Free Taranaki, Wild for Taranaki, Restore Taranaki and Taranaki Maunga project. We heard from iwi during hearing 1 about landscape scale restoration projects occurring. MPDC along with tangata whenua are now exploring initiative to enable eco-sourcing in the district. So there's a lot of positive action occurring in the district. Now I'll outline the eco chapter in the proposed district plan. So it includes provisions to protect and maintain the district's Indigenous biodiversity, ecosystems and habitats of Indigenous fauna. Focuses on the identification of SNAs, taking a rules-based approach and precautionary approach to Indigenous vegetation disturbance in SNAs and in the coastal environment. It also has rules to manage the effects of subdivision on SNAs and offer additional subdivision incentive where legal protection of Indigenous vegetation is proposed. The Council's approach acknowledges other mechanisms such as QE2 covenants and covenants under the Conservation Act and Reserves Act. Doesn't seek to duplicate layers of regulation there. SNAs are shown on the E-plan as a mapped overlay and listed in the schedules, with Schedule 6 being rural SNAs, Schedule 7 being urban biodiversity areas, which are actually also just SNAs. And the chapter, as notified, contains 3 objectives, 7 policies and 6 rules. I can go through those or just skip them and let people look at the plan for themselves.
I'm reasonably comfortable for you to skip over those because I think certainly your roadmap here is very helpful because we'll certainly go back to that. I think just carry on and yes, all good. Thank you, Ra.
So in terms of submissions received, the Eco chapter was subject to 75 original submissions covering 327 submission points and 24 further submissions covering 404 further submission points. These came predominantly from tangata whenua, property owners, infrastructure providers, local and central government agencies, advocacy and community groups, including federated farmers and local planners and surveyors. For the purposes of the Section 42A report analysis, I grouped the matters into the key issues of tangata whenua kaitiakitanga, the rules-based approach, objective and policy framework, identification of SNAs, landowner submissions, rules for Indigenous vegetation disturbance, tracks and fences, subdivision, climate change, plan alignment issues, definitions, and the consequential amendment section. So in the Section 42A report, I have recommended a number of amendments in response to submissions. However, having read the pre-circulated evidence, I note there are still some matters in contention. Some submitters remain outright opposed to a rules-based approach to SNAs, seeking a carrot rather than a stick approach. Moreover, some consider additional boundary amendments are required or the SNA be removed from property. Whether the provisions are appropriate in respect of higher order documents, namely NCCPS, Coastal Policy Statement, the Regional Policy Statement for Taranaki, and the National Policy Statement for Electricity. Whether the provisions address the operational and functional need to locate in certain areas, and whether upgrading of infrastructure should be permitted. Some submitters consider amendments are necessary to recognise that some activities in some circumstances are acceptable in SNAs and that a qualifier is appropriate for Objective Eco 01 to state what it is that SNAs are protected from, seeking that an appropriate use and development be added to the objective. Some submitters remain of the view that there should be rules for the protection of all, for the disturbance of all Indigenous biodiversity, not just within identified SNAs. And moreover, some do not think SNAs should be removed from the plan when they become covenanted. Tangata whenua seek a plan that prioritises restoration outcomes, requires biodiversity gains as opposed to the status quo, and the use of mataranga Māori, including identification of taonga species. A key area of recommended change in the Section 42A report is for policies Eco P3 and P4. A number of submitters raise issues with these changes. Some infrastructure providers still consider the provisions to be too onerous, particularly with the non-complying activity status of Eco R1. So there's also the view that activity status of Eco R1 is too onerous in respect to building platforms, tracks and fences that aren't for conservation purposes or any other activity that isn't listed in the rule. In terms of subdivision, Johnson Resource Management Limited have made suggestions around how to make the recommended amendments work better. Te Atiawa consider that the rules as notified were more appropriate. Mr Barrett considers the subdivision incentive allotments should not require legal protection for that incentive to be eligible for that incentive. In Rule Eco R1, it is in contention whether it should be permitted to remove Manuka and Kānaka from mapped SNAs. A number of definitions remain of concern to submitters. Biodiversity offset, which I'll outline in my next point, significant natural area, whereby some seek that the definition applies beyond mapped areas and applies to any vegetation that meets the criteria in Eco P1. Some seek a new definition for regionally significant infrastructure, because that's a new term that I've introduced in my amended recommendation. Some seek a definition for regional biodiversity value to support policy Eco P2.
Just to interpolate their comment, this term regionally significant infrastructure is quite important around how I understand the NPS FM 2020 and consenting pathways under that. Have you turned your mind to the way the NPS FM 2020?
We've looked at a number of, we have considered whether we should have a definition for this. It probably applies more broadly than this chapter.
Yes.
And yeah, we have looked at that around, yeah.
Are you talking, sorry.
Just to clarify, Mr. Dash, are you talking about there's a schedule at the back of the NPS FM and it has
a list of
things
Yes,
structure?
That's right. But
I don't think we have any of that
no,
sitting in our district.
No, but when you're looking at consenting pathways for items not on that list, it's quite important that that be thought about, because RPSs quite often have lists of regionally significant infrastructure or their equivalent. I know there's a list in the Hawke's Bay RPS which isn't called that, but essentially that's what it is. But I think given the use of that terminology, it is quite an important issue to turn your mind to. A lot of that will be outside the district's control, around wetlands and those sort of matters. I think Commissioner McMahon might have a follow-up question.
Yes, I think this is an issue that we have a few questions on, Ms Macbeth. What I've noticed is that the term, let's call it RSI, Regional Significant Infrastructure, is used at the policy level. It doesn't seem to be carried across into the rule level, and that may be intentional. The rules refer to network utilities, which could be arguable to be a subset of RSI. I'm familiar with the term RSI being defined in the Wellington, Greater Wellington RPS, and in the proposed national regional plan. So appreciate there's a different approach being taken here, but I think the need for consistency in terminology is important between the policy and the rule levels, particularly in relation to the consenting pathway that the Chair's referred to.
I'd have to say it's probably the issue that's probably consumed more lawyer, ecologists, planners' time in the last year than any other matter. This is around the wetlands definition, and I do have some questions for sure about this later on, and how that relates to, I suppose, projects that may or may be regionally significant infrastructure. And just the question of, is there or should there be a consenting pathway, despite that what's currently in the MPS FM 2020. There is a discussion paper currently under consultation from the MFE about some exceptions to that. But yeah, just signaling that that is a key issue for planning practice in this field right now, so we do need to focus on that.
I note the proposed national policy statement for Indigenous biodiversity. I think it's a nationally significant infrastructure list, and yeah, we certainly have turned our mind to the plans that you've talked about, and we acknowledge that it would be good to define that term, but as it applies more broadly than this chapter, we thought that that would be something that we come back to in that final hearing about definition.
Yes, that's...
And see how that plays out in the network utilities chapters. And
that's a good idea. Thank you.
And the other definition which has come through in the pre-circulated evidence and intention is the recommended change to Indigenous vegetation disturbance and the implication of including trimming. So a key area of contention is in respect of offsetting and compensation. So whether offsetting and compensation can sit together in one policy or whether they should be separated. Whether the goal of offsetting and compensation is net gain or whether the bottom line is no net loss. Whether offsetting and compensation be applied to more than minor residual effects or for significant residual effects. And whether offsetting and compensation are appropriate mechanisms in relation to highly vulnerable and irreplaceable biodiversity components. I'd just like to add here that the approach in the plan in terms of ecological and technical matters is to allow for them, but to leave the detail of how you go about that to those experts applying their best practice, which is evolving as consents occur.
Dan?
So I haven't sought to include, I see some plans have pages of policies around offsetting and compensation.
In terms of methodologies,
yes,
things like that.
Yeah, like
yes.
the principles and things like
Yes.
that.
Oh,
Are spelt out in some plans, but
yes.
I've purposely not sought to put all that technical stuff into the plan, because I consider if you're working in the offsetting and compensation space, we're always going to be bringing ecologists in, and they can do.
Thank you.
So I have an addendum to the Section 42A report to correct some errors that I've identified since publishing the report on the Council's website. So quite significantly, subdivision rule Eco R6, I've recommended an amendment to that rule to simplify it and to provide the incentive that was intended paragraph 523 of the section 42A report states that I recommend a more simple incentive rule shown in Appendix 1, which includes Eco R61 as a controlled activity, one allotment above what is provided for by sub R4, providing there's a balance area of at least 4 hectares, and R62 as a discretionary activity, the ability for 2 bonus allotments above what's provided for in sub R4, providing there's a balance area of at least 20 hectares. However, Appendix 21 contains an omission that proposal in paragraph 523 hasn't carried through, and it's shown as fully struck out. So I have the rule there, which I have worked with Ms. Lawrenson, who's preparing, she's finalising the subdivision section 42A report today. There's some, a lot of thinking's been going on in the subdivision space, and it might be appropriate that we come back to some of that following the subdivision discussion.
Yes, and you do recommend holding off.
Yeah, I haven't deferred it. I've got a proposal here that has been discussed with Ms. Lawrenson, but it is very tricky. And yeah.
Firstly, can we I just want to mark up your Appendix 1.
Oh, I do. Yeah,
you've actually given us a replacement page. Okay.
Is that the yellow highlighted?
Yes, so it's yellow highlighted.
Thank you.
And on Wednesday the 22nd, on Wednesday the 22nd of October of September, when I became aware of that omission about the subdivision rule, I sent an email outlining that what I am proposing to all submitters who made submission points or further submissions against the eco subdivision rules, and I explained that I would be doing that at the start of the hearing.
Okay.
So I didn't send that to you, but
no, that's fine. Certainly have enough to read in the meantime.
And in Appendix 1, under Eco P3, I would like to change one of the ors to an and, so that's also highlighted. So that's only allowing Indigenous vegetation in SNAs or the coastal environment where the activity is necessary for some listed things, is a conservation activity. I wanted to say or as a track or fence. So it's not limited to tracks and fences that are for conservation.
Okay.
In the evidence, the matter was raised by Waka Kotahi over the mapping of SNA 337, so that's just a little slither of a larger SNA on the state highway, and Dr. Herbert's evidence recommends that be removed from the state highway. And so there's an error, the overview box of key issue 5. And just to follow up on the Waka Kotahi inquiry, there's no amendment required for Schedule 6 as that SNA number remains in the plan. It's on an adjoining property. On page 76 of the Section 42A report, I need to delete the words or to maintain an existing view from a dwelling from the overview box, issue 6.
Again, have you given us those?
It is on what I've sent you, but it's not, I haven't given you a corrected version of the report.
Right.
So page 76 of the Section 42A report.
I will go through and mark. Page 76.
Yes.
Right, so point me to the...
So page 76, there's an overview box.
Yes, got you.
It says auto maintain an existing view from a dwelling. It's probably next to daylighting.
So which rule is it? Is it R1? R1.
Box.
Thank you.
Paragraph 191 of the 42A report outlines proposed wording for Eco P3, and it's not the same wording that's in Appendix 1, which has been identified by Miss Ratt. So my intended wording is correct in Appendix 1 under Eco P3 1B. So that's the error is in paragraph 191 of the Section 42A report.
Oh, John. Well. Or regional.
So the correct wording is for regionally significant infrastructure where there is no practicable alternative.
Yes, got that. Bit of off. Great, thank you.
And so in light of the above omission and errors, today I've circulated a revised Appendix 1 with the changes from the published version in blue and highlighted. And I understand that that will get put on the council website along with speaking notes. That's what I've prepared to by way of background today. So.
Thank you very much, Michelle. That's, I think, the way you've handled the introduction is incredibly helpful. And as I say, these summaries that we have synthesised down the key issues of a very detailed report is sort of very useful to us as we think about things, and certainly when we're deliberating, quite important. I am going to trial a new way of questioning this hearing. So we'll be starting with Commissioner McMahon, just in terms of his questions. Then I'll go to Commissioner Littlejohn, and then Commissioner Coffin, and then I'll come up with anything I have. So we'll use that routine in this hearing, see how we go. So,
and would you like the ecologist to respond at this time?
No, I think there's some specific questions that I do have, which we can pick up when I question you, and maybe the ecologist can chip in. Is there a roving microphone, or you could perhaps just even come up? Yes, maybe just both come up to the table here, because there might be some matters you could help us with. Thank you. So, David.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Macbeth. I'm going to force myself to keep this very high level. As a planner, I tend to try and dig into the detail, but that's for another day. But I just wanted to start with a general comment, really to acknowledge the work that you and the team have put into this report and to the summary. Having had the opportunity to read it over the last week, I feel that, and I think I speak on behalf of the panel when I say this, I think that we now have a very good understanding of the evolution of rules and policies in the plan, going right back to the operative district plan when it was made operative in 2005, the period between 2005 and 2015 when additional SNAs were identified, but not formalised in the operative plan. The 2015 enforcement order and the court's determination on that, which, as we indicated earlier, and you acknowledged, has provided some key direction going forward. The 2016 to 2019 production of the plan and the Section 32 reports. The 2015, the post-notification period and the additional field checking, and I noticed that a large proportion of this year was undertaken in doing that, and you were accompanying Mr. Shaw and Dr. Herbert.
Dr. Herbert was on.
Yes, thank you. So that roadmap, if you like, has been incredibly useful. I started reading the report. I formulated a number of questions. By the time I got to the end of the report, a number of those questions had been answered, so thank you for that. That clear enunciation and the lens of practicality that you applied in terms of trying on one hand to give effect to the higher order documents, but on the other hand, having a lens of practicality and trying to make rules workable comes through as a strong thing. So the panel wish to acknowledge that. Regardless of whether submitters agree or disagree with your recommendations, I don't think anyone could say that they don't understand the rationale that you've applied in making those recommendations. So on behalf of the panel, I just want to acknowledge that. Okay, that aside, I guess I just want to start with the operative district plan, because it's always nice to know where you've come from before you work out where you're going. And obviously quite a different approach there in terms of the quantum of identified SNAs. I think there was some Appendix 21 of the operative district plan identifies 94 SNAs, and there's a difference, as I understand it, in the way in which they are protected by rules. I wondered if you could just elaborate on that.
Yes, one of the appendices contains those that are not legally protected, and the other one lists the ones that become legally protected. So I believe when the plan became, when we first got them, there were 34, and then that's dropped as sites have become legally protected.
And when you use the term legal protection, you're referring to an instrument
Yes.
outside of the RMA, or outside of the district plan?
Typically QE2 covenant, conservation covenants.
Yes. So the figure I had was something like 64 SNAs are legally protected through those mechanisms, and 30 are not protected through those mechanisms.
And that is a difference in the proposed plan, that we haven't included those legally protected ones.
That you haven't? No. Okay. And that's you've explained that as not wishing to duplicate the level of protection.
So just such a changing space. As I've really highlighted, QE2 have been very busy in our district. There's just new covenants being put in place monthly, so that list would quite quickly.
Yes. Now, for those that were protected in the ODP, and I think it was Rule OL 60 that applied, is that correct? Now, I note in your introduction that you had over a decade of consenting experience with the council. I presume during that time you had some experience in administering that rule?
Not personally. I think the Section 32 report, I reported that there had been 2 consents, and they were for very minor things, seismic surveys with clearance. So it has, probably because there's not much land subject to the rule, so the rule hasn't been triggered very.
Okay, so
just a couple of times.
Okay, so it wasn't extensively tested.
No.
Okay. Okay, so coming on to the proposed district plan, and we see quite a different approach here, and a different set of drivers. I just wondered whether you can indicate to the panel what you saw as the main higher order drivers for the protection of biodiversity.
The draft and proposed MPS for Indigenous biodiversity.
Just on that though, my understanding, and I think you've acknowledged that the that in itself has no legal status. So, what do the panel make of that? You've acknowledged it in your report as something you've had regard to in our decision making or in our deliberations for recommendations. What weight, if any, do we place on that draft and exposure draft?
I think it comes back to a comment that a lot of the planners have been making through these hearings, that we're wishing to produce a plan that is forward-thinking, and it's also in light of the pressing decline in biodiversity in the country. It's also the direction from the Environment Court process.
Yes. Just wondering though, is there a danger in the panel placing reliance on that document, given that A, it hasn't been finalised, and could change, and the timing of its delivery is still not 100% clear.
Yeah, they keep pushing it out, and
Yes.
there's no certainty that it's coming.
No.
It's also in response to, I think, what the community,
Yes.
sections of the community are asking for as well, and I think that's come through in submissions.
Yes.
And, for example, the urban the urban SNAs, we haven't had such the history in the urban spaces we have in the rural space, but the draft MPS was the driver that helped make the call to include them, put rules on them, and the identification that being under 10% of remnant cover is just not a good environmental outcome. So we wanted to address that, and for the urban SNAs, the notification of the plan was the testing of that approach.
Yes.
And it's been interesting that the submissions are. There hasn't been a huge number of submissions from SNA landowners.
Yes, we'll come back to that in a moment. I guess for the time being, though, if we put the MPS IB proposed to one side, what does that leave us with in terms of the key drivers for the identification and protection of Indigenous vegetation within the district?
So the Taranaki RPS does identify the need to identify SNAs, and it provides some criteria which the proposed plan and the operative plan are consistent with.
Yes.
It certainly has a focus on SNAs within, then broadly all Indigenous vegetation.
Yes. Okay. And can the panel assume that the RPS gives effect to Part 2 of the Act, particularly Section 6C and 7 and 8?
I think it's fit for purpose in the biodiversity, terrestrial biodiversity.
Yes, and from a regional perspective, it's the latest iteration of Part 2, isn't it, at the regional level?
Yes, and I just would note that the regional council's approach is not regulatory. They identify key native ecosystems. They don't have rules around that.
Yes.
And so our approach is not entirely.
Okay.
Rochelle, could you just move your microphone just so it's under your mouth, because we're just trailing off a little bit just for the record.
Sure.
So just capture that.
Just want to carry on with the RPS a little bit, Ms Macbeth. In Wellington, where I reside, the regional policy statement for Greater Wellington has these tandem policies in a whole lot of fields, ONFLs, hazards, significant Indigenous biodiversity, and by I mean tandem, I think it's policy 23 of the RPS in Wellington requires the identification of significant biodiversity, and policy 24 requires the protection of significant biodiversity. Do we have a similar sort of policy framework in the Taranaki RPS?
There are provisions in the RPS around those matters, and I believe they're in my report here under issue 3.
Yes. What page is that?
Page 42. This is in response to, I've handpicked those in response to submissions raised.
Biopolicy 2 and Biopolicy 7, is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yes. So
there's also one around focusing on significant areas.
Okay.
Probably in section 2.
Okay. It's something you can come back to us on. I guess what I'm just looking for is that the flavour of the roadmap in the RPS, given it's the first cab off the rank once you get past the district plan going up the chain, and what the key objectives are and what the key policies implementing those objectives are. Because this plan, this plan from your council needs to give effect to those. Okay, that's the RPS, and I guess you'd acknowledge that going further up the chain to Part 2, Section 6, and particularly Section 6C, is directly relevant here.
Absolutely.
Yes, and of course there are elements of Section 7 and Section 8 that are relevant also.
Yes, I think the Section 32 report
Yes.
outlines those, and I haven't repeated them in the.
Thank you. It takes us to other higher order documents such as the MPS Urban Development and the MPS FM. I'm just wondering, in relation to, firstly, the MPS FM, what the statutory requirement is in relation to that document for this plan to give effect to it. Is there any direct requirement on a district council as opposed to the regional council in this respect?
That was outlined in the right of reply for the strategic direction hearing. I guess it's a matter of timing, that it's only just come in and TRC are going to need to do their bits first. But we obviously have sought to include the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai.
Yes.
And
is timing really the answer there, that I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but my reading of the MPS is that first and foremost it's a regional function to give effect to that through the RPS and having a compliant regional plan by 2024?
That's my understanding.
Yes.
I believe that Ms Young's evidence addresses that, or the report.
Okay.
And it's tricky with the relationship between the different chapters, where things sit, because some SNAs are wetland areas, and so they're sort of covered by Waterbodies rules and SNA rules.
Yes. Is it possible that, and this is a bit of crystal ball glazing here, is it possible that at a future stage the district plan may need to be reviewed in light of what comes out of the 2024 regional policy statement and plan?
Particularly in that wetland space.
And that might also be the case in terms of what might come out of the MPS IB at some stage, if it ever.
I think that's going to potentially require us to do extra work. So
Thank you. Good. Thank you for that.
Mr. McMahon, can I just interpolate consistency, particularly around wetland mapping, between the regional council mapping and district mapping? I think Mr. Shaw and Mr. McMahon were heavily involved in this topic around the Kapiti district plan, where again lots of wetland and just that whole for landowners, particularly in the public, generally having one set of mapping seemed to make a lot of sense to me, but not always that easy to do when you're dealing with two agents. So just on that topic, any comments on that, or is there a working together on the wetland SNA mapping between the two councils?
Well, prior to notification, we did add some wetlands, an updated TRC layer, I understand, but it's an area that I think the regional council are needing to focus on and are at the moment. I believe that Mr Harrison's appearing tomorrow might be able to assist there. I don't so you're talking about the two agencies?
The two agencies, and having
really
different mapping for around wetlands. There's that big interface. It's a difficult practitioner issue. I know Kapiti situation, there's a lot of landowner angst and uncertainty and sort of sets of maps flying around, actually covering the same bit of land, but not exactly the same bit of land, if you know, get my gist.
Yeah, but we do try and incorporate you know, it's that matter of timing, but we do try and incorporate update based on the data as it becomes available.
Mr. Shorty?
Often wetlands are might be a subset, an SNA, because buffers around wetlands and the adjacent landscape is obviously a critical part of the SNA definition, but the definition of wetlands is fraught with issues at the moment, and the application of various technical definitions which are still being sorted through by practitioners, even though there are some reasonably good national level technical guidelines around that. So I don't see a particular issue because most wetlands are only a subset of a larger SNA. Not all of them, but many of them are.
But maybe in that cabinet situation, a lot of particularly the nature of those lowlands there, wetlands were very focused, the SNAs were really focused on the flat areas around those wetlands, and always consistency there. So, look, I think I've raised the issue, and I'll back over to Mr. McMahon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So, Ms. Macbeth, we've covered the background, the evolution of the ODP to the proposed plan, the high-level drivers for that. I just now want to get on to, at a very high level, the mechanics of the approach in the proposed plan. And I've perhaps oversimplified it, but I just want to put to you what I understand, what broadly the plan is proposing. And please correct me if I'm wrong. So the way I've interpreted your report is that the district is largely broken into 3 sets of rules: those dealing with SNAs, those dealing with Indigenous vegetation within the coastal environment, and then I guess there's the rest of the district, which might be productive rural and urban land.
The rules, that formation has evolved with the process being focused on the rural environment to begin with.
Yes. So, for example, the schedules define and map SNAs. There is a coastal environment.
Yes.
Of which some SNAs will be in, but presumably most of the SNAs that are scheduled are outside the coastal environment.
Yes.
Yes. And then there's the rest of the district, which is rural and urban, and which is free of rules unless it contains an SNA that's scheduled.
That's correct.
Yes. Okay. So thank you. That's nice to know. I haven't completely misunderstood it. So for the SNAs, there's a policy largely of avoidance, which is matched by an activity status of non-complying where you don't meet the permitted activity standards. Within the coastal environment, there's a policy approach that only allow when necessary.
Don't think that is
okay.
How it's intended.
Okay, I'm just reading from policy 3, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe I've missed.
So policy 4 does seek to have that the coastal environment separated out.
Yes, I was reading from policy 3.
So that relates to SNAs or vegetation in the coastal environment generally. So as some SNAs are in the coastal environment, you would need to look at both rules for that land. If you weren't identified as SNA, then just the R2 would apply.
Yes, okay. And the activity status is largely discretionary in
the R2.
Yes. Okay.
It's based on our increased confidence in the SNA identification. So I think I outlined that there was a coastal SNA identified. It was just tiny pockets covering about 195 properties, and so that hasn't been ground
Yes.
truth.
R2 really is an end stop. It doesn't cascade further, does it?
R2?
Yes. So it's dealing solely with vegetation removal in the coastal environment.
It's not in an SNA.
Yes.
It's like an extra layer.
Yes.
The coast.
And it is a discretionary activity. Okay, that's good.
And the difference being also that there's a permitted allowance if you meet one of those.
Yes. Okay. That's good. Thank you. That's encouraging. So what I want to move on now is the identification of SNAs, and I've read Mr. Shaw and Dr. Herbert's report and your 42A. What I'm a little bit uncertain of is the derivation of the criteria used to identify SNAs. You made some reference earlier to some criteria being in the RPS, but you also refer in your 42A to the wildlands criteria. And I'm just wondering, and this may be a question for Mr. Shaw or Dr. Herbert, but how have the criteria been finally packaged together before being applied on the ground, taking account of those two potential, the wildlands criteria and the RPS criteria?
I understand, so the criteria was developed for the operative plan, so in the 90s.
Yes.
And it was reviewed in the Environment Court where one of the criteria, I think it was number 6, about whether the area is sustainable, that the court considered that wasn't a criteria that we should be referring, so that it wasn't one of the criteria wildlands have assessed it against. I don't think we would call it wildlands criteria. I think it's the New Plymouth District criteria that was developed with wildlands.
Yes, it's just that you did refer to the phrase wildlands criteria at one point.
Sorry, that's a little bit misleading.
So you're referring to...
It's the criteria that they have applied in identifying
yes.
the areas for us.
Mr. Shaw?
They've come directly out of the plans, actually the operative district plan and then the proposed district.
And we've looked at them alongside the regional policy statement, the RPS descriptions, and
yes.
We think they cover the same matters.
Yes, they do. I've set it out in my evidence, RPS criteria and Biopolicy 4.
Policy 4, thank you. Can you give me a reference for that in your evidence, Mr. Shaw?
6.2.
6.2, thank you. Okay. I guess the remaining questions I've got are probably going to be best explored in next week when we talk about detailed matters. But I guess just to give you an indication of what's sort of the headline news, if you like, the consenting pathway approach is something that the panel is very interested in, and having policies talk to the rules in terms of the language. I noted earlier that there's a term used in either policy 3 or 4 in relation to regional significant infrastructure. It doesn't seem to be captured in the rules themselves, whereas network utilities is captured.
Yeah.
As part of that, we'll be interested in exploring the difference between maintenance and repair and operate and upgrade. And just understanding why a change has been made at the policy level for the latter, but not at the rule level, and whether the policy relaxation on its own provides the consenting pathway for infrastructure without the need for a consequential change in the rule, and whether there's any unintended inconsistency by referring to network utilities in the rule. You've clarified the fencing and tracking issue with the inclusion of the word "or" in your Appendix 1 this morning, so that's useful. The need for a definition or otherwise of RSI or is something that we want to explore also, and it sounds like you're very alive to that. And I'll just check, Sue, I think that's everything from me.
Could I just make a comment about that, the activity status and the avoid policy?
Yes.
Yeah, so the amendment that I've recommended, I still maintain that most activities should be avoided in SNAs, but I do think that there needs to be a consenting pathway, and not just for regionally significant infrastructure. For the submitters that I've seen on their land, the things that they want to do are often quite minor in nature, and I've bounced these off the ecologists, and the feedback being, oh yeah, that could be dealt with through a resource consent. So just something small at the edge of an SNA or something like that, I feel that we need some pathway, but I also want to have a high bar, so I thought having the non-complying activity status allows for that gateway test, which is quite precautionary, but I don't think that that people need to be terrified of a non-complying activity status. As a consent planner, I process plenty of consents going through that gateway test where the effects were minor, and it ticked the policy and objectives boxes. Then the pathway was there, but it does send a strong message, and it allows the consideration of the whole plan's policies objectives.
No, I acknowledge what you're saying. Guess what I'm getting at, Ms Macbeth, is the need to have no room for any misinterpretation of what the policy direction is when we get to resource consenting, so that it's very clear what the policy was anticipating, and whether the rule needs to reflect any of the policy nuance is something we could explore next week.
Given a lot of thought to that activity status.
Yes, no, I understand that. There was one further thing, Sir, and that was there are, I'm just going to try and find it. Oh, yes. On under key issue 5, and on page 65, where you've usually split up the submissions into relating to SNAs into those that have asked for remove, and I think my arithmetic gives me something like 13 submissions there. Those that have asked for amendment of boundaries, 14, retention of boundaries, 5, and then there's the last category of deferring the mapping and scheduling decision on the planning maps until later in the hearing for 3 sites. I'm just wondering how that might work.
So just to, sorry, I should have explained that. So I understand that Mr Redshaw and Mr Beard are going to appear.
Yes.
Mr Redshaw is, I understand, looking at QE2ing most of his SNAs.
Yes.
And I think I indicated it could be helpful if there was, and acknowledging that possibly, not possible, but if the panel could indicate whether that approach of removing sites from the plan as SNAs once they become covenanted, whether that is acceptable, because then Mr Redshaw, my recommendation was if Mr Redshaw's became QE2, we wouldn't include the areas around the edge.
And that might be a matter of timing.
Yes, so that's exactly right. He's been talking to QE2 within the last month. It sounds like it's pretty serious about it, and I've encouraged him to present that to you.
Yes. And would you anticipate that towards the end of the hearing sequences next year that we check in to see progress on that?
Yes, and that's the same with the Bullock Creek Family Trust. So they have a subdivision consent, and the QE2 is as part of that subdivision, and that's a matter of timing. And so if I don't feel I could support their submissions while they're not in QE2, but if they were in QE2, then I would recommend their removal. And for Mr Beard, understand there's discussions between Mr. Baird and Ngāti Tama, and depending on where they were at.
Sure.
At the moment, I don't feel that I can removal, but I appreciate his situation, and he's also appearing at the hearing.
Okay, so that approach is consistent with your approach of not duplicating SNA protection where there's other legal protection.
Yeah. But noting that's quite a big matter that you need to decide, so you may not be able to and give us that indication at the final hearing, in which case I would stay in.
And you'd rely on Section 32 in terms of effectiveness and efficiency in that, promoting that approach? Okay. Thank you, Ms Macbeth, that's been really good.
I think you have signposted let's have a look at where things are at when we do get to that last hearing. And I'll talk to the commissioners about that, but I think that's a good approach. I think we are running a running schedule of matters that we might want to just deal with in what we're calling the sweep up or the integration hearing. So I think that's well signalled and appreciate that. It is 10:30 and I think I'll just get an indication from you, Kit and Antoine, about sort of time for questioning.
Thank you. I think if I segregate out the matters of detail, which we can deal with at the end of the hearing, with just a couple of big questions that'll help me understand things going forward, I've probably got about 10 minutes.
Okay. Fine.
I just had main 2 areas of questioning.
Okay. Look, I think we will take a break now. I've got a few questions and I'll just, for the team, I'll just foreshadow what they are. I am interested in the precautionary approach and how that applies to RMA planning. I'm certainly very interested in the difference between no net loss and net gain and the rationale for the recommendations in that sphere. I do want to have a bit of a chat about carbon farming, and we're hearing a lot of press around that, and whether you both perhaps, or all of you perhaps, see that changing the dynamics of any of this work we're looking at now. And yes, just your own knowledge about this MP SIB and when and if we're ever going to see it. Those are the main things I'd just like to touch on. So let's take a break. It's currently 10:35. If we return at 10 to 11. Thank you. Sound check, how are we? Okay, we're recording again. Just want to do a sound check about how people are finding the room. It's a big room. Can you hear down the back? Okay? Yeah. Okay. All right, so we're waiting for Dr. Okay, we're all here now. Over to you, Kit. Thank you.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
All right,
loud and
lovely.
clear.
Okay, right, Ms Macbeth, thank you very much for quite a magnum opus, I can say. It was a lot of work has gone into this, and I very much appreciated you providing for us copies of the Environment Court decisions and also the evidence from Mr. Shaw and Ms. Herbert. So that was all very helpful. I just had a couple of questions, mostly around the mechanics of these provisions, and just a couple of things just so I can understand where we're going to go. The first question I do have concerns the approach of, and it really comes down to the rejection of Forest and Birds submission that there not be a catch-all disturbance rule. And I know from past experience these catch-all rules, and I refer here to the suggestion that vegetation disturbance be restricted where the vegetation meets the policy criteria, as opposed to being specifically mapped. That's what I'm talking about. And I do have familiarity with that concept in the region I practice in the most. But from my experience, that sort of rule came out of a significant region in which there were multiple examples put forward by parties of areas of bush that met the criteria but had not been identified in the SNA layer, and thus leading to a nervousness that a lot of vegetation could meet it if it had time to go out and map it, but it didn't, and so a concession that there needed to be a general rule around this. Now, New Plymouth's a much smaller district, and on the face of it, I haven't read any evidence thus far suggesting that there are large areas of bush that meet the policy criteria but have not been mapped. And so I guess I just wanted to ask a general question of you, and I guess Mr. Shaw and Ms. Herbert, who have spent a lot of time walking over hill and down dale in Taranaki, around what's their view of bush that might meet the criteria that just hasn't been picked up to date, so that I can sort of get a sense of what the risk of non-mapped SNA bush is within the district, which will then help me evaluate whether there is a rationale behind this general rule that Forest and Bird are proposing.
Thank you. We have discussed these submissions, and we went back, Mr. Shaw and I went back to some earlier decision-making processes on, when it was decided to identify SNAs rather than have it, there are a number of approaches considered, weren't there, Mr. Shaw?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you like to outline the different approaches that were considered, and then
well, I don't, sorry to interrupt, I don't necessarily need to know the approaches. I really just want to get a sense of how much is out there that might meet the criteria but you guys just haven't picked up, because there's no evidence of that. And I guess this is just a key sort of plank to Forest and Bird's argument that there's bush out there that hasn't been picked up. So I just want to get a sense, given your knowledge of the district, how much you think you might have missed. I mean, Ms. Macbeth, in your paragraph 1.1.15, you do acknowledge that not all bush that meets the criteria may be mapped and scheduled. So I just want to get a sense of, are we talking 10,000 hectares or are we talking 2 hectares?
Possibly relevant is at one point, I think there were around 500 sites identified, and then some were classified as PSNA 3, so this, and they were not included as SNAs. So there may be areas that would be sort of higher priority to look at if you outside the identified ones in the plan. So in the process of I guess there was a bit of a whittling down process from the original desktop. The ones that were dropped off were based on the land environment?
It's the threatened land environment classification, combination of vegetation character and where they sit in the landscape. But I think the question you're asking possibly could be answered by Dr. Herbert, because she's done most of the field work in recent times, and so she can talk to whether or not she's seeing areas that should be recognised as SNAs.
So, from what I have done and what I've seen from the 34 properties that I visited in February and March earlier this year, as far as I can see, most of the land that meets ecological significance has been captured. In fact, I don't believe I saw any areas in the field that should have been included that weren't already included. Rather, the approach I took was actually checking whether all the areas that have been included were actually meeting the significance criteria. And so one of the reasons, I'd quite like to have a few examples actually. So some of the reasons where the results from the aerial photography, like that's the desktop survey of SNAs, had differed from what I was seeing in the field is there's some elements you can't see from desktop. So vegetation height, obviously. Vegetation composition, usually you can cut out quite easily deciduous, like you can identify areas that have deciduous trees, pines, macrocarpa. Eucalyptus does sometimes actually look a bit like an indigenous vegetation type. So I would say that the desktop analysis is probably done, I think we've actually done we've got quite a good amount of the vegetation, indigenous vegetation, particularly that over 25 years in age. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, to some extent it does. It really comes down to you giving us, a good basis to be confident that we've got all of the stuff that meets the policy criteria mapped, and or it's already protected, because if there's a significant area out there that's not, then the forest and bird proposition starts to have some attraction. And I guess what I'm hearing you both say is that you're confident that the process you've gone through has identified all that you think is probably relevant by reference to the criteria at the moment. And is that fair enough?
Yes.
Was, just to follow up, was site size taken as a criterion for scheduling? So, for example, if there was a little remnant that was left that was less than, say, 2 hectares, that wasn't really self-sustaining or wasn't growing, was it scheduled?
Yes, it was. And actually, there's quite a good example of that so I'm just going to look up the property.
Mm-hmm.
So it was SNA 388. From memory, that was quite a small area of old growth forest that was undergrazed. And that one is technically, so it's a small remnant, but the thing is, another consideration is also, like my colleague Mr. Shaw says, where it sits in the landscape. So that remnant in particular had mature remu, tawa. Because of it, it was basically surrounded by a matrix, if you will, of highly modified farmland. That remnant I deemed significant as a seed source and also as a stopping place and a feeding space, and probably also a roosting space for native birds. So I think there's two matters to consider there: size and also position in the landscape, relative to what's around it. Another example is an area of quite nice forest. Oh, sorry, I should define that. Tawa. I mean, it was green, it was lovely. No, of tawa forest. This was less than a hectare and it bordered on the edge of an SNA. However, if you looked at the relative size and shape of that fragment versus the rest of the SNA, and also took into consideration that it was in a land environment that was not threatened, I removed it from the SNA, so I snapped it back to the boundary, and that's because the amount of buffering that it would have given to the rest of the SNA was actually very small in comparison to the large area of SNA that was not being contested. And of course, I think the really salient point there also is that vegetation type, where it was, is not considered nationally threatened.
Okay. Okay, no, thank you for that. I'll move on to another matter, if I can, back to Ms. Macbeth.
Can I just, sorry, one supplementary, please? I do note in the criteria there's a regionally significant aspect to the criteria as well. Can come in regionally significant, and you only have to comply with one criteria to hit the significance. So there's a whole bunch, but there's just that seems to be quite a low bar for significant vegetation. If you might just be regionally significant, and if there's only one aspect of the criteria captures you in. I was interested in your comment about that. So I did have a detailed question about the use of regionally significant within the criteria.
Yes, I guess my 2 cents on it there is that regionally significant is it is consistent with some of the other regional policy statements that I've seen for other regional authorities in the country, and I'm directly quoting the Greater Wellington Regional Policy Statement. We have a little bit, so we are quite fortunate in the Wellington region because the Greater Wellington Regional Council has a schedule of regionally threatened plants and regionally threatened lizards. And the reason why this becomes important, to give an example, is copper skinks. So prior to the very, very newest threat classification for reptiles in New Zealand, we thought copper skinks were doing okay. However, when I did my PhD in the Wellington region, actually tracked those populations, they were declining over the entire region, and it's fascinating because the species is rare and declining in the Wellington region, and they seem to be a lot more secure in Auckland. I suspect it's because Wellington is an ecological edge and they're sort of pushed to the extreme of their niche. Therefore, in a regional context, I think it is worth looking at how well each species is doing in its region. And that's just part of basically trying to preserve a species and ecosystems across its entire historical range. So, microenvironments differ, and so I think it is important to take regional context into consideration there.
Okay, thank you for that. Kit?
Okay. Ms. Macbeth, just a couple of questions around some of the recommended changes to the rules might be the simplest way. If I can get you to go to your appendix 1, if you've got that there.
Yes.
So I want to talk, if I can, Eco R1, and the reason I want to talk about this is, you've raised it directly. You've got a couple of landowners who are promising to QE2 their bush in exchange for being taken out of the schedule. And I just wanted to check whether the intent of the first qualification for permitted activity, the provided for in a conservation covenant, doesn't, and I understand that there's a proposal to provide for a definition of conservation covenant, doesn't that specific qualification for the rule sort of do away with the need to take properties out of the schedule for SNA? Because presumably the moment they become registered by these conservation covenants, then they have a way around the vegetation disturbance rules. And I guess the bigger picture here is, how practical do you think it's going to be to do a plan change every time someone registers a covenant? because they don't want to be in the schedule any longer? And is this the intention of the rule, to avoid having to do that?
Thank you. The intention of Clause 1 is to provide for those areas that meet the definition of SNA, because they are in the schedule and they are mapped, but they have, since that time that plans become operative, become covenanted.
Yep. So
it is giving them an instant, you're now under the conservation covenant.
All right. Okay. No, that's what I thought. And so I wonder whether taking people off the schedule, so I guess that answers my question. You don't need to do a plan change every time someone protects their land. You presumably would maybe do a catch-up plan change every couple of years to remove those that have been protected by covenant. Is that how you'd see it happening?
Yes, that's how it has happened under the operative plan, and that's how I'd see it happening under the proposed plan.
All right, cool. So the definition of conservation covenant, as I understand it, you've got three predominant mechanisms. You've got your QE2. You've got also, if it's protected under the Reserves Act or the Conservation Act, which would presumably mean that it's been vested in either DOC or the council. Is that right?
Yes, although I think there is the ability under the Reserves Act to have a covenant that's not council.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, I'm not 100% on the Reserves Act, but I understand there is a process under Esplanades. And
the mechanism, I must say, I'm most familiar with in my region is the mechanism of the consent notice under the Resource Management Act, in which case it's effectively a covenant in gross, and then the council becomes the person to whose benefit the covenant is given, and then the person who's responsible for managing them. Do you not do that in New Plymouth? Do you not require consent notices on subdivision?
There are certainly a number of situations where we do use that consent noticing option. It's not our preferred option. It hasn't historically been applied consistently. The wording has sometimes been quite problematic, and our preference is the QE2 because the management support that's wrapped up around that instrument, and the 2 yearly monitoring. So our plan is encouraging QE2 and our discussions with landowners. That is that's the gold standard that we're encouraging people to go for, and in some cases there is a consent notice. The consent notice also, I think the process to bury it removes some of that certainty that you might have with a QE2.
But presumably you couldn't refuse a proposal on subdivision if the applicant didn't want to go QE2 for whatever reason, but they still wanted to protect the bush by way of a consent notice covenant. Would you refuse the resource consent on that basis if the bush was being protected?
No, we do issue a lot of subdivision consents with consent notices and applicants are offering up that protection for biodiversity values under the consent notice, and they aren't interested in another type of covenant. But I guess the plan is signalling that if you wanted, say, the incentive allotment, we want that the next level up.
So, and I guess that comes to my next question, because you've explicitly left out of the defined term conservation covenant protection by way of a consent notice, for example. So if I'm a landowner and I want to use the subdivision bonus, and I don't want to use one of the mechanisms within the defined term conservation covenant, then I automatically become discretionary, don't I? I can't take the controlled activity status benefit of the rule.
I don't think you would be able to apply under that rule, because you're not proposing a conservation covenant as it would be defined, so that you would be applying for your subdivision under sub R4 instead.
So in that scenario, what happens to the bush? If I'm not going to get a bonus allotment for protecting it, why would I protect it? Even though it's by a mechanism that's not preferred by the council.
Well, as an SNA, it is, there are rules protecting it, but so it does have protection, but it doesn't have the in perpetuity protection of a conservation covenant, because, you know, noting that district plans get, whereas a QE2 is in perpetuity.
All right. Well, that's something I'm going to think about a bit more, but it's quite interesting. I've not seen a district not really rely on that mechanism as much, but that's not to say there's anything wrong with it. The next one again.
Could I just? It would be my observation that the consent notice is used very often in subdivision in the district. So, but I mean, prior to now, we've only had a handful of SNAs that were eligible for the incentive allotment because there were only 30 in the plan.
Okay. All right.
But now we've got that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that makes a lot more sense then. Okay. Thanks for that. So the next one again is Eco R1, and you've added in 7 and 8 there. There's two elements of those particular parts of the rule which I've sort of highlighted, and those are for eligibility to 7, council has got to certify that the work is necessary. And then in 8, the vegetation is determined by a suitably qualified ecologist to not meet. Now, I'm wondering, have you taken any legal advice on the legitimacy of those sorts of qualifications? I just say from my experience, you cannot have a permitted activity where your eligibility to rely on it is determined by the certification of a third party. It's got to be objectively ascertainable. Have you taken any legal advice on the ability to do this?
No, I haven't taken legal advice.
Okay. All right. And then I guess my last one, and I think you've sort of hinted at it here, is that this plan, because it increases the number of SNAs and thus increases the range and the application of the incentive for these bonus lots, how do you determine, or is there a threshold for how much SNA you have to protect in order to get the bonus allotment? I mean, what if the SNA is across several properties and you've got just a slither of it on your property? Do you get the bonus allotment just for protecting the little slither that's on your property, or does the whole SNA have to be protected to get the bonus? And then if it's on 4 properties, who gets the bonus? Has any thinking gone into that, or are all the SNAs just on one title?
No, the SNAs range, and the inquiries we get about the incentive lot ranges, and it's an interesting question because a lot of people that have just a very small SNA seek the incentive allotment, and then we have some that have, you know, a lot of
huge area
farm and SNA, and they're not even interested. So yeah, it is very. I think it just needs to be assessed on a case-by-case basis in the consent process, and that's why I felt the discretionary activity status was appropriate. And yeah, it's a very case-by-case scenario. Some SNAs have, you know, some of them are huge, some of them are tiny, some of them are nice and tidy on one property, and some of them cover 20 properties.
Yeah.
And but that incentive would relate to one property. So regardless of whether the SNA is on your neighbour's property as well. We do encourage people with SNAs over multiple properties to work together with the covenanting, and QE2 do try and have a bit of a, you know, a broader approach in that respect.
Well, it's interesting. It's a problem that has ended up in my region with incredibly complex rules where your number of incentive lots is directly proportional to the area of bush that you might have. So your lots go up the more bush you've got. And it's a very, I mean, there's entire industries that have blossomed around measuring your bush to be able to get within the threshold to get 4 lots versus 3 lots. So, and it did strike me as an interesting issue here, in that you're not actually linking the size of the bush to the number of allotments. I guess
Sorry, Mrs. Lawrenson and I have thought about that. We were We were, and we sort of did go down that road of starting to draft that. We were plucking numbers out of the year. It could be something that we could look into in terms of how
it comes down to scope to some extent. Has anyone asked for it or not? And I guess that's something you might want to reflect on if you think it's appropriate. Just the trigger though, at what point, I suppose a point would be reached if I put in an application because I thought, let's say I had 100 hectares of SNA, and the most I could get under the rules would be how many?
So I believe 4 under sub 4 and then 2 more under the Eco R6 too. Okay, so it would be up to me to come along and say, well, I think that 100 hectares is actually worth 20 lots because it's just so wonderful and I need that much subdivision outcome to be able to do it. It would go in as a discretionary activity? Yes. Okay. Right. So you'll note from the section from the notified version, I've taken away the non-complying activity status from that rule because that's not much of an incentive. So yeah, I would acknowledge that R6(2) is not perfect, and as for the reasons that Mrs. Johnson has highlighted. So we've got all these matters in there, but ultimately it is a discretionary rule, and even if you can't meet one of those things, it's still going to be discretionary. But we want to flag that if you have a bigger balance lot, you may get an extra lot, and if in the case that you've presented with a huge area going in SNA, it's still discretionary for us to consider extra lots if there's a really great outcome. But yeah, my emphasis there is that it needs to be a case-by-case assessment of the value protected for the community. Okay. Now, my last one, 575, paragraph 575 of your report. The very always contentious definition of Indigenous vegetation disturbance, given that that's the activity that's being regulated and what it comprises. And I must say it's a very simple definition, which is great. I've seen some district plans where the definition goes on for 3 pages in terms of what is and what isn't in that qualification. I guess the key one I'm interested in is, does it include undergrazing of an SNA by stock, i.e. where a landowner hasn't fenced for whatever reason and they're allowing the stock to graze the understory? Is that defined as disturbance? Is it intended to be captured? Stock grazing is typically an existing use that I believe these landowners would have, and the district plan doesn't seek to restrict stock grazing. We use our non-regulatory methods to try and address that, and it's acknowledged that grazing is one of the key threats to our SNAs, but we have our Natural Heritage Protection Fund, which mostly goes for fencing, and so we work with landowners in that way, in that non-regulatory space, to manage that. The district plan's not trying to, a lot of submissions were along the lines of, you can't make us fence and whatnot, and no, we're not trying to do that. We encourage it, but district plan's not now saying you can't no longer have stock there. Well, I guess, I mean, the answer is in the first part of your question, really, which is that if landowners have regularly undergrazed their bush parcels, then they've got existing use rights, and that's not taken away by notifying a rule in a district plan. So you didn't give any thought to notifying the rule and then essentially telling everyone that if this is their current practice, then this rule won't change that. But this is a rule that's intended to look forward to provide a disincentive for rural landowners from starting to undergraze for whatever reason. Now, I'm saying that's the very negative view of human nature, and I get the sense that that's not the dominant view within Taranaki, but you didn't think of going down that path at all? You're more confident to use these non-regulatory measures, the carrot approach, rather than the stick approach? Yes, we've communicated with landowners over the year, possibly not quite answering your question, but the communication with landowners over the years is that we're not going to now make you stop letting stock in, but your question is about preventing new stock grazing of undergrowth, and no, there isn't, and that have given thought to it, but haven't found a way to appropriately address it within the definition. I mean, ideally, people don't. I think there's been a huge shift in attitude that people know. You know, there's a lot of fencing happens voluntarily, and
yeah,
I don't
look,
think
I'm not.
where it's happened in the past. I think that would be the key. Existing use would apply.
Yeah. Okay. Oh well, that's a fair answer, and I can understand. It is very much when you're designing these sorts of provisions, it is both carrot and both stick, and I think the Environment Court pointed that out in 2015. And I mean, as far as I can tell, the non-regulatory methods that existed that the court was satisfied with back then still exist, don't they? They're still being used regularly by the council to ensure ongoing protection and enhancement.
Yes, they were listed as non-regulatory methods in the operative district plan, and
yeah,
and now they are fully embedded in the council's long-term funding priorities and such like. With the, you know, there's been a huge amount of fencing and uptake of our Natural Heritage Fund for fencing, and now the rating relief and yeah, those. When they were listed as non-regulatory methods in the operative plan, they weren't embedded in our day-to-day other documents outside the district plan.
And just remind me, there is a chapter of the district plan that lists out all of the other non-regulatory methods that, because of course whenever planning people talk about methods, they think about rules and other things. And I do remember. And I think last time, as you said, they were all listed in the operative district plan, but they're not. Are they listed in this plan at all? Can someone? No. Look, that's something I'll have a look about. It's just I'd hate to think that you could be criticised for not having a palette of measures because they weren't all listed in the district plan. Whereas some of them, as you've just said, are embedded outside and form part of Local Government Act processes. But look, that's something I don't need to dwell on right now.
Ed, I wonder whether the team can come back to us on that question.
Yep. I mean, there is one section I'm aware of which talks about the role of the reserve management plan, so it might be here.
Yeah, look, I'll have a look. I know it's dealt with. I know it's dealt with.
If I could make a comment, if I could. There's a regional biodiversity strategy, and that has a very, very strong focus on assisting private landowners.
That's the 2017.
Yes, it is.
So that's the regional council.
Yeah, and there's another section at the top of the plan, statutory context. There's a section there of relationship with other planning documents and policies. But look, that's something I'll entertain myself with. Excellent. All right, I didn't have any other questions for you, Ms. Macbeth, for now. So thanks for helping with those ones. That clarifies a lot of it. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kit. Fun.
I think, firstly, I'd just like to endorse Commissioner McMahon's comments in regards to the reports that have been prepared for us. They've been really helpful. And just the amount of thought that's been gone. I was of a similar vein. I was writing lots of questions. I should have written the questions at the end. I was writing them as I was going, and I got to the end and I had lots of ticks next to them. So that's a good sign that it's been explained. It's also a lot of paper that we've had to read.
Sorry.
To get to the end. Just listening to the questions perhaps, and I was just thinking, most of my questions are quite specific ones. So I'm going to leave those till the end because I think, again, we may actually get answers to those. So I was thinking of a couple of more general ones, and perhaps, and Mr. Littlejohn's picked up on one of those had, so I'm just going to leave you with one, and I think for the benefit of time that might be what we need to do. This specifically relates to term being used throughout the document in regards to taonga, and I just wanted to understand the context in which it's been used. My understanding at the present time is it's been used to describe Indigenous vegetation that might be used for cultural harvest or particular cultural purposes. But I just wanted to just understand it a little bit more in the legislative and policy context and how it's being used. Does it also include protection as well? That's most often you'll have the term taonga being used in terms of active protection of taonga, but in this particular case it appears to be being used in the context of there's a customary use that's being provided for, that is now being recognised in the policy.
I found it very enlightening to read the iwi recirculated evidence, because it's not something that I'm particularly experienced in, although I have seen some cultural values assessments where they've addressed it, and it appears to me to be quite specific to individual groupings. And I guess that in policy P5 there's that emphasis as identified by tangata whenua. So that would be for them to identify what is the taonga in their rohi from their perspective, rather than us saying what it is. But in my opening statement, I did recognise in general that it's biodiversity is a treasure. But yeah, I recognise.
Yeah, I suppose that gets to my more specific questions was if you recognised in the policies that there's a recognition of local descriptions or definitions of what taonga are, and it's generally around the area of there's a customary use, then how is that then reflected in the rules? You've avoided that particular, like to provide certainty around what that might be.
I think that that policy P5 provides the pathway for that to be worked out on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, and I look forward to hearing those submissions, and I note that some wording has been put forward by iwi, and I actually don't know what all of those words mean at the moment, so I'm hoping to better understand that.
And is that just I've taken it from what you've already said, that that's mostly in response to the submissions as opposed to necessarily what's in the iwi management plans, because my reading of the summaries you've given, it doesn't specifically mention taonga or any of those iwi management plans, although I'm sure the iwi management plans themselves have taonga in it, but in the summaries, section 45 report, they don't have it.
They are addressed in the management plans.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Antoine. Yes, I've foreshadowed a few of these more general topics. There's one detailed one, both for yourself, Ra, and Denise as well. Our minute 14 talked about matters of discretion and matters of control and how they were framed, and that probably arrived after you've finished. Yeah, so just when we get to the detail, if there's anything you'd like to add in terms of clarity of those in relation to the matters raised in minute 14, it would be good, but we can deal with that as a detailed matter. I'd like to start just with confirming with both yourself, Shaw, and Dr. Herbert around my understanding of the Taranaki approach is reasonably unique around subsidies for fencing. Taranaki Regional Council have for a long time, I'm aware, provided subsidies around fencing streams and encouraging restoration planting. It's certainly a feature I look at and think about, go wow, whenever I drive into Taranaki. And I also understand, and this comes to the questions that we were hearing about non-regulatory methods, both between the region and the district. I also understand from some reading I've done that the MCI levels around a lot of the Taranaki streams are quite high, and so that's macroinvertebrate
Community
index. Yeah. And sort of flies in the face of a lot of the other parts of the country where there's very devoid areas around, particularly the big streams and those sort of things. So I just wanted to know my understanding of that generally correct, that we have seen a long period of fencing and planting around a lot of the waterways. That's reasonably unique in New Zealand.
It's unique in the sense that Taranaki adopted that approach, goodness, 20 years ago, probably at least, but somewhere between 10 and 20 years maybe. And not only did they adopt that approach, they applied it on the ground, and there was enormous uptake from farmers. So
Voluntary.
and volunteers. I mean, the level of effort here has been exemplary. So, and there's no other way of describing it. It's been really outstanding. And the farming community, I think, took it on board because it was a positive initiative where everyone could contribute. And you can see the results. And I think you're right about the MCI scores. They have, they're certainly very high, but that does need to be seen in the context of a lot of these streams are very fast flowing and travelling directly into the sea. And much of the, in fact, many, if not all, of a lot of the contributing streams, the larger catchments, which are often coming from up on the inland ranges, a lot of those lowland streams are completely fenced and retired. Not only the main channels, but also the side streams. And it's an ongoing program.
Okay. Well, look, thanks for that context, because I think it's certainly my understanding, and just wanted to sure I wasn't overthinking or overthinking it, but as I say, done quite a bit of work around Taranaki over the years, and that is a big feature. So that
They do have quite a large land management team, and they provide landowners with planting plans and subsidised plants as well.
Yes. But
And
even
that riparian focus.
Yes.
So yes, in terms of how that sits with the biodiversity chapter here, it's not a riparian. There are some SNAs that are riparian areas, but a lot of them are actually dealt with TRC, and
TRC.
there's no to overlap.
But even when you get off the beaten track, you go into the hinterland, and every stream that I come across seems to have had some care given. So well, it won't be every stream, but that's just. Look, I will move on to this precautionary principle, precautionary approach query. It does underpin your planning philosophy in your report. Beth, is that right?
Yes.
So where's that derived from? Been tested many times by the Environment Court about whether the RMA has an underlying precautionary principle. It's often argued, really always rejected by the courts. I am aware personally that does underpin some of the NZCPS policies, and also it's been thought about in new legislation current governments to promote. But just as we stand today, how does that fit in RMA practice?
It is related to Mr. McMahon's first question about the MPS and how IB and how much weight you can put on that. It was a lot of thought went into whether to make that Eco R1 discretionary or non-complying, and then with the avoidance policy and the proposed MPS IB, the call was made. That influenced the call there to make that bar very high, or to test it through this submission process. So, I don't have too much background in that principle as it applies under the RMA in other areas or what's, but it was for this district with, and then seeing the concerning decline nationwide and the steer that we're getting with what's coming in resource management rules and the PSIB, that avoidance policy in PSIB was what probably clinched it for me. Well, let's test this through this process.
You're not aware of the body of work around the precautionary principle and its definition and how it's applied around the world. It's sort of a thing, and it has, as I say, it's quite often in my experience, parties, because we don't know, we need to be really cautionary rather than RMA being a zero X statute. So I've seen it argued, but again, it's you use that term a number of times in your report. But
Yeah,
the question really is was it intentionally around that legal definition of precautionary approach principle, but more of a term of art that you've used to describe the approach?
That's just my understanding of that word, that it isn't an absolute, it isn't absolute. For me, precautionary doesn't mean avoidance, it means to be very careful. So that's where I was coming from, so that word in my report.
Okay, comment, experience with the precautionary approach?
No, it's commonly referred to and used. What I've found interesting, though, over decades of being a practicing ecologist, is that we've applied that principle, but over our working lifetimes, we have nevertheless seen still significant degradation and loss in our natural environments, even though that principle has been sitting there. And there are many examples. I mean, there are many positive examples. We were just talking about one with riparian protection in this region. But when you look across the wider country, you see many examples where there's been significant degradation of our natural environment and significant loss, even during the time while that principle has supposedly been applied.
My question is really around us as a panel, ability to apply the precautionary approach or the precautionary principle as it's defined in the bodies of work that define those. I don't think we've got the ability to say that we're basing our decision on those approaches, but my understanding, I just wanted to be double check, that you're being quite precautionary in the way you're developing the plan, given the way you're thinking as a professional and the council thinking about the degradation we've heard about, making things better and not having any more loss that can be avoided. It's more of a professional principle than anything else, the way you've used it. I think just teasing that out, that you weren't aware of all those matters under the law and how they've been applied with the courts, I think does help me a lot. Okay. Thank you. I'll move on to the no net loss versus net gain, and this is quite a biggie for me. Any of us around the table have been involved in those big cases where we tried our very best as decision makers and ecologists get a handle on exactly what those terms mean. And I'm just flagging a concern on the net gain that, cost all these things. And I've seen the numbers added up on these schedules of works to achieve different, it's like an accounting system, and even getting the no net loss is some big numbers. But if you've got to go to the net gain and try and prove that, it seems to me to be, who pays? What's the principle underlying that? If you're not doing something and you're not making any worse, no net loss, why might a party be compelled to go to the next stage of getting net gain? So it's really a philosophical discussion. I'd like you to describe, you've obviously thought about it a lot. You've landed on this and just really wanted an initial further elaboration on those points.
Personally, where I was coming from, it's come from the strategic direction hearing and all that discussion about improving the environment, not just maintaining the status quo. It's a good opportunity through a consent process where you've got the best of our biodiversity. If you can't stay away from it, what can you do to, that's opportunity to get your project over the line to add value, to improve the environment. And my decision to recommend that was following a conversation with Billy, talking about the resistance from developers to just provide just enough. I think with the uncertainty within the effects management hierarchy, you have a void, you have greater level of certainty, and then that diminishes as you get to remedy, mitigate, offset, compensate. There's less certainty about good outcomes, so let's be absolutely sure that it's a good outcome. I wonder, Mr. Shaw, to comment on those experiences.
Don't get me wrong, just want to understand.
Yeah.
I haven't made a clear view, but it is underlying the position the council's taken, and you're taking professionally, that you do want to drive improvement. So
it's about improvement of the best of our ecological access.
Lee?
I think Michelle summed it up really well. It is about trying to drive some improvement, because it's often, as you'll know, quite difficult to be able to define what is no net loss. It is quite a complex process now. It's been applied in many situations to try and reach that definition. There are other district plans, Topol, for example, net gain is specified. And it sets a bar that applicants who know they've got to do some damage to get to where they want to get to, targets they're aiming for. It certainly costs. Big projects in Taumaki, such as the Mount Messenger project, calculation of no net loss and potentially what might amount to no net gain is cost the consent holder enormous amount of money in that instance, but it's entirely justified.
And that was accepted in Holland. It came out of the discussion around these issues in their applicant
offered it up.
Offered it up. Yes. And that's the new 2017 amendments to the Act allows, I think, it codifies what's been around practice for a long time, that this is a valid, appropriate way of dealing with issues. It can be very difficult to avoid and mitigate, but there's a way of handling those. So, yes, but that was volunteered. So what happens if it's not volunteered? No net gain is still required.
It's not explicit in the policies, is it?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
May I add an international
Yes.
perspective? So there is an argument internationally that we have already lost too much of our Indigenous environments and ecosystems to support biodiversity. And what happens is an effect called extinction debt. So that is, species continue to go extinct, or populations continue to go extinct even after their habitat has been lost. So there is an international scientific argument for we don't have enough Indigenous ecosystems left, therefore simply protecting what we have and ensuring no net gain may not actually be enough to actually get a good biodiversity outcome.
Okay. Just one last question, it's a technical one around the accounting systems. I'm aware that some elements of biodiversity are much easier to account for these processes. Vegetation particularly is an area that reasonably sort of quantifiable. For many of the other biodiversity aspects, habitat. Many species, it's much more difficult to try and predict what might lead to either a no net loss or a net gain. That's a practical problem, yes?
It is. And it's still evolving because Dr. Herbert has just mentioned, our understandings of many of these things are still evolving.
Yes.
I mean, it's not so long ago we thought the critical threshold for retention of Indigenous ecosystems in our landscapes was 10%. We now know that's woefully inadequate, and we probably are in an extinction debt situation down in those at that level. Now it's thought to be more like 20-25% at the minimum, just to enable key ecosystem functionality to continue. But yet, certainly not easy to calculate. First of all, what's going to be lost, because it's very difficult to actually find some of these things, lizards and vertebrates.
Yeah, herpetofauna, yeah,
fish,
very difficult
to some extent.
Yeah.
Vegetation, which is relatively simple, it still becomes inordinately complex when you're dealing with old growth systems that may be centuries old, and the replacement of those systems takes centuries to get back to those systems, or you've got to look at restoring vast areas, compensate for the loss of the aged system you're losing. But there's nothing simple about this.
No.
And it's been subject to a lot of debate, a lot of it in front of the Environment Court, a lot of criticism of some of the methods used to date, mysterious black boxes that people can't really understand well, non-ecologists and frank about it, even ecologists, I think, don't understand this area very well.
Is it fair to say that with good decision making in expertise, and what my experience is that quite often these issues are finally worked through just with some time and some judgment, some give and takes, and there are many cases I'm aware of where you do get to a solution that most people are involved are sort of generally comfortable with. Is that your experience too, or is it?
Yes, it is. But the smaller projects, simpler projects, it's generally much easier and quicker to get to those solutions. The large, complex projects, Messenger, for example, I can think of many other large infrastructure projects around the country at the moment. It took a amount of effort.
Yes.
By a lot of people to get to that solution.
Understand. Right. I think I'll just leave it there, but it's a philosophical discussion, but one I thought we need to have front.
My key point would just be that I would link it back to the strategic direction and that objective that we lost its way, and the desire to improve.
Yes. Okay. Yes. I've got a couple of other, I'll come back to you. Carbon farming and the issue around, I'm hearing, I haven't hear what Federated Farmers say, I'm hearing a lot of press that more economic to be locking your sheep and beef farms up and using that source of revenue. Any thought or any, does that come into our thinking at all, or?
The council's response to the economic sacrifice that SNA landowners may have is the rating relief. So, and then my other comment would be that I would expect a lot happening in space from central government soon.
Okay. So that's
but at the moment we don't have a recognition in the district.
But would you see that from a practical sense as being a non-RMA, non-regulatory, or it's a regulatory matter, but it's another method that's happening outside of the RMA, isn't it? To actually perhaps drive some improvements that in terms of areas that might be degenerating. Is that fair?
Yes, it is. A lot of interest in carbon, obviously, because it's reached over $60 a tonne, and So whether or not people are retiring, planting naturally regenerating natives or planting exotic tree crops in perpetuity, they're not tree crops, they are permanent carbon forests, because they are to be left there in perpetuity. Whatever they're doing, much of that, not all of it necessarily, but much of it will be positive. Even the exotic stands will have habitat values.
I was interested in that too, because kiwi are quite often found in exotic forests. Is that? Certainly in Hawke's Bay, the kiwi are
widely.
Yeah.
All throughout kiwi range, kiwi, robins, whiteheads. I've even published a paper on this with other authors. There's a lot of Indigenous biodiversity values in plantation stands.
Okay.
I used to think many decades ago now that people who wrote about this stuff from the Forest Service, as it was in those days, were apologists for the plantation industry, but actually those stands have quite significant values. Bats, long-tail bat populations.
Yep, no, that's interesting. All right, look, I will move on to my last question, and this is really out of interest because you're both much closer to this than me. Is your intelligence that we are going to see an MPS IB sometime soon?
So the website has been updated in the last few months, and it now says gazettal end of 2021.
Yes.
As a member of the TA reference group, I did get contacted around March to say there would be an exposure draft May or June, and that hasn't happened. So I understand it's still very much on the agenda, but it's still just taking time.
It's not going to go through any board submissions and decision-making processes that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. It's the fine-tuning, what I understand.
The update, Willie?
No, that sums it up pretty well, I think. I think there's some fine-tuning around geothermal.
Okay.
I'm not aware of anything else.
Right, that's very helpful. I think Commissioner McMahon has one or another question, I think.
Yes, thank you, sir. It really just arises out of some questions from Commissioner Littlejohn, Ms Macbeth, and just probably displaying my ignorance here, but how is the coastal environment area shown in the district plan? Is it an overlay?
And I also am the reporting officer for the coastal environment.
Yeah.
And the overlay was, there's a combination of values and hazards that make up the overlay. So it includes worst case scenario erosion under the worst case climate change scenario over a 100-year time period. So that's the 8.5 plus RCP. It also includes coastal character as identified by Mr. Bain. So the sort of starting point was that worst case erosion line, and then if any of the values might pull it further inland.
Yes.
So character, where there's SASMs that straddle, the environment layer would come to incorporate that, just to some intention for recognising the coastal cultural landscape. So it's a range of values and hazards.
Yes. Is it mapped?
In
the plan?
It's an overlay, yes. It's shown with blue lines.
Right. Yes. How extensive is it? I mean, how far inland? Does it extend?
It varies.
Could in your right of reply, could we get an oversized plan that shows its spatial extent?
Yes.
Yep, that would be
So,
useful. I mean, the reason I ask that is I recall back with the Kapiti district plan, the coastal environment area actually went from the coast to the foothills in the originally notified version, and it was modified significantly in the decision version of the plan. But of course, the original version encompassed all the settlements of the Kapiti district, which created some problems in terms of rule compliance. But I'm just trying to get a feel for how extensive it is and how far inland it does extend, acknowledging that it is variable.
It's a very good question in terms of coastal vegetation and where it is included. Relevant to that, though, I think, is the evidence of Mr. Shaw around how the coastal environment does not, there aren't huge amounts of coastal vegetation left.
Yes.
And we are fairly confident that they are captured in SNAs for the most part.
Yes.
So things, there will be coastal vegetation identified as SNAs outside of the coastal environment.
Say that again.
So there will be vegetation that's considered coastal vegetation outside the coastal environment.
But not.
But it hasn't
been
that,
given
that
SNA.
hasn't that will be an SNA.
Would be an SNA.
Yes.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was just in that real coastal strip, that sort of 195 properties that was very much along that real coastal strip. It wasn't hundreds of metres inland.
Okay.
Those.
Just trying to get, the reason I asked that question, Ms Macbeth, is I'm just trying to get a feel for the level of protection and what policies and rules might apply to non-SNAs, and I was trying to divide that into those areas of Indigenous vegetation that would be captured by the coastal environment and those that fell outside of that. So for non-SNAs, inside the coastal environment, for areas of Indigenous vegetation inside the coastal environment, what's the key policy and rule?
Well, the policies.
Is it P2 and P3 and Rule 2?
Yes, so not P1.
No.
So the policies have grouped SNAs and vegetation in the coastal environment together.
Yes.
For that same sort of policy approach. And in P4, there is that separation out with P41 hoping to address the policy 11 of the NZCPS.
Yes.
But yeah, they are grouped. They are grouped in the policy sense, and then P1 SNA, R1 SNAs, R2 coastal vegetation that's not identified as an SNA.
Yes, so R2, yes. Okay, so another way of asking that question is for areas outside of the coastal environment that contain Indigenous vegetation, there's no specific rules, but presumably policy 2 applies there, which is maintaining Indigenous habitats not identified as significant natural areas. So that would apply, P2 would apply not only to coastal environment, but non-coastal environment also.
Yes.
Yes.
And P7.
And P7? Yes.
One thing I would have changed in P7 if I had the scope would be the last words of that policy, which links that supporting landowners and initiatives. That sort of limits it to SNAs. The council's approach would be broader than that.
So I guess what I'm trying to ascertain is where there's a need for a resource consent for activities outside the coastal environment and where those sites contain some Indigenous vegetation, whilst there's no specific rules per se, presumably policy P2 and P7 would be captured if there was discretion to consider those policies. So
in the zone rules?
Yes, so you talked about 179 and you don't need to go to it. Another way the council assists the maintenance of biodiversity is that approved subdivision and land use consents often include conditions requiring fencing and protection. So for a fully discretionary activity or a non-complying activity in the zone rules for an activity such as earthworks or a building platform,
I would expect a consent planner to refer to those policies.
Yes, and that would be a basis for recommending conditions of consent if consent was being approved. Yes. Okay. So there's not a complete void. I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
And that cascade.
Yes. I mean, the cascade's clear. SNAs, coastal environment, and non-coastal environment. There's relevant policies and rules relating to that level of protection.
So based on the Environment Court, the reasoning in the 2015 decision, we consider that SNAs are the key way that we meet our obligations under 6C.
Yes.
And then we've got these other gravy.
Yes, so even though there's not a blank coverage rule on IV removal generally outside of the coastal environment and outside of the SNAs, there is some scope to capture IV where it's...
Zone in the subdivision.
Yes, that's useful, thank you.
Thank you. I think it's been a very, very good discussion. We are really running behind time, obviously, but with such a large topic, we felt we needed to have that introduction, and we will definitely come back later on at the end and have some further questions. So thank you very much, the three of you. Very, very appreciative of your help. Denise, I know that the Bain has to go at 1, so I think we should deal with that topic and then we'll have a break for lunch.
Okay, I'll start. Kia ora koutou. My name's Denise Young. I'm a senior planning advisor in the Council's District Plan team. I prepared the Section 42 report for natural features and landscapes, and also Waterbodies, activities on the surface of water, and public access. So the next 3 topics are mine. So I'm just getting back to the natural features and landscape chapter. It also includes Schedule 8, which is Schedule of Natural Features and Landscapes, and Schedule 10, which is Schedule of Outstanding Character Areas. The Section 42A report also assesses submissions as to whether there should be a specific objective is required for outstanding natural landscapes and outstanding natural character areas. Those terms are not defined in the plan at the moment. And I would like to introduce Mr. Richard Bain, the registered landscape architect. His expert landscape evidence is appended to my Section 42A report. We understand that his evidence is taken as read. He's available to answer any questions in the hearing and also in the written right of reply and verbal right of reply stages. Mr. Bain's scope of evidence relates to an assessment of the height of structures in relation to submissions and further submissions received from network utility operators in relation to Rule NFLR11, which is new structures. And also he provided advice whether Makatahi, which is the little island sitting within Port Taranaki, would meet the criteria in policy NFP1 to be included as part of the Paratutu, Ngāmutu below, and Kapawai outstanding natural features and landscapes and outstanding natural character area. So the natural features and landscape chapter is one of the 7 chapters containing district-wide provisions that apply across all zones. The PDP, via the Schedule 8 and 10, identifies 4 outstanding natural features and landscapes and 3 outstanding natural character areas. And I've just got a few slides to explain those areas. So starting at the top of our district, right at the top, so just orientating you, so we're right at our northern boundary. So our northern boundary is the Mokatahino River, and this area which is identified in the green hatching, it is both an outstanding natural feature and landscape and an outstanding natural character area. And as you can see, the black line is the territory as our boundary, the district boundary. And so it's really just capturing the top of those cliffs, so those beautiful big papa cliffs, and then it goes inland to where you've got like a river mouth or a very small estuary. So we don't have very large estuaries, so all the estuaries have outstanding character within that.
So Ms. Young, is that black line the mean high water springs line?
It is probably the mean high water. It's hard to tell. I mean, it does move.
I mean, it's dynamic. I know.
It is dynamic, but yeah, generally in that area, I mean, if you've been to the Three Sisters, the tide does come right up to the base of the cliffs.
Yes.
And so it's really just the top of the cliffs.
What you're saying is the majority of the ONFL and ONC are in the coastal marine area?
Yes.
And small elements fall within the jurisdiction of the district plan?
Yes, and just the, if you go down further, so you've got that big hatch bit, so the bit that's in the coast is Paranini Marine Reserve, and then the landward little bit is the land that has gone back to Ngāti Tama, part of their treaty settlement, so that's Paranini. So that's the first one. Can you...
So it does cover the sea as well, parts of the sea?
Yeah, I think it's because when we're looking at outstanding natural features and landscapes, we need to look at it from the effects of the seaward side as well. Even though we don't have jurisdiction, we still need to look at the effect of something on the land from something when you're actually sitting out a boat in the sea. So that's, and I think it's all this is also listed in the proposed coastal plan for the Taranaki region. This is in Schedule 2, so this is the same
mapping.
Same mapping.
Yes, great. You heard in my comments about questions about the consistency of mapping, so I have seen that plan in the coastal plan, so no, it's the same. Thank you. Okay,
to the next one. So this one is this is just only, it's an outstanding natural character area. Again, it's also identified in Schedule 2 to the proposed coastal plan for Taranaki. It's a little estuary. It's of really high significance to Ngāti Mūtanga. Came across in their treaty settlement, and it's a statutory acknowledgement area. And it's probably one of the few estuaries that still has really high ecological values. Next one, Julie.
And before we go, can you come back to that, just so I can orientate myself geographically?
It's
is it near Uranui?
Yeah, just north of Uranui.
Yes. Great, thank you.
And then now we're right in town, so we're right in by the port. Paratutu, which is land, and Ngāmutu, the Sugarloaf Islands. So they've recently, through treaty settlement, have gone back and they're held in trust by Atiawa and by Taranaki iwi. And Tapawai is our latest marine reserve. So again, it's just acknowledging the integration between the sea and the land.
Is the Tapawai Marine Reserve is just the boundary we're seeing here?
Yeah. And the little islands, I don't know if you can see them, but they are technically, we have the islands and they're just there within the district. And I've just put a little insert there to show where Tahi is in relation to the other islands. And again, this is without Mikatahi being in there. It's the same boundary that's in Schedule 2 to the regional coastal plan.
Thank you.
Next slide. This is Maungataranaki and the Kaitaki and Puakai ranges, and this is just an ONFL. So we haven't identified any outstanding natural character areas because they relate to Policy 13 of the NZCPS, so they're all sitting in the coast. And this is the same boundary as what is now still Egmont National Park. It's going to change name. One more slide. This is the Hangatahua. This is the Stony River, and this is just an ONFL as well. So it's predominantly, and the Hangatahua is really important culturally. It also is a really important, it's our only braided river, and it does a really important job. It carries all the sediment down from the mountain, and it's been replenishing our southern beaches. So it's really, and it's hugely important culturally. So it's just a...
Is that the district boundary as well, is that right? That's a district boundary?
Yeah, that's the district boundary.
Yes.
It's our district boundary with South Taranaki.
Okay. So you're saying when we're nourishing your southern beaches, is the little drift north?
Oh, I'm not an expert. I'm going to have to ask.
It's quite interesting in the coastal environment science that we've had updated that those southern beaches are actually in a state of depression.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
but over 100-year time frame, who knows? But it's linked to serious slips on the Stony and northern littoral.
Drift. Yes. Thank you. Yep.
Right. So the provisions in the NFL chapter ensure that the NFLs and the ONCs are retained and protected from inappropriate activities, while the objectives and policies apply to all the ONFLs and ONCs. The rules only apply to the Hangatahua and to that northern one. A total of 21 submissions and 22 further submissions were received on the NFL chapter and the associated Schedules 8 and 10. 2 submissions and 4 further submissions were received on the definitions, and 1 submission and 1 further submission was received in relation to planning maps, which was just really the role of a designation within an ONFL, ONC. Submissions were predominantly from tangata whenua, network utility operators, Kianga Ora, heritage and environmental organisations, Port Taranaki Limited and Federated Farmers Taranaki. The submissions focused on 8 primary matters that have formed the key issues in my analysis. The first one, which in my report I considered was out of scope or outside the process, the PDP process, was a request from tangata whenua that the council transfer their powers in relation to managing land use activities on Taranaki Maunga under Section 33 of the Resource Management Act to the future iwi authority responsible for the management of Taranaki Maunga. The second matter was a clarification that the NFL chapters and objectives apply to ONFLs and ONCs which are not listed within the rules. So the policies apply to all those ones I've described, even though the rules only apply to those, the northernmost one and the southern one. Strengthening the recognition of historical and tangata whenua values and the involvement of iwi and hapu in the identification and the management of ONFLs. Clarifying the relationship between the NFL chapter and other district-wide matters chapters, especially the coastal chapter. Analysing whether the NFL chapter provisions are either overly restrictive or too permissive. And that was in relation to a range of existing activities or new activities which have a functional and operational need to establish in those areas. The appropriateness of identifying and protecting geologically significant areas, and then including Mikatahi as part of the Paratutu, Ngāmutu, Sugarloaf Island and Tapawai, ONFL and ONC. And finally, it was just a couple of definitions again around submissions, around the definitions of whether there needed to be specific definitions for ONFLs and ONCs. So my key recommended amendments to the NFL chapters include the addition of a new objective to recognise the historic values in relationship of tangata whenua with outstanding natural features and landscapes. And my reasoning behind that was the iwi management plans that have been developed since the PDP was developed had a really strong emphasis on cultural landscapes, and I felt that there was a gap within the current objectives within the chapters to recognise that. On advice from Mr. Bain, I think that I recommended that Makatahi is included as part of the Paratitu, Namutu, Sugarloaf Islands and Tapawai, ONFL and ONCs, and then it should be included in Schedule 8 and Schedule 10 of the PDP respectively. Having read the pre-circulated evidence in response to my Section 42A report, I consider there are 3 matters that need to be considered in this hearing. First one is whether a new policy and amendments to notified policies are required to recognise and provide for network utility activities and to enable the operation, maintenance and minor upgrading of the national grid within the ONFL and ONCs. Whether it is appropriate, second one, whether it is appropriate to retain the permitted activity status for network utility activities, and that's in relation to Rule NFL R3 and NFL R11, as this excludes tangata whenua from commenting on the adverse effects on cultural values within those 2, the Hangatahua and the Northern one. And then finally, hope to gain a better understanding of the cultural significance of Makatahi, and as it is seen as part of Ngāmutu Sugarloaf Islands Group's Ngāti Te Whiti. And I think we need to explore whether the existing provisions in the PDP provide adequate protection to the outstanding landscape features of Makatahi as part of that group. Since publishing my Section 42A report, I've become aware of a number of minor errors in my report, and I've outlined these in an addendum, which I would like to table today. Can I just talk to those? Or?
Sure.
Yeah. There's only one matter. It was pointed out by Waka Kaitahi in relation to how I've handled their consequential amendments. I got quite confused, and I've applied the and or throughout the text of the policies. Although Waka Kaitahi said that was helpful and I'd done a good job, I'm actually outside of scope. So I've just taken them all out and left them as and or.
Okay, that's interesting because we're sort of trying to avoid these and ors if we could. So you put them back in.
Well, the advice was I didn't have scope. I don't have scope.
Okay, it's something we can talk about in detail. Look, I think we'll go through the same order in terms of questions. I am quite interested in while Mr. Bain's here taking us through his figures. I'm not sure whether they're available to us on the screen.
Oh, no.
No, they're not. Okay, we've got them in front of us. So I would just like just a little bit of a roadmap from you, Mr. Bain, on your key figures at the end of your graphic supplement.
Sure.
So we can do that, but I'll start with certainly Commissioner McMahon in terms of any questions of the staff.
I'll keep this brief, Ms. Young, because like the Chair, I'm keen to give Mr. Bain some time to explain his recommendations. In relation to the addition of the new objective that you're recommending, can you just explain the origin or the what the higher order direction is for that? For example, is there any guidance in the strategic direction objectives that we've issued interim guidance on that would support the inclusion of that objective?
Yeah, I did look at that, but I didn't think it gave specific enough direction, and I didn't think it really related to the landscapes the outstanding landscapes, and I felt that having read particularly the Te Atiawa iwi management plan, that there was a gap of just within that chapter about recognising the importance of the cultural and historic values. I thought that the strategic objectives do a really good job of looking at cultural and historic overall in the plan, but really just that emphasis, and it's come through in treaty settlements and now in the iwi management plans, that's a real focus. And I think you'll hear from iwi submitters tomorrow. I know that they're going to, even though it's out, is it next week?
Next week, yes.
Even though it's outside of scope, they're really going to do a scene setting around the importance of taranaki maunga and how our management of that will change through treaty settlement, post-settlement process.
Okay. I wasn't really trying to ascertain whether there was a gap. I was wondering whether the strategic objectives provided a framework for the inclusion of the new objective. In other words, you might recall that each of the chapter topics, and I think there's cross-reference in the strategic objectives also, refer to the functional relationship between the strategic objectives and the other chapter objectives, and the general flavour of that relationship is that they should be read in conjunction, and there was some implied logic along the lines that the objectives in the chapters would somehow give effect to the strategic objectives that sit above them.
Yeah, I think I understand your question. I think it's a subset of, and it's just really providing a little bit more direction in terms of how the policies.
Okay, well that's useful.
Yeah.
What I'm asking therefore, Ms Young, is are you able, if not now, in the right of reply, to identify which particular strategic objective or objectives this new objective would give effect to?
Yeah, I can do that in the right of reply.
Thank you. Sir, I had a general question about Makatahi, but I think that's probably best if we hear from Mr Bain on that first. But just to one further supplementary to the new objective, Ms Young, does that new objective, how does that sit with the existing policies and rules and schedules? Is there a need for any nuancing of those policies and rules and schedules that sit underneath it, or what?
No, I think that the especially the like policy 1, NFL 1, which is about the identification, talks about cultural significance.
Yes.
I think it's really, and a lot of the policies talk about the need to consult, to include like mataranga Māori, and I think it's just bringing that back up and provides a better linkage as to why those things are sitting in the policy, but there's not really a specific objective.
Right. So the objective's shoring up the basis for the policies that sit underneath it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Kit?
The only question I had, and it's probably unnecessarily detailed, is just around the reference in policy P4 to the phrase clearance of Indigenous vegetation, and you comment on this in your report due to a request from Forest and Bird to take it to mean Indigenous vegetation disturbance, and you prefer the use of the term clearance, and I'm just wondering, was there an intention to align it with the definition so that we have a consistent concept called Indigenous vegetation disturbance, or are you proposing that what you're regulating in the, or identifying in the policy is different to what they're regulating in the eco chapter?
I think my concern, I didn't really turn my mind to that. My concern was really, I didn't like the disturbance issue, and it relates back to questions that Ms Macbeth was answered around whether it would include grazing. I think, and I do agree that that's where I think I should have used, we should use a consistent term. I was just really concerned about whether the use of disturbance would include the grazing of animals, and I think clearance is a clearer term. And I think in terms of landscape values, because this is what this chapter is, it's about protecting those landscape values, that it's not so much the disturbance, it's the clearance, where there was vegetation and suddenly there isn't. So if we look at the, I'm just thinking about if we were to clear Ngāti Tama, we clear large tracts of wharaninini, it would really have a huge visual impact, whereas disturbance in terms of grazing, we might not be able to see it because it's understood. So that was more of my thinking.
Okay. All right. Oh, that clarifies that. And I just, one question to Mr. Bain, if I could. Mr. Bain, do you think it would be helpful for the commissioners to understand the reasoning for the inclusion of Mikatahi to go and visit it themselves?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. If we can take a note of that, Mr. Chair. Those were the only questions I had on this report. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. It's noted in the reports that it seems that there hasn't been an assessment of landscapes features across the district, but I noted there appears to have been one in 1995 and one in 2006. So I'm coming from the other way. There has been some. I just want to clarify. There have been some assessments, but they were quite some time ago.
Yeah, I suppose I should have clarified that they were done in the previous plan, and there haven't been any updated one apart from the assessment that I asked Mr. to do in terms of Mikatahi.
And I just wondered whether, if you'd just explain just some of the context about that decision to go and get a specific assessment of Mikatahi and some of the other sites, or vis-a-vis having a district-wide review done.
I think when I looked at the submissions, there were no submissions that questioned whether we needed to add or delete to any of the existing ONFLs or ONCs. And because we just have had the hearings on the proposed regional coastal plan and they weren't challenged either. So I didn't really see, I don't think, in relation to, I think in terms of the landscapes within the district, the outstanding ones are very obvious. And so I didn't actually have any submissions that suggested that we needed regional or district level landscapes to be identified. I know that they are in other plans, and I know that, for instance, the proposed Porirua plan has a whole lot of amenity landscapes. We didn't receive any submissions that suggested that we needed to take that approach within the district. And then the reason for Mikatahi was I'm a planner. I can't assess landscape matters. I can't assess whether it was modified, and so I just the mechanism to get things into the schedule, which was the request of Ngāti Tuiti, was Richard Bain needed to provide the evidence.
Well, that awkward silence is the end of that answer? Yes.
Yes.
The other question I have perhaps is for Mr. Bain, and he can either answer it now or we might get into more detail perhaps next week when we hear from the... Mr. Bain, are you going to be here next Monday?
Yes.
And we have a lot of the tangata whenua submitters, so we can either look at it now or we can wait till then, but it's just really around the criteria being used, particularly in regards to the addition of Mikatahi, and just the area of the cultural criteria vis-a-vis values of tangata whenua, and I'm just wanting to understand the link between the archaeological values which you've identified the values of tangata whenua, and then also from the submissions and the iwi management plans, they're very clear signal that they're important to them for a number of reasons, including cultural and archaeological, and just want to have a better understanding of how that has worked.
Would you like me to answer that now?
Yeah, if you're happy to answer that now, yes.
So simply, when I assessed the Mikitahi, I used the criteria of natural values, unity and so on. And with regard to the values of mana whenua, because the site's already a site of Māori significance and an ideological site, I just embody that as an assumption behind my assessment, that the values didn't need to be revisited by me. They were already clearly stated through the site of significance to Māori.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Ms Young, just one further question. If Mikitahi is included as you recommend it, will there be any rules applying to that? Is that one of the sites that fall outside the rule framework?
Yeah, I did assess that in my section 42A, and I came to the conclusion that the rules in the SASM,
yes,
which is the sites of significance to Māori, protect the site. And
yes,
I did meet with Port Taranaki just to clarify their submission, and I do note that because Mikitahi is in the coastal environment as well as being in a port, that it would also be covered by policy MPL P2, which is an avoid policy. So I didn't think that there needed to be any further rules, but do note that that policy would apply.
Sorry, can you repeat that policy? Which?
MPL P2. NFL, sorry, NFL P2.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes. Okay, so its addition to the schedule will rely on existing policies without the need for any additional rules in your view, and there will be rules obviously around SASMs and any. Did I hear Mr Bain say that it was also an ecological site?
Archaeological.
Archaeological.
Sorry, I'm glad I asked. Okay, and you've said earlier that you rely on the evidence of Mr Bain in terms of the scheduling of that. There's been no further expert evidence led countering Mr Bain's view on that?
No, the port didn't get an expert. Their planner did say in her evidence, which I'm not quite sure it's outside the scope, that it was modified.
Okay.
But I don't know. I don't think I'd accept that. But I do note that iwi did accept, Te Atiawa did accept Mr Bain's evidence as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly very wise to get expert evidence on these sorts of matters as a planner. I think certainly these additional expert briefs are very helpful when we're dealing with these policy matters, particularly where you're suggesting changes. So I don't have any particular questions for you. Excellent report. Very clear and appreciate that. I would, these figures at the back, I think there's only a few of them, just to go through them and just summarise, Mr Bain. First one, figure 1, Mikitahi, northwestern side. So this is from the beach.
Oh, there we are.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, cool. Yes, it's from the seaward side. Would you like to me to speak to these now?
Yes, please.
Yes, so just sort of going back to Commissioner Littlejohn's question about should you visit the site, I think without a site visit, the scale of the of Mikitahi is not really evident because it's, when you view it from the city, for example, it's one of the smaller of the islands. It's kind of easy in a way to dismiss its significance as an element in that sense. So I think by visiting the site, you get a much greater sense of its presence. And this is a view from the seaward side. And the only little label I've put on there is a beacon on top of it. There's not many structures on Mikitahi. There's a little track that goes up the top so that beacon can be maintained, and there's a few little concrete remnants things, but there's no other structures on it per se. Shall I go through the next?
Yes, please. Yes.
The next one is... this is just a view from halfway up Paratutu, and this is really just to show its context in regard to the sea and to the other little islands, Watu, Umu and Moturoa. And just on the issue of modification, there's been some modification to Mikitahi, but there has also been modification to the other islands. The one there labelled Wari Umu, Lion Rock, that was modified in early port days, and Paratutu's also been modified, and I believe there's also been modifications to Moturoa as well. So all of the islands, most of the islands have had some degree of modification. So that photograph there is really just contextual, and of course in that photograph you can also see the effects of structures when they are located near Mikitahi. From that particular angle, you've got tanks in the foreground. So the issue here really is the subjugation of landform. And you go to the next photograph, I think is the classic subjugation of landform down at Wat Taranaki, and that's the chimney, which no longer is operational, of course, and there's Paratutu in the background. That photograph was really just to show the relationship between the two structures. The fact that the chimneys in the photograph is not of any consequence as such, but it does reinforce the point of the potential effect of structures to subjugate landforms. So that photograph showing the relationship between those two is really part of the bigger assessment picture, whereby the issue with Mikitahi wasn't the island itself, it's about the island as a group of the other islands. It's part of the group. And that was really the defining aspect of looking at Mikitahi, was its membership, if you like, of that group.
Mr. Bain, I've read a lot of the history about this area, Mikitahi. As a landscape architect, how much does the historical and cultural association with a piece of land weigh in your assessment?
It weighs in it a lot. It's part of our assessment criteria that we have in our landscape assessment guidelines. Those associative values are important, obviously. So the fact that the site, that Mikitahi is a site of significance to Māori, it gives it additional weight in terms of assessing whether it should be an outstanding natural landscape or not. And I also note that in the submission by Te Atiawa, there's reference there to the island being a member of the group. And I think their submission, they refer to her in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
And then the final, this picture up at the moment really reinforces that point. That this is a view from the coastal walkway. I've just labelled the various members of that group, and you can see Mikitahi is clearly visible and is well known in the community as a landform. Mikitahi is a name that locals use. It's a name that people know. Before the port was not accessible to the public, people who grew up here would, you could fish around that area, and so people knew of Mikitahi. It's commonly known that it stored ammunitions at one point. So my assessment, it was an interesting assessment to do because, of course, it has a port context. It's surrounded on, it's on three sides. It's got port structures, but so has Paratutu, and there's no question. Paratutu's not in question here, but so the fact that it has the port context doesn't diminish its value to an extent that you would exclude it as being outstanding.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Bain, of the 5 members of the group, would Makatahi be the one that's more heavily modified?
Well, I'm not sure to the extent of modification on Wataumu Lion Rock. I believe there was quite extensive modification to that because there was an early port, I think in the 1800s, the port there was going to be a sort of a breakwater thing that was built out past Lion Rock towards Motoroa. I don't know that you could say that Makatahi is the most modified. Paratutu had quite extensive quarrying on its sort of seaward edge. So I don't know that it would be valid to say that it's the most modified.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Perhaps if we can move on to the northern photos now.
So these last 2 pictures, these are in relation to structures on the 2 outstanding natural features and landscapes. This one's up at Paraninihi, and this is an image, and you can't see it from that distance, but we've put there's some little structures modelled onto that image. It's on the next page actually. That's the photo as it is now, and there's a 3D model. The task here was, in relation to the submission from the telcos, was what would be the impact of a structure in that environment, such as a cell phone tower, for example. And on that image up at the moment, I've got two examples sort of modelled into the 3D model, a 17 metre high and a 15 metre high. I think it's fairly obvious, really, when you're in that environment, it's unmodified by and large. Any structure that poked above the vegetation would really be highly visible, and this just illustrates that effect. And I sort of use as a baseline, if you look the other way, there are power poles that are in the region of 8 metres high. But I think the nature of this environment is that a structure that's over, say, 7 metres high would be highly visible and would subsume that landscape in which it sits.
Thank you for that. Do any other commissioners have any questions? I think we are at the end of this topic, so thank you very much, Mr. Bain and Ms. Young. I think looking at the time, and just for submitters' benefits, we are running probably about an hour behind time. So apologies for that, it's just the nature of these hearings. So we will adjourn until 1:30 and hear from Ms. Young on the final 2 topics, and then we'll just work into the submitters. So be back here at 1:30. Thank you. Sorry, before you go, Ms. Strake has just suggested that we do hear the submitters first up, because the other matters that Ms. Young will talk about aren't tied in with those topics. But yes, we will start with the submitters at 1:30, and then we'll catch up with you towards the end of the day, Ms. Young, on the other 2 topics you have. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. We're recording again. So for those of you that weren't here at the start of the session, I would just paraphrase a bit of what I said at the start. We, as a panel, have been delegated by the District Council to hear all of the submissions on the district plan and to make recommendations to the Council regarding final decisions. We're doing this by topic, and I think we have 23 hearings. This is hearing number 5, and we have Commissioner McMahon on my right, Commissioner Coffin on my left, Antoine, and Commissioner Littlejohn, who's coming in from Auckland. So for those of you that are involved in more than one hearing, this is a full panel. For some of the other hearings, there'll just be two of us hearing those, and mainly where the larger topic areas, it's more complex, I've asked the full panel to sit, and this is one of those hearings. It's a very important series of subjects. So just confirming that we are independent. We have issued a notice of our interest in past work in New Plymouth District, and that was provided in a minute very early on in the hearings process. So I am obliged to just ask whether anyone's got any concerns about our independence, having read that notice of interests. Anyone got any concerns of us sitting in terms of our independent role? Okay, that's all good. And look, the other thing I need to say is this is usually formal setup. We've done things the best we can by sitting on the side, not in the front like a row of judges. So we are trying to be as informal as possible. And you'll hear me where I know people's names, for example, I'll use their first names or last names, but we try and keep it as informal as possible. But having said that, you know, I will certainly keep a control of things, people aren't being respectful to either us or the staff or anyone else. I just have some, just keep a close eye on those sorts of matters. So the hearings today have been fantastic. Everyone's certainly been very forthright about their views, which is great. I like plain speaking, but also respectful of other people's views. So the other thing to note is that the hearings are recorded on Zoom, and that is very helpful to us because we're hearing a lot of information, and we can go back and look at questions and answers when we're making our deliberations on our recommendations. So the Zoom record is a public record, so just people are aware of that. Right, with that, are there any questions from anyone before we get underway? Sound like it. So, Mr. Barrett, you're first up. Thank you. Barrett, you have a statement of evidence you've provided, but you've also got a summary, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, great. Well, we've read the statement, but if you'd like, we're in your hands about how you'd like to present your information.
Okay, I'll just read it if that's okay.
Yep, no problems.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alan Barrett, and I'm here this afternoon to speak on behalf of my wife Joy and our family about our angst and frustration at our life's commitment to conservation and climate change responsibilities are being devalued by this draft district plan. Conservation requires a positive emotional investment, it requires sacrifice, it requires effort, it requires money, and it requires the goodwill of the landowner for it to be successful. Sorry, a bit shaky.
It's all right, just take your time.
We purchased our property in 1993. The freehold title on our 188.6 hectare property was unencumbered. We have a mortgage over the whole property. Of the 188.6 hectares, 72 hectare consisted of cut over second growth bush. 72 hectare was heavily grazed, had virtually no understory, and it was at the point of total decimation. Riparian margins were non-existent, and sheep and cattle drank only from the streams. We had the opportunity at that point to complete the clearing of that 72 hectares at very little cost and to reap the financial reward that would accrue with cleared and farmable land. A further 16.3 hectare narrower strip of bush sidling margin along the entire Curry Stream portion of the farm was also set aside.
Ironically, had we cleared the bush in 1993, replanted and allowed it to regenerate, the 88.3 hectare would not have met the definitions criteria for SNA, which is under Rule OL 60. To expand, a significant natural area means an area of Indigenous vegetation or habitat of Indigenous fauna, except that no vegetation that has regenerated since this plan was notified, 1998, shall be regarded as a significant natural area. In addition, it should also be noted that had we cleared the bush to regenerate, we would be eligible for carbon credits and earning good returns from it. However, we also had the opportunity to adopt the true meaning of kaitiakitanga and create a property that would sustain itself for future generations, meanwhile educating our family on the responsibility that goes with land ownership and instilling in them the principles of good stewardship. Over the next 10 years, we voluntarily set aside the bush scrub area to regenerate into what is now a beautiful bush estate. We created riparian margins, which we fenced, planted, and allowed to regenerate. We installed a stream-fed, gravity-feed water system that supplied water to troughs in every paddock to ensure animal welfare and protection of the waterways. We were, of our own accord, achieving the purpose of the Resource Management Act and achieving Objective 16 of the New Plymouth District Plan to sustainably manage and enhance, where practical, Indigenous vegetation and habitats. In 2005, the New Plymouth District Council determined through desktop analysis alone that the 72 hectare area we had set aside for preservation had now reached the status of significant natural area and that rules would be applied. A further 16 hectare area that through our initiatives and effort has now reached that unfortunate status has been included in this draft plan. The application of those rules has devalued the regenerated bush component of our land and has been opined by Merv Hunger, a registered valuer with Hutchins and Dick Valuation and Property, as such. It says, a prudent purchaser would consider the impact of the SNA on current or future use of the land, and if the rules associated with the SNA meant restrictions in any form compared to a similar title without a SNA, perceived or otherwise, then discounting of the title with SNA would most likely occur. The regulatory regime discriminates and punishes those landowners who chose, for whatever reason, not to cut down or develop the bush component of their land pre-1998. No one else carries the burden as owners of SNA do. That is, when the effects of owning a SNA represent a complete deprivation of all economically beneficial uses. Rules are words on a piece of paper. There is no providing for the protection in rules. Rules can't enforce the fencing, weed or pest control on landowners, and in all likelihood will have the opposite impact. Any planting or regeneration since 1998 will not be regarded as a SNA and will not attract rules. Thus, those positive people owning those improvements will do so unencumbered. Add to that the insulting suggestion that because we own SNA, we should be treated differently and punished when it comes to subdivision rules. No one else is expected to gift their improvements to another entity, in our case 88 hectares, before consent would be considered. And that's Eco R6 2. And if I'll just read that for those that aren't aware of it. It says the entire area of SNA area located on the allotment subject to the subdivision is legally protected in perpetuity by way of a conservation covenant and is contained within a single allotment. The alternative should be an appreciation for being positive conservationists, one or two allocated titles, unencumbered, with no expectation of legal protection for each SNA. The approximately 1,000 landowners with 24,000 hectares identified as SNA in this round of land grab, plus those in the first round of SNA identification land grab, deserve to be treated better. They are the conservation heroes, not the villains, as portrayed by Forest and Bird and this New Plymouth District Council Planning Division. If the New Plymouth District Council catchment is in such a biodiversity crisis, why would you punish those who have protected and maintained their own biodiversity? We should be proud and celebrating the fact that our investment in biodiversity has reached the status of SNA. We should be rewarded for not clearing our Indigenous fauna and meeting all the expected biodiversity outcomes. We should be acknowledged for front-footing climate change initiatives and exceeding our contribution to that. We should be acknowledged for having clean water. Wouldn't it be better to say, well done, how can we help you protect your SNA? Conservation should be a positive and rewarding experience. Our experience has been anything but positive and rewarding. The more we do to enhance and protect the biodiversity on our farm, the more New Plymouth District Council and Forest and Bird want to usurp our control and improvements. Having to justify and defend our ability to protect and maintain our improvements has been a frustrating and debilitating experience. Shouldn't be. I just want to say thank you to the Commissioners for the opportunity to present how we feel, and also want to publicly acknowledge Federated Farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barrett, and thank you for really taking the time to put so much effort into your submission, and also into the material you provided for us, which we have read through. And I certainly acknowledge personally the fact that landowners are spending a lot of time and effort protecting our natural environment. So certainly you have my respect and the respect of the panels in terms of efforts you are doing on your own land. So just wanted to acknowledge you. So thank you for that. I am actually interested to find out where you sit in the landscape, and I wondered, is there any way we could actually get a map up to show the area of your land and the SNA that...
We could. Can we bring the proposed district plan up, Julie?
Yeah, 100%.
While we're getting that up, I've had a couple of general questions. Sure. Were you involved in the Environment Court processes that happen with the operative district plan?
I did speak at it briefly.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was involved in that as part of Federated.
Yes. And we've read all of that background because it does provide quite a history to
it does.
What the council's done and I think probably had to do in terms of direction from the Environment Court. So I just wanted to get a gauge on your knowledge of that process, which sounded like it was pretty intense at the time.
Yes, I am aware of the process. They've been part of fighting this since 2005, to be fair.
Okay.
Could you...
778 Road.
Click on that and search for property on the trip on the.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Mr. Barrett, just while we're waiting for the technology to catch up,
sure.
All the SNAs have a number in the schedule. Do you happen to know which number your one had?
30 was the original.
30?
30 or 31 on, yeah.
Okay.
SNA 31. I thought it was
The original number on the operative plan is 31,
Yes.
is that right?
Yep.
It's got a new number on the...
But we've got a new one since, and I'm not sure what that one is.
350.
381?
350, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
Yep.
350.
It's 778 Plymouth Road. Yep. That's where we live, but...
Okay. So, can you just
We're going to
take
move
us
back up this way a bit. Or... No, that's where we live, but the green on the right, there you go.
Yes, okay.
That's us there.
All right. So, know Taranaki reasonably well, so what's Plymouth Road is near what town?
Oh, New Plymouth?
New Plymouth, it's quite close in the New Plymouth.
We're about 20k due south from here.
Okay, towards the mountain.
We're back onto the reserve.
Okay.
Top of Plymouth, heading towards...
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Yeah.
That's great. That's
Yeah.
excellent. Yes.
Stunning,
Okay.
stunning piece of land.
So, and you've got the national park
Correct.
joining you?
Yes, across the road.
Across the road. There's a road through there.
It's the road that takes you to Pukekohe.
Okay. And you have obviously, there's a stream running through there and or a number of streams.
Correct.
And the area that you own that's regenerated, that was once cut over.
It was all second growth.
Yes.
And there was no understory to it.
Okay.
So cattle and sheep grazed it intensely.
Yes.
So virtually total decimation. Had we not fenced it off and stopped the sheep and cattle being in there, there wouldn't be an SNA.
Okay. Right, well, we've got those just general sort of geographical questions. I'll ask Commissioner McMahon whether he has any specific questions.
I have. Of all the commissioners, I probably know the district the least, Mr. Barrett, so just bear with me. So those two parcels of green, the one on the right, is that the 16 hectare?
Correct. That's the portion that goes down the Kitty Stream.
Yes. And the one on the left is the
Original 72 hectares.
72 hectares. Okay. Correct. So, if we were to visit that site, those sites now, what would we see?
You would see a fully regenerated, beautiful bush estate, 28-year-old trees through to however old the second growth were, the early 1900s, the mid 1900s.
Okay, and fully fenced?
100%.
Yes, both blocks?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. The questions I'm going to ask you are not meant to be antagonistic at all. I just need to understand. So, what was your earliest involvement with the council in terms of these blocks?
2005, when we were informed that the area that we had set aside had now reached the status of SNA. No ground truthing, just an aerial photo. And that we were going to have rules imposed on us. So that was the first part. In fact, we got invited to a public meeting in Uranui, where we were told that you either accept it, your SNA, or go to the Environment Court and you'll be charged for the costs.
Right. And so
2005.
2005, okay. So the plan had just become operative. Yeah, excuse me. The old plan had become operative.
Correct.
And I think there was it Rule 60? Was the
Rule OL 60.
OL 60.
60, yep.
Yes. So I'm just going to get some clarification from Ms Macbeth. So I think Mr Barrett had indicated that under the ODP his property was listed as SNA 30 or 31, is that?
31 I think it was originally.
I think it's 31.
Yes. So that would have been one of the sites that wasn't voluntary protected. It was subject to the rule 60. Yes. Okay. Okay. So that applied from when to when?
The consent order was 2005.
Yes.
And that would still be in place.
Yes. Okay.
So we've got the two plans.
Yes, and that didn't change in 2015 though with the Environment Court decision, did it? No. No. Okay. So in that period since 2005 right up till today, what restrictions that are contained in OL 60, how have they impacted on your day-to-day operation of the farm?
Nothing on the day-to-day operations of the farm because we're conservationists, and so. But what the rules have done is it's given the administrators of the rule the ability to treat us differently and with disdain, as evidenced by Eco RX2. So we're being punished. We're not being able to subdivide our land like any other owner without SNA unless we legally protect it.
Okay.
So that's the impact of the rules.
Do you, would you suggest there's a difference between the rules under the Operative District Plan, OL 60, and the proposed rules in the proposed district plan?
Well, the definition hasn't changed. So the rules, just you mean the non-clearance rules?
Yes.
They haven't changed, have they?
Okay. So, okay.
It's just the ability of the administrators of the rules to impact on those owners. So we think that's discrimination. And it's especially discriminating if you were one of the conservationists that didn't cut your bush down.
Now, I understand that wider philosophical concern that you've got. That's a given. The rules have two impacts. There's what you can do in the day-to-day operations, and then there's the subdivision rules. Am I hearing you, Mr Barrett, that you're less concerned about the impact on what you can do on a day-to-day basis? You're more concerned about the future ability to subdivide the property?
That's exactly right. We've set aside bush, as I've explained, not for us to make monetary value out of,
yes,
but for it to be there in 1,000 years.
Yes.
So we don't see the any capacity to go in there and clear land.
Right.
That's not part of who we are.
Yes. Do you did Mr Shaw or Ms Herbert, Dr Herbert, visit your property as part of any ground truthing?
We had somebody there, I'm not sure who it was.
When are you talking about? What time frame?
This new round for the 16 hectare new LSNA.
Okay.
Like the SNA.
So was the 16 hectare not part of
the original? No.
Original. Okay.
That's a new one.
Gotcha. Okay. Sorry, I didn't understand that before.
Yep. So punished twice.
When you and Joy bought the property and subsequent to doing the work and fencing it off, did you give any consideration to entering into some sort of protection over that with the QET Trust or?
We did at the beginning, but then we consider, just as the government subsidised people to clear bush in their own name, we felt that having a beautiful piece of bush estate as close to a major progressive city, was clean and safe, that it would have value further on down the track that may not happen now, it may not happen for another 20 years or 50 years, but it will have value as freehold, unencumbered bush. And that's our belief, and that's why we set it aside as that.
Yes, but you're saying that you were confident in your own stewardship of that land.
Correct.
And you didn't require that to be replicated through another procedure?
No.
Okay.
And we have no intention of doing that.
No. You'd accept, though, that if you were to sell the land for whatever reason, there'd be no protection on that land and that...
Well, see, that's valuing bush as cleared land. So we have to think differently about bush. We have to give it a different value. If it's valued as cleared land, then there's always going to be pressure on it to be cleared. If it change its value to that of what it can offer the planet, what it can offer climate change,
I guess,
clean water, all of that, then that will have a value.
Sure. But you and your wife were keen to see the bush maintained.
Correct.
You were happy with your stewardship achieving that, but you would acknowledge that if you sold that, there was no guarantee that your efforts...
I hear what you're saying, but I think if society still thinks like that about bush, then society's in a bit of trouble.
Okay.
And having a big stick over it's not going to save it. If you really want to go and destroy something, you can, and you will.
Presumably, though, it would upset you and your wife to see that bush destroyed.
100%.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we've got our 2 daughters living on there, we've got 5 grandsons living on the farm, so we have no intention of selling.
Okay.
So
I need to ask this, you appreciate that had you protected that bush, then the council would not have sought to include it in...
Yeah, I understand that.
Yes, that's fine. I just need to tick these things off.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Okay, so really it's the extension of the SNA area over and above what was originally in 31 to the new area?
That's the whole lot.
It's the whole lot?
Yeah, we are anti-rules over the whole lot.
Yes.
Because that devalues our property.
Yes, and you're particularly worried about the impact on the ability to subdivide in the future?
100%.
Thank you. That's
very clear. That's a really unfair and discriminatory policy.
Yes. I'm still getting my head around the subdivision provisions that Ms Macbeth talked about, but my understanding of them was that the intent was to reward subdividers where bush was protected. And that was the intent of the policy in the rule. Do you read it differently?
This is the latest one. And if I can read it to you again. The entire area of SNA located on the allotment subject to the subdivision is legally protected in perpetuity by way of a conservation covenant and is contained within a single allotment.
Yes.
So that means any subdivision.
My reading of what that's saying is that where the SNA is protected through a legal mechanism, then that's the basis for allowing additional lots to be created.
See, we've got 480 acres up there. So anybody that has 480 acres of cleared land doesn't have to go through that same criteria to subdivide.
Yes. What's the minimum allotment size? I presume you're in the rural. Are you in the rural zone? Aren't you? Rural productive zone.
So long as you've got a 20 hectare.
20 hectares.
Remaining.
Okay, we might take that up further with that concern with Ms Macbeth,
Appreciate
towards
that.
the end of the... Thank you. No further questions from me, sir.
So, Commissioner Littlejohn, are you there? We just need to flick to your
Here? Where am I?
screen. Just stand
Yep,
by.
no, I am here. I don't have any questions. Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Yeah, I understand your concerns and take those into account.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Coffin?
Yes, I've got one line of questions, and it's more clarification so I really understand the submission. You provided the council with some supporting information, including a letter from M.R. Hunger. I don't know if it's a Mr. or Mrs.
He's a valuer for Hutchinson Dick Valuation in New Plymouth.
That's right. And there was a couple of the sentences I found interesting, and those are the ones I hope you're able to clarify the meaning of it.
Don't have the letter, but...
The first one is where he's said that there's going to be a loss of property rights, and I'm just trying to understand which property rights he's meaning. Is it like the use rights, or ones which you've mentioned today, the right to subdivide, or all of those?
That's a loss of property rights, isn't it?
That's what it was meaning?
Yes.
And the activities that you have on the farm, I'm assuming that the normal farming activities that you would see?
Well, I don't know what normal is, but we don't milk cows.
Yeah.
And
So you're running dry stock?
We run light cattle over the winter so that we don't get pugging, and we look after the soil.
And
so
just normal farming, there's no other activities, commercial activities, no. Industrial activities like that? And then there's, in the letter, there's a value impact on a title through having part of an SNA and associated rules being made compulsory. So that relates to your comments to Mr. Correct, Mark. And then the last one was similar to easement compensation. He's just making some comments around where you might have other types of easements.
Well, I think that was an analogy that he was using.
It was an analogy.
To when land is essentially has a use change, or somebody's getting some value out of it, like the council are using it to fulfil their obligation to the Resource Management Act.
Yes.
That saying that it could be seen as something like a Public Works Act or an easement where there would be compensation.
So he was meaning that rather than necessarily compared to unconstrained land?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barrett, just a few more questions from me. You're aware of the incentives that the council offers for land that is protected under covenants?
Correct.
Okay, including rates relief.
Correct.
And I think there's a fund that can be accessed.
Well, we don't require funding. We've done it all out of our own
yourselves, yes. But just wanted to make sure that you're aware of those.
Yes.
And
we currently get half the rates remission on a pro rata basis.
Oh, okay.
Not full.
Not full.
It only gets full if you're legally protected.
All right. And I'm interested in, been reading a lot of media lately, and I mentioned that this morning, just about the credits, the carbon credits, which can be gained by having land that's basically soaking up carbon.
Correct.
Is your land available for such credits?
It would be, but the current rules, and I'm happy to be corrected at the moment, are that any Indigenous fauna that I think 89 is the cut-off before you can get 1989 is the cut-off before you can apply for carbon credits.
Yes.
Indigenous fauna. So we didn't, ours clearly wasn't
before the.
But had we cleared it in 93,
yes,
we would be eligible for carbon credits. But we're in that no man's land where 89's the the cut-off point for carbon credits, and 98's the cut-off point for SNA.
Okay. So if this land, if you'd been starting, say, a program today and it was generating, you could claim that. But you're one of those owners that's in the given the tyranny of timing.
In the lose-lose zone.
So certainly, it's really important that we understand those sort of those dilemmas that you have. And as I say, there's no doubt in my mind that what you've done for Taranaki and the plan and everything else looks to be a fantastic.
Yeah, we're really proud of what we've done, and that's the irony of it, that we feel cheated.
But would you accept that there are ways that you, with covenanting, say let's QE2, that if you were minded to do that, that would release a lot of opportunities for you?
Not really, because it's not going to help in its protection, because we're doing that. All that does is puts it in another entity. There's no more protection in QE2 than what we're doing.
Yes, but that would provide some opportunities for you to further subdivide and put an application in.
That's correct.
Yes.
But that's not what we're about.
Yes.
You know, we want this to be there in 1,000 years.
Yes.
As it is. And we think that's going to have more value like that than subdividing and putting houses on it. There's no houses, you can't see houses. It's a beautiful piece of bush that's got one stream on one side and the bush on the other. And so it's quite unique.
It certainly looks stunning.
And so it's better like that.
Yes.
You know, I mean, before this rubbish, we could have done that, but we chose not to.
But I'm suggesting that the way I read the planning framework is that there are opportunities for you to, interested in future value and subdivision, to work alongside the council to actually achieve and achieve some high value. That's my read of the way the council's trying to set the plan up.
With respect, sir, we should be able to subdivide without legally protecting the SNA. Why are we required to legally protect the SNA? And be treated like normal owners of cleared land?
Would it just help to clarify?
Through me. Do you have a question, Ra?
Well, a clarification.
Clarification?
That the subdivision rule was intended to be optional, and if you didn't seek the incentive allotments, then you would rely on the standard rural subdivision rule, so you can still subdivide under that rule.
Only if you legally protect your SNA.
If you don't legally
We've
protect,
got two of those.
But if you don't legally protect, you can still subdivide under just the standard subdivision rule chapter.
That's not how this reads.
I think it might be.
I've read it straight from the plan.
I think we're certainly we're reading the plan as experts, I suppose.
Yep.
And I concur with my readers how Ms. Macbeth read it. So it might just be useful you perhaps getting some advice about what the opportunities are, because I can see some opportunities if I was advising you.
But with respect to it, that's only when you sell. And so the only opportunity to realise these incentives is if you sell.
That's your read. Like you wouldn't have to sell the whole.
Anything if we subdivide any part of it, we have to put the SNA legally protected.
No, that's not right.
No.
It's not right.
Okay, I'm happy to be corrected. So I can go and subdivide without legally protecting a bush. Is that
Subdivision
correct?
rule R4 for the rural production zone would apply.
So what does this Eco R6 to mean?
Incentive if you legally protect, we'll give you additional lots, and because you have more than a 20 hectare balance, you could get 2 additional lots.
So we can subdivide without legally protecting our SNA?
Under the subdivision chapter.
Yes.
Right.
So I'm just thinking aloud here, it might just be useful to write a reply that we can somehow explain that really clearly, because what this process does, I think, pretty well is we can have these discussions, the staff can sort of listen to concerns and issues, and then they've got an opportunity to come back and report back.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is a case where it might be really useful for you as a submitter and us to actually understand your situation and what the opportunities are.
And I'd really like to see that too.
And if I can add to that, this might be a good case study, Ms Macbeth. I mean, we've got 168 hectare property here.
188.
188 in a single title, Mr?
2 titles.
2 titles. Maybe you could come back with an academic exercise about how that could be subdivided under the rural subdivision provisions, and then how the incentive rule under R6 might operate.
Sure.
I think that would be quite enlightening for everyone.
It would be. It would take the my misrepresenting.
Yeah.
Yes.
And quite often, some more discussions, more information. So, no, I found that very, very helpful. And again, I'll just reiterate you and your wife. Commissioner Littlejohn.
Look, it does raise for me, because I can understand Mr. Barrett's confusion here, because rules are optional, but they're written as obligatory. And I guess the question, and Ms. Macbeth, if you could perhaps clarify. So a rural landowner in Mr. Barrett's position, if he just wants to subdivide because he's got a large property but wants to keep the SNA under his own management, he can use sub R4 and take the advantage of the lots provided for there, isn't that right?
If he legally protected the SNA in one allotment.
No,
so we have two SNA.
Can I just, Mr. Barrett, can I continue this, please? But there is not a requirement of a standard, as I can see it, in Rule R4 that requires him to protect any SNA on his property.
In the subdivision chapter?
Yeah.
R4 in the subdivision chapter?
Yes.
Yep.
No, sub R4 does not require any protection.
So that's exactly what you said before. So if he didn't want to take advantage of the incentive rule provision and just take the lots that are available under the basic subdivision rule, he wouldn't have to protect the SNA, would he?
That's correct. And I do identify that wasn't that clear, and I have tried to address that in this recommendation.
So then it sort of leads me to ask the question then, what is Rule R5 intended for then?
Do you mean as proposed or as now changed? So as proposed, it was...
No, as you've suggested it now.
So that would be an overlay rule. So that rule would get applied to Mr. Barrett's subdivision, but it would just be to manage the effects of the subdivision on the SNAs. So it's looking at where the boundaries are in relation to the SNA and building platforms and those matters that are covered in R5.
So that's where the nitty gritty is, Mr. Barrett. If you look at Ms. Macbeth's revised R5, so if you went ahead with your subdivision under R4, those are the requirements that you would necessarily also have to meet. But there's not a requirement to put a conservation covenant or protect the bush, but just to do some certain things in terms of setbacks and management, isn't that right?
Yes, and to not fragment it by, say, splitting the subdivision into two titles. And also note that it's a controlled activity, so it wouldn't elevate the activity status of the rural rules.
So just for everyone's knowledge, controlled activity is where a council can put conditions on your application, but it cannot decline it. So it's quite a liberal process. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Kit, is that you for the moment?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I support Commissioner McMahon's suggestion that, I mean, it's not until you actually have a working example that you can actually see how these bits fit together. So that, I mean, I apologise, I said I didn't have any questions, but I just wanted to understand how this all fitted together. So R5 is really just a rule that applies if you subdivide without taking an incentive, but you happen to have a significant natural area. So now that's a bit clearer in my mind as well. Okay, so that's it for me. Thank you.
Overlay rule and R6 is an incentive rule.
Yes.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Any other questions?
No, thank you, sir.
Mr. Barrett, I'd like to thank you again and your wife, Joy. Is you here?
Yep.
Yeah, hi. Really, really appreciate you coming along, because it's these real life experiences that make our job both interesting and enlightening. Thank you.
Appreciate the opportunity to be part of the process. Thank you very much.
Right, we have David and Anne Honeyfield, please. In
Mr. Honeyfield.
Thank you, Mr. Honeyfield. You're welcome to sit, or if you're more comfortable.
I'll actually stand, because I noticed.
Yeah.
I noticed one of the speakers this morning sat down and she was very disadvantaged by speaking with her neck bent and the sound wasn't coming out. And,
sure.
And us people in the audience just couldn't understand a word she was saying. So I'm not being awful or anything, but I think it's just that we should have been taught better how to use the microphone. Okay, is that all right?
You're very welcome to present standing up, of course. And just before you start, you have made a submission, you've given us a statement as well, and you've handed out a summary. That's correct?
No.
No?
I'm still waiting on your summary.
My summary?
Hmm?
So what
you said that you'd given me a summary.
No, you've given us a summary.
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
Oh, sorry, I got it the wrong way around.
Yes. Sorry, am I speaking clearly enough into the microphone?
Yep, you're good. You've been good all day.
That's good, thank you. Right, over to you, Mr. Honeyfield.
Okay. First of all, Commissioner Dalish, Commissioner Coffin, Commissioner Littlejohn and Commissioner McMahon, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to speak to you. You don't realise how important it is. The outcome we want from SNA 754. My name is David Honeyfield. I reside at 5 Hunter Place, Maryland's New Plymouth, and we've had a major proportion of our property taken off in an SNA. I've been through SNAs before in South Taranaki in 2002. I know what they're like, and I tell you, they'd be the messiest, awfulest situation to be in. We bought a new property in New Plymouth in 2014, got a limb report, went through it with a fine-tooth comb. There was no mention of a SNA, proposed SNA in that report. We went ahead and bought the property, thinking we were sweet, loved the trees, and 2019 came along and we hear all about this proposed SNA. I feel we were let down horribly by the New Plymouth Council on this, and I hope there's not too many other people that are in the same position. I was absolutely gutted. We were flat out showing our garden to the public, having between 1,000 and 1,500 people through every year. It's a beautiful garden. We were lucky to be able to purchase it and improve it and make it better. And we had intentions of this area further down the bank to convert it into a rhododendron dell. This letter came through in, I think it was about August or September, and completely blew us away. Ever since then, it has been a huge thorn in our side. It is something we have not been able to live with very well. It has made us all very grumpy and not very nice people. Eventually, 2 years ago, we decided we want to bail out of this. I don't want to live with this for another year and a half. We bailed out and sold our property. We had 60 odd people through. The moment we mentioned, oh, there's a proposed SNA on it, they were gone out the door like that. They didn't want to have a bar of it. We had to keep reducing the price considerably until we got someone who would purchase it. And we actually had to sell it below government valuation just before Christmas last year. And it just shows you we had to take a big hit. But we're prepared to do that to keep our mental state. And this is probably happening with a lot of other property owners that are having exactly the same trouble in New Plymouth. Right, the outcomes we want, we hope the commissioners can see their way clear to demand a fairer way to resolve the problem. We recommend the following points. These are all come out of my submission. 1, the New Plymouth District Council has to be made to produce a significant natural area impact statement for the property owners, similar to the Wellington City Council Doric report, and make it available to property owners under the proposed SNA. Are you people all aware of the Doric report? Have you read it? Well, you better get on your computer tonight and read it. So you would know all about it. It is a fantastic report that the Wellington City Council did, and I think it's something that should be duplicated by the New Plymouth City Council to stop all this anti-feeling that is going around at present.
Mr. Honeyfield,
the most important area I want... Oh, sorry?
Derek's are a valuation company, Wellington Specialist Valuers.
Yep.
I presume they would have looked at valuation issues to do with this. That was the...
Yep, you're correct. That is also included in the 150-page report.
Okay, thank you.
Right. The indicative SNA provisions provided such a much clearer list of permitted activities that can be done in an SNA, and the discretionary activities and restricted activities within any SNA. The proposed SNA rules in the proposed New Plymouth District Council plan are very dictatorial, confusing, and are hard to follow. These are misleading discrepancies in the plan released. When you print a copy off, there are important parts missing. And it took me a long time to find this, and because I kept on felt I was reading 2 different copies. That needs to be corrected. The second point, definitions need correcting. Indigenous trees. Your definition is flora that are native. That's a pretty weak one. It should read tree species which belong to their native or mother region and live there without any human or natural intervention. I got that from Google. Good old Google, it's never wrong. Exotic trees are trees which originate from a different area and are introduced, e.g. planted by humans. Now, I think those are 2 very obvious definitions and should be used. Instead of using this word indigenous all the time, it's being used in completely the wrong context. We need a vegetation map of New Plymouth in 1860, showing the land was bare with no trees. And I think that's a very important point, and it proves that there's no indigenous trees left in urban New Plymouth. Biodiversity. I couldn't even find that word in the dictionary, that's how new it is. It is the study of the interaction between trees, birds, animals and insects in an area. Everywhere where you have a garden, a lawn or a few trees, you have biodiversity. It happens naturally, and it's very difficult to change it from what it does itself, because it runs by its own ammunition and by its own ways. And I think there's been far too much made of this word called biodiversity. The Echo P4, the property owners of urban SNAs 574 that I represent must be able to have the non-consented activities to prune their trees to branch size 50mm and be able to top prune trees by 1/3 of the tree height every 5 years to maintain view shafts of the mountain and the sea. This is a very important clause and we want this included in the E-plan. Trees in New Plymouth grow very fast due to our beautiful volcanic rich soil and plenty of rain and having some of the highest sunshine hours in New Zealand. Since I've moved up here from Patia, I never realised trees grew so fast up here. They can grow 2 metres so easily in a year. Item 4, Schedule 7. There are no Indigenous trees left in NZ SNA 574. That's all in my submission that I put in. And the trees in our particular area, SNA 574, were planted in 1980 to 1985. About 95 are exotic trees and 5% native. And they're all planted with a human spade. You know, where you dig a ground and put the tree in and plant it, and nurture it and make it grow. They haven't grown naturally. Also in New Plymouth, there's only about 50 trees that are in our 574 SNA, not 150 has been suggested. The plan indicates these trees are native of New Plymouth, and they are not. The Hurakawas in New Plymouth come from the Kermadec Islands. The Titoki trees, which are turning into a blasted awful weed in our forestry areas, have come from the Three Kings. They're not native trees at all. There is a New Zealand native Titoki, and I've only seen one. I only know of one in our SNA area. They're actually quite rare. The DNA will prove this. Yes, the wetland is worth protecting, but not the escarpment, as it can be subdivided for housing. On our particular property that we used to own, there would be over 1,000 square metres there we could put into two houses quite easily. But that has been taken away from us. We're not allowed to do that now in our SNAs. It would just be too difficult. Biodiversity is a natural process, better left alone without human invention. It happens naturally. William Shaw, ecologist from Wildland Consultants, on his statement, Appendix 6, stated 4.1, by the time of European contact, tangata whenua had modified most of the indigenous vegetation in the coastal strip, extending 4 to 5 kilometres inland from the coast. We support this and the history of the area, and that history is repeated in my submission, with a couple of very nice photos. 5, make the council form a meaningful partnership with property owners and representation and the council representation to map out the future of SNAs. If the council doesn't, then the few native trees that are left will waste away. The ecologist property reports have been a good start. Where is the compensation for landowners? There's no mention of that anywhere in this whole report. And this is what I'm saying. Go back to the Doric report. Have a good look at that report and see how they are doing it. I think we're just so far behind the ballpark here, we need to do a lot of catching up. The other thing is pause the urban SNA and biodiversity part of the new district plan until the above conditions are met. Follow the Northland Council. Pause urban SNAs. Number 7, no decision to be finalised until a new resource management plan is out. You people have a better idea on that than I have when it's likely to come out. And please read the Doric report attached below and needs to be adopted by the NPDC and followed. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Honeyfield. Again, I'll be interested to have a look on the. We do that. Sorry.
Hunter Place.
Pardon?
Your address, Hunter Place.
Hunter Place.
Yeah,
5 Hunter Place. Yes. So just so we can identify the area you're talking about, Mr. Honeyfield?
The new owners that have taken it over, I have a feeling that they might want to put it into a covenant, but at this stage, that's entirely up to them.
Yes.
I have no say.
Yes. We've had some dialogue you've had some dialogue with the council that there's a new owners that you're here.
No, I haven't told them I'm here.
No.
I wasn't going to take any part in this, but I was asked by other submitters that I come along and help them present their cases.
Other submitters relating to this? Yes, that's right.
They're submitting after me now.
Yes, yes, and I indicated that that would be okay for you to represent their views. So you're talking on behalf of more than just, other submitters here as well, aren't you? Yes. Okay, so the SNA is down in the back of the property there, we can see that. And is your previous property the one that's highlighted in the zigzag, the zebra stripes?
Yeah, no, that's not the property boundary.
Yeah.
That is the new property boundary.
All right. Okay.
Go back to 5A.
Okay.
The problem is they've changed the one's 5 and one's 5A.
All right. So we can see with the mapping that this is quite an extensive area behind a number of houses, isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, we're swear that big house.
Yeah. Oh, the big house there. Okay. Thank you. Well, look, now we know that wider area does give us a good idea of this. All right.
It goes way down there.
Yeah. Keeps going.
Now see where your yellow dot is? Down on the map.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that is where there's a wetland area. And I think that should be made into some
Oh, that's very helpful. So it keeps going by the look of things. Might be the end of it there. Okay, thank you. I'll hand over to the panel to see if they have any questions. Commissioner McMahon.
Thanks for your presentation, Mr. Honeyfield. SNA 574 is obviously a very large area. Could we bring that back up, Julie? Sorry.
I think there's over about 1,000 square metres currently.
Yes.
That has been indicated.
So could we just zoom in into that Hunter Street property? Yeah. Okay. Right. So that's the property boundaries. That's the property that you sold just before Christmas in 2020, was it? Yes. And did you sell it to Mr. Richards?
The trees on it were all planted in 80, 85.
Yeah, yes.
I've cut a few down that have got storm damage and stuff like that, and I've counted the rings. They're only about 35 years.
Yes. Mr. Honeyfield, I was just wondering, was Mr. David Richards the purchaser of your property?
David Richards?
Yes, is it?
Yeah, he's
Yes. Did he purchase your property?
No.
No?
That David Richards was another property just down the road.
Okay.
So I'm talking about there, where he cut some trees down and he was stopped to cut down by the council officer, which I thought was very unfair.
Yes. So
we want the right to be able to trim our trees.
I understand that. I've just got a few questions, if you don't mind.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Whilst you were the owner, when you were the owner of the property, did the council come on to your property to undertake an inventory of what was in? Never.
They did it just from an aerial photo.
Right. Would you have been open to the council coming onto the property to?
Well, I did get a phone call from them in November, but I'd already sold the property to them and I gave them the property name of the new people. And I felt it wasn't my position to start creating conditions or anything.
Okay. Because I was interested to read in your statement that you presented today that there are no Indigenous trees in SNA 574. The trees were planted 1985-85, 1980-85, about 95% exotic and 5% native. That's your position? Yes. And so if there was to be an inventory undertaken by an ecologist, you're confident that that's what they would find?
Yes.
Okay.
There's, as I said, there's a row of titokis along the bottom. And the titokis are all the ones that have been imported from the Kermadec Islands.
Yes.
Because the New Zealand native tea toke has a completely different style leaf. It's a much smaller leaf.
Yes, when you say, Mr. Honeyfield, at the bottom, what area are you referring to? At the bottom of the SNA or at the bottom of your former property?
Well, the bottom of the SNA, which is the bottom of the former property.
Excuse me, Mr. Honeyfield, we're struggling to hear you. So can you pull your microphone close?
How's that?
That's better, thanks.
So do you want to just give that answer again? Is it the bottom of your former property or the bottom of the SNA?
The bottom of the former property.
Okay.
See where that orange dot is there? That's actually a swamp area.
Yes. Okay.
The tea toke's along that bottom boundary there, and they probably come in about a good half of that area.
Yes.
And
Okay.
above that, there is various scrubby trees. There is up further. There is a couple of totras, but they're only about 10 or 12 years old.
Okay.
There is quite a nice prairie tree there, which I've cut a lot of the trees around it to give it a bit more area to spread, because I'm a bit of an ecologist, but I like to try and get the best out of the trees.
Yes, I gathered that. Just pause there. I'm just going to ask Dr. Herbert a question. Dr. Herbert, can you just confirm that you did not undertake a site visit of 574, or did you?
So you are correct in that I didn't do a site visit to Mr. Honeyfield's part of 574. However, I did visit some properties within SNA 574 during February and March this year.
Yes. Thank you. You've seen the statement and you've heard my question regarding his statement about the composition of exotic and native species on part of the former property that he owned.
I haven't seen that part of the SNA.
No.
So I was at Wendy Miller's, and
Where is that in relation to the former Honeyfield property?
could I?
Right-hand side.
Yeah, if you like, I can come over and show you a map, and then you can put it on the screen. I'm just not very good at giving verbal.
Could you come up to the screen and show it on the...
Oh, yeah. This property here.
Oh, okay. So it takes in a small portion of 574. And just for completeness, while you're up there, what other properties under 574 did you visit?
This one.
Yes.
That's 9 Hunter Place.
Yes.
And I visited several other properties in the northernmost, I think it's the northernmost fragment of 574, but within this contiguous area itself, I only visited this property.
Yes.
And this property.
Yes. And the rest of your work was undertaken through aerial photography work?
Not my work personally, but the work of my predecessors, Miss Simpson and Miss Wilcox.
Okay.
Under the Wildlands umbrella.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Excuse me, sir. Can I clarify about 574? That it's... Is it?
Yes, if it's a clarification.
So if, excuse me, Julie, could you zoom out a little bit, because there's different sections to the SNAs. So some of the landowners that are going to speak are at the northern section.
Can you put your speaker closer, please? I can't hear you.
Just that SNA 574 is in more than just that portion there. There's another northern bit where some of the submitters they also have 574, but it's not that bit that was on the screen.
Is it the bit that's to the north of that?
Yes.
Yes. And what about to the south? Is that part of 574 or a different one?
That's a different one.
Okay. So 574 is in two separate units, if you like. Yes. Okay. And just, do you know who the owner of the Hunter property is? The former property?
Who bought it off
Yes.
Mr. Honeyfield? Yes, I've spoken to him on
Yes.
three
Can we just have
occasions.
that name for the...
Peter Soph.
Soph.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Mr. Honeyfield, that's exhausted my questions, but I just need to respond to your item 6 on your speaking notes from today, and where you've asked the panel to pause the urban SNA and biodiversity part of the plan until certain conditions are met. It's highly unlikely that that's possible. The District Council are acting under directives under the Resource Management Act, and they're required under the Act to protect Indigenous vegetation from inappropriate subdivision and development. That's a direct quotation from Section 6 of the Act. So any district plan that they produce must give effect to that part of the Act and also to the Taranaki Regional Council's regional policy statement, which also requires protection of Indigenous vegetation. So it's not something that they can just ignore. They must actively give effect to those higher order documents in their district plan. So that's one part of the submission that we are unable to take forward.
Right, well, talking about our number 2, number 3, Echo P4, we want to have the consent right to be able to prune our own trees. We don't want that consent be taken away from the property owners. And I think if you do that, we have then got the right to demand compensation.
Okay. Just 2 points, and I don't want to get into a debate with you, but my understanding is that Ms. Macbeth has recommended some alterations to the rules that affect pruning. I don't know, I haven't got my head around the complete details of them, but there's not a prohibition on pruning per se, as I understand it. The rules that she's promoting or recommending do enable some pruning under certain circumstances. The
rules that I've read, we have to apply for a consent. I know they're not going to charge us for us next year, but in a few years' time they will charge us like a wounded bull. Okay. And I think this is where we're coming from. We want to keep our property rights because that is what we've bought, and that is our castle, and it is us to maintain our castle. I don't think they've got the right to be able to dictate those terms to us.
Thank you.
We're quite happy to be fair on a lot of the other stuff.
Thank you, Mr. Honeyfield.
Commissioner Littlejohn, I think we can, we're homed in on the site now, we can take that off. Do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you, Mr. Honeyfield. That was very clear.
Commissioner Coffin? I didn't have any questions. And I have no questions as well. Your position is very clear. I'd like to thank you very much for appearing before us and giving us your views, and we will consider those along with all the other evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm so pleased it's someone else's problem and not mine.
Thank you. Right, we have Mr. Richards, Ms. Johnson and Mr. Richards. Would you like to come up together? Is that? Yes, that's great. Welcome to you both. Is this a new experience for you both in terms of speaking at a hearing?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Richards?
True. Yep.
Yes. I think you've heard from me before. We really do appreciate you coming and talking to us. It's you read these names and words on the page, and it's not until you actually hear and speak to people that it comes alive for us, and we can understand your issues. We can look at where your properties are, and that does add a lot of quality to our decision making. So thank you very much. Ms. Johnson, I think you're first, so you've got a statement to read to us?
Yes, my name is Marina Johnston, and I live at 26 C. Smith Road, directly below a bank that contains trees that are now considered to be SNA 574. The trees within the SNA block sunlight reaching my house and driveway during winter months, This results in a colder house and a damp, slippery driveway, which has become dangerous. And Mr. Dave Richards has hurt his leg because there's just no sun there during the winter, and it's always wet. I support the protection of native trees. However, I believe that the proposed district plan rules around SNA should allow for permitted trimming of trees that block natural light to the dwellings that were constructed before the SNAs were established. This would be in accordance with the healthy home standards that New Zealand is trying to achieve. I believe the rule could be structured so that necessary trimming can be undertaken without detrimental effects to the SNA. And also, I'd like to add that I didn't put here that I have an acre of land there, and I've planted about 700 native trees, native plants, 300 which are trees, native trees, and I just want a little bit trimmed, and my neighbors up above also want that, so that I get more light in the winter.
Yes, I think before I ask the questions, we'll do two things. We'll get the plan up again, Julie, sorry, or please. Apologise because it's important. So, can you describe, or even if you need to pop up and show us your land?
It's further up, I think.
You're in the northern part of the SNA, 26C.
Yeah. Yeah.
Up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that map doesn't have my house on it.
The map doesn't have your house?
No.
You've got
house
a new,
was,
new house, is it?
Yeah, about 3 years old.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that the property with the cursor on it there? Sorry. Yes, thank you, Ra. That would be great. Ah, there's a building. We can see the building platform there.
Yeah.
So the house has been built and you've planted 700 native plants.
And about 300 trees.
Okay.
Yes, that was a reserve that I wasn't to take down or trim, but I have taken woolly nightshade trees out, sprayed, had them, I can't remember who they are, but they came and sprayed for the wandering Jew.
Okay.
And I've taken, when I moved to that property, it was pretty, had a lot of gorse and pampas grass, woolly nightshade, and all that was cleared, and now I pretty well planted it out.
Yes.
But yeah, I just think it's unfair that, you know, I should get a little bit more light in the winter.
Okay.
And especially due to, you know, somebody falling over, you know, on the drive. It's quite a long drive into the house now.
I can see that.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask Ms. Macbeth just to go, you've made some recommendations about daylighting and addressing this particular issue, haven't you?
Yes. Yeah,
Could
so
you
a new
just-
permitted standard.
Yes, so can you just explain that? Because I think that's really important for this particular issue around healthy homes, which I think is a very valid issue, but...
So I have recommended, in addition, within policy P3, that the only allow vegetation disturbance within SNAs where the activity is necessary for a number of things, including for the maintenance of healthy homes, including daylighting. And then in Rural Eco R1, I've recommended a new permitted standard, so it would be permitted for trimming to maintain daylighting on a dwelling where prior to the work being undertaken, the council has certified that the work is necessary for these purposes and the work's undertaken by a council-approved arboricultural contractor, and that is a similar approach that we have in our notable trees chapter.
Okay.
In terms of the certification process.
So if Ms Johnson needed to trim some trees, in the case that her place was being shaded and wasn't becoming a healthy home, she could just come to the council and you'd have a look and you certify that there was a reasonable need and go ahead. Is that the way
That's the intention.
it would work?
Yes. So
Yes.
that is a just direct response to going to her property and seeing the problem and trying to find a way through.
Okay. So that's been quite responsive. Did you understand that, Ms Johnson?
Yes. I'm just wondering, can I get a list of the arborists so that?
Yeah, we do have lists.
Okay.
And I'll just also add that I have talked about it with Mrs. Herbert.
Yes.
And she's quite, comfortable that the particular trees could be trimmed and not removed, or there could be a way that is quite minimal impact on the SNA. But it would be good to be able to oversee that.
Yes.
To rather than open slather. That's why we thought that certification process would be useful.
Yes. I know there's some issues around sort of plans having further certifications, third parties, but this isn't really a third party, it's the council doing the certification. So So I think to me that's sort of the process at work. Rules were perhaps hadn't thought that through, perhaps submissions that followed of that, and the council team have responded to that with those new permitted activity rules. Seem to be dealing with a lot of your concerns, Ms Johnson.
Okay. So I can email you and you can give me a list of arborists that could come and have a look.
But in terms of the process, though, sorry.
Pull your speaker.
Sorry. Oh.
Yeah.
But just bearing in mind the process that we're in and the legal effect, it's a bit complicated with what's notified and what's operative because of the plan-making process. So I'm not sure about how, this doesn't have legal effect right now. This is our intention and our.
If we made a decision accepting the recommendation from Beth, that was a recommendation that was decided, then that would open the way for that process.
But you can put a consent.
You can still do a consent. You can still put a consent in. It seems like the issue is well appreciated by the council. Thank you for that. I will hand over to questions from other commissioners.
No questions from me, sir.
Kat, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you very much for your evidence.
Thank you. Commissioner Coffin has a question.
I just had one, and this was just in regards to the council's response, is both to the policy and the rule, but there's also amendments that have been recommended for the boundaries of SNA 574 at that property to exclude areas dominated by exotic vegetation and areas currently managed as an urban garden. Were you aware of that? And if you were you comfortable?
Sorry, I don't understand.
The council has recommended that officers have recommended that the boundaries of the SNA, where it is, are amended to recognise their areas dominated by exotic vegetation. So I'm assuming that the boundaries are smaller than they were on your property than they currently are.
I think the boundaries are the same every time I've looked at a map, and there's no exotic vegetation. I have a few things around the house, but everything else is native that I've planted.
Would you like me to confirm?
Yes, some clarification would be fine, thank you.
Yes, so the bank that had your plantings on it, that's been removed. But the trees up the top that are causing the shade, they are still within the SNA.
That wasn't an SNA before.
No, I think Dr. Herbert actually has the map right there, if that's okay, sir, to show the recommendation.
No, it wasn't planted because when the house was bulldozed, when the property was bulldozed, ready to build the house, I bought a bit of property for these people don't know if that was taken into effect. But the trees were cut because there was nothing about an SNA, and then it just grew. Yeah.
It seems like, just maybe to interrupt this, is a bit difficult for us to follow that. Would Ms Johnson be able to give someone at the council a call and have a chat about this? Because it seems like a bit of clarification around mapping might be helpful.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
So thank you. I don't have any questions, and again, thank you very much. Mr Richards.
Yes, I'm basically here to support Marina and also David and Anne.
Honeyfield?
Yeah, Honeyfield. Principally because we got together as a group of concerned neighbours to address the 574. So I live at 31B Truby King, which is in the northern section, just above where Marina is. And I'm aware that there has been some boundary changes, which the tiny little area that concerns my property may, in fact, under recommendation, move out of the SNA. However, it did cause me some concern, given that I've always maintained that area in the past to provide a view and also limit the height that the trees grow to for safety reasons. I've now got a permanent reminder of slipping on the driveway to meet with Marina. Tore a muscle in my left leg, and my physio says I'm doing really well.
I'll put a sign up now.
So, yes, it will live with me. My concerns were that we should be allowed to trim the trees. We have had significant storms here which have resulted in these trees being blown over in the past, probably because they get a bit spindly and they're just not particularly well maintained. The area, I'm aware, we've lived there for probably 28 years, and all that area was farmland when we first arrived. In fact, we used to have stock come up to the fence at the back of my property.
Yes.
And one particular day, a steer got over the fence, and I was concerned that he would get onto Mangere Road. Managed to shoo him back over the fence.
Okay.
So that area, was all farmland up until the Hatter Road development, I suppose, impacted it. And so all those houses below where I live are all new.
Okay, so where the zebra stripe is, that's your property?
That would be my section, yeah. So the tiny little bit of green at the corner there is the SNA or the area that was designated SNA.
Yes.
But you can see that the SNA on the right-hand or the right-hand side as I'm looking at it,
yes.
There's about a third of the section that's been designated, which is my neighbours. Obviously, they're quite concerned. And on the left-hand side, the SNA is actually right up to the deck of my neighbours, Ross and Dale. And if it was allowed to grow to the point of, wherever it keeps growing, it'll just invade their house. It's certainly not, you need to keep it trimmed in order just to avoid that happening. So yeah, my major concern was not being able to trim the trees, and there are other trees around the house, and we've had fairly large puckas and various things over the years which have been trimmed. And my late wife, she was very keen on the view.
So you're quite an elevated site that you're looking out over.
Yeah, we look out over the bank there, towards the mountain.
Wow. So you see the mountain there?
Absolutely. We built a conservatory. My wife insisted it's a sunroom, but
yes.
she would sit in the sunroom and look out.
Okay.
So it's only just over a year since she died. Hard for me to speak.
That's appreciated. It's tough.
Yeah, so yeah, I think if we have some ability to trim the trees, it would certainly allay my concerns over the thing. I've certainly no intention of taking any trees out because they provide a windbreak. And there's a saying in New Plymouth that if you can see the mountain, you're going to have the wind.
Okay.
And it howls through there. I've got a flagpole. The wind is so severe at times. I've got a flagpole there. I had to get permission from the lady of the house to put it in. At one stage we had a storm come through and there was a bare pole and the storm blew the flagpole at 90 degrees to the ground. And Deborah pointed out to me that my flagpole was a casualty of that. So it gives you an indication of just how strong the wind is.
Sure.
So it's, I believe, important, if nothing else, to maintain the trees to provide that sort of wind barrier. But not to the point where they have been broken in the past. So I've got dead vegetation there now, which I have agreed with Rachel to get removed. So not entirely. The idea is just to drop the vegetation around the ground so that the ecology is provided for and the tree just rots down naturally.
Sure, I understand. Michelle, is there clarification there from you? You've been dealing with Mr. Richards?
Yes, it's largely about maintaining a garden edge.
Yes. Okay. And are these circumstances where the council doesn't charge for consent applications if a consent was required?
So the fees schedule gets updated every year through I think a LGA process.
Yes.
But it has, since I've been in consents with SNAs, with rules, we have had no fees unless you need ecological expertise. So if it's very minor, such as trimming a couple of small branches, then that would be processed for free if a consent was needed.
Okay.
But in a lot of these cases, I would consider that they are permitted, like for example the dead wood that's on a steep hill or something like that, for safety reasons.
I do. Questions?
Just a couple.
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In your speaking notes or in your submission, you had contemplated the idea of asking for that very small area of 574 to be removed from the overall.
Correct.
Are you still of that view, or are you thinking now that the modification to rules might cut the mustard?
Well, I still think that the impact of removing it is such a minor area that to free up that corner of the property would be fine.
Yes.
My preference would be, I suppose, to remove it from the SNA.
Okay. Okay. And in the absence of that, then some sort of leeway in terms of the rules regarding trimming that we heard Ms Macbeth refer to.
Correct, yeah. My major concern would be trimming, and over the years we've been there, we've engaged Outify Industries, which they're a charitable organisation as much as anything, to come in and trim the trees all the way around the property, not just at that, not at the, well, I consider the rear of the section. So they do a fairly good job just trying to keep it, because otherwise it encroaches so much on the section. If we hadn't trimmed it over the years, we'd be encroached to the point where you wouldn't be able to see the house.
Yes. You heard Ms Macbeth talk about the additional standard that she's recommending, standard 7, about the trimming.
I've been in correspondence about that, so I'm aware of the possibility that the boundary could change and the rules. Yeah.
Yes. The focus there is trimming to maintain daylighting on a dwelling.
Yep.
Wouldn't necessarily extend to pathways or driveways on the plain reading of it.
Okay. Yep. That's a safety issue that we've had first-hand experience of.
We'll put it this way, that particular standard wouldn't. Whether there's another standard in the rules that I've missed, Ms Macbeth might be able to clarify.
I think that we've got already the permitted standard for maintaining existing tracks. We cover structures and infrastructure. And then number 3 is where it endangers human life. So that's a health and safety standard.
On Rule 1?
Yeah.
Okay, I must have...
just maintaining that driveway
is
allowed for.
Yes, I must admit I hadn't read Clause 2 of Rule 1 in that way. I guess particularly in an urban environment, I guess I read it more as a rural construct, but I can see that it could equally apply to urban. But I guess when it gets to the rubber meeting the road, we don't want any cause for debate as to whether the submitter's driveway is a track or not, and I wonder whether there's some room for clarification there, Ms Macbeth.
I could recommend something in my right of reply.
That would be really good. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Littlejohn. No, it's the head shake means no flapping of the tyre or anything, so we're all good. Commissioner Coffin, no questions? Oh, no, I have no questions either. Thank you very much for appearing before us and giving us your submission and your advice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
the
you.
Opportunity to speak.
Right, we have John and Marilyn Coleman.
I was asked to provide 10 copies.
Sure. Julie will take those from you, Mr. Coleman.
The seat's not as comfortable as my one in the office.
Boss.
So welcome, Mr. Coleman. I see you've got a statement. You'd like to read that out, is that right?
Yes, if I can.
Certainly. For myself, before you do, I would like to go through the process of just identifying your property on the plan so we know where you are, if that's okay. Julie, you can find your property and we'll show it on the screen.
34.
266.
34 Lower King Road. Is that right? Mr. Coleman, 34 Lower King Road?
Are you 34 Lower King Road?
This is 34 Lower King Road.
Yep.
Is this your property on the screen, Mr. Coleman?
Correct.
Thank you. Right, if you'd like to read your statement.
Thank you for allowing me to make this submission. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the pre-hearing meeting that was here because I was laid up at the time.
Okay.
So I'm probably a little bit behind the eight ball.
You're doing pretty good. I like the handwritten notes. That's what I like to do as well. So,
it's the best I can do, I'm sorry.
It's very good, very fine, very nice writing too.
Yeah, my name is John Coleman. I am making this statement on behalf of myself and my wife Marilyn. We own a freehold estate in fee simple dry stock farm in Tarurutangi. I have lived in this area all my life, a third generation farmer. Our children and grandchildren also live on the farm. 5 generations, well there's now 6 generations now. The native bush identified as ours, LSNA 265 and LSNA 266, has been in our family ownership for over 100 years, with a balance of it over 65 years. The bush itself forms part of our garden called Glen Fern, where we have metalled pathways, wooden steps, bridges, etc., and it has been open to the public for 10 days each year. We have hosted thousands of visitors over many years, all having very favourable comments on the beauty and sereneness of the native trees. We have also had school trips through to teach the children the beauty of native trees and how to identify them. In November 2009, we were privileged to have had 48 members of the International Dendrology Society visit us to spend time wandering through our native bush Glen Fern. The society, which was formed in 1952 in Europe, is dedicated to the science and study of wooded plants. It has 1,500 members in 50 countries around the world. Its annual meeting is held in a different country every second year, New Zealand being the host country in 2009. They were impressed with what they saw and presented us with a plaque in appreciation of their visit. In 2012, we had a house built next to the bush. It won the Registered Master Builder Supreme House of the Year award that year. The only access to the native bush is down our private driveway, walking past our house, over our lawn, through our gardens, and onto the bush tracks, which are also part of our garden. The whole bush area forms a part of our garden. We would not have built where we did if we knew property rights could be confiscated on our house section. No urban land house owner would accept the confiscation of their property rights. Why should rural house owners? We first heard of these LSNAs on so many properties. The first we heard of these LSNAs on so many properties was a very small notice in the public section of the Taranaki Daily News on the 17th of December 2014. No landowner was personally notified of it. Consequently, very few of the affected property owners knew what could happen to their land. An application for declarations and enforcement orders by Forest and Bird versus the New Plymouth District Council on the 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th of August 2015 before the Environment Court in New Plymouth resulted in a decision issued on the 17th of December 2015. The decision was that we declined to make the enforcement orders sought. During the hearing, a Forest and Bird witness, when asked what were the rules of the SNAs, replied, "We will make them up as we go along." When asked how they would be actioned, he said, "We will use a stick and not a carrot." Not answers that any landowner would want to hear. Another Forest and Bird witness, when hearing of how many native plants were planted, said not one of those plants were native. When asked why they weren't native, she replied, "Because they've been planted by man and not grown naturally." The real truth is that more than 6.2 million native trees of more than 40 species have been planted by men, women and children, 600,000 in the 2020 year, and close to 1 million in this current year were planted, by 1,200 landowners, which total at this stage over 7 million native trees planted at a cost to the landowners of over $128 million. The year that Forest and Bird took New Plymouth District Council to the Environment Court, 2015, was the 800th anniversary of the signing of the Magna Carta, which is on the 15th of June 1215, the most well-known legal document in existence. The first big legal event, the Global Law Summit, was held on the 23rd to the 25th of February 2015. Property rights was one of the main topics. The most famous clause of the Magna Carta states, "Justice will not be denied, delayed or sold, and that no man will have taken from him his rights or possessions." In June 2015, a notice without motion was moved in the New Zealand Parliament, recognising the 800th anniversary of the Magna Carta and its relevance to New Zealand law, which was passed unanimously by all parties. Also in 2015 was the 100th anniversary commemoration of the First World War, where 103,000 New Zealanders served overseas, 59,500 casualties, 18,200 died, fighting for our freedom. We are now fighting for that freedom they gave us of owning our land and caring for and enhancing its assets. The OMA commenced on the 1st of October 1991. 30 years has been in existence, identifying SNAs, not LSNAs. Has been a requirement since the OMA became law. Why, in 30 years, have only 60% of councils implemented the policy? District councils around New Zealand are becoming more vocal in opposition to the SNAs. The Far North District Council is scrapping the idea completely, following protests recently from tangata whenua, farmers and other landowners, who said the proposal to identify privately owned land undermined their sovereignty and property rights. 3 councils on the West Coast, Westland, Grey and the Buller councils, their mayors as well as the Westland, Westland Regional Council Chairman and 2 local Runanga chairs, Ngāti Waiwai and Makawhio, have written to James Shaw opposing the SNA process. Shaw's comments was that it is only a few Pakeha farmers down south whipping this up, spreading misinformation. Totally untrue, as other mayors from the rural provincial sector have said they are also not happy with the SNA process. The thousands of people who attended the howl of a protest against SNAs, among other things, in more than 40 cities and towns stretching from Kaitaia to Invercargill on Friday, July 16th, 2021, are also not a few Pakeha farmers from down south. The original application of the Environment Court affected around 900 landowners and 2,200 land titles, which included properties with existing Kiwi 2 covenants. These Kiwi 2 covenanted areas were dropped off, leaving 363 LSNAs affecting over 1,000 landowners. The Forest and Bird wanting SNA rules to override Kiwi 2 covenants and other voluntary protection initiatives undermines years of goodwill and landowner generosity. 2 of our councils in Taranaki are also in disagreement over SNAs. New Plymouth District Council wanting to classify Pukeiti as an SNA, while the Taranaki Regional Council, who own Pukeiti, opposing the classification of Pukeiti as an SNA. Proponents of SNAs say they fear the loss of native vegetation. According to Land Care Research Database, the net Indigenous land cover change over a 12-year period was a decline of 0.02%, or 54 hectares, which was 320,652 hectares down to 320,598 hectares. At the same time, there was a gain of 6,000 hectares of native habitat. Landowners are busy planting natives, not cutting them down. LSNA 266, which is out on the map there, shows proposed confiscated area. In the area outlined, it includes a concreted cattle and vehicle race to the rear of our farm, a wool shed, a hen shed and a wood shed. We are totally opposed to having an SNA on our land, which is a confiscation of property rights, but also a significant loss of land value. To do anything with an SNA area requires a resource consent. Before you apply for a resource consent now, you require an ecological report. Can I be excused for thinking there is an ulterior motive of confiscating the property rights, amalgamating them into one large block and selling this large block to the highest bidder for carbon credits? This is happening now with large blocks in New Zealand being sold, many to overseas investors. The areas to be confiscated are already afforested, making them a very valuable asset. We cannot emphasise enough our absolute opposition to the confiscation of property rights, and that land and its rights should always be a willing buyer, willing seller contract. Thank you for allowing me to state our position, and we look forward to a favourable outcome. Thank you.
Mr. Coleman, thank you very much for putting that together for us. Before I ask some questions, I'd like to home in on the SNA in the middle of Mr. Coleman's property, if we could, just to get a blow up of that, just as close as we can. So, just a wee bit further out so we can see where Mr. Coleman's house is, would be good. Okay, there we go. So your house, Mr. Coleman, is at the end of the long straight driveway off the road, is that right?
Yes, yep.
Yes. And can you just tell me about the origin of this area? Is that bush area, was that there when your family bought it 100 years ago, or have you been planting, or someone been planting?
It's never had stock in it, and some of the trees are over 1,000 years old, we've been told.
So it's fenced off?
Yes.
No stock?
No.
And in your experience with such a small remnant, sometimes those remnants struggle because there's not enough area, but it looks to be quite a healthy canopy from what we can see.
It's about 7 acres, roughly.
Right. Yes. And is there a stream flowing through it?
Yes.
And you mentioned there are some tracks and things through the bush area?
Yes, we've put tracks in it. It's been open for the Taranaki Rhododendron Festival for over a long period of years.
Okay. All right.
Where most of the trees have been named in there so people can identify what's in there.
All right. So you've just got little tags on them or something?
Yes. Yep.
Yes. Okay, well, it looks a real treasure, so thank you for talking about it with us. So,
and I also, I lay possum, you won't find a possum in there. And there's no rats or stoats.
Wow. Yes.
Plenty of rabbits at the moment.
Yeah. Similar to where I'm from, Hawke's Bay, there's rabbits are making a huge resurgence. I don't know what around here, whether it's the same. Yes. So, Commissioner McMahon, do you have any questions?
Yes, just a couple, sir. Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Welcome. Mr. Coleman, have you or your family given any consideration to protecting this area of land through any formal mechanism?
We did some time ago, but before the Environment Court hearing in New Plymouth, when Forest and Bird wanted all the QE2 Trust to be included.
Yes.
It put us off the idea completely.
Yeah. And you'll hear now, would have heard Ms Macbeth saying that she doesn't want to duplicate that provision. If it's covered through a covenant, it doesn't need to be covered through the SNA process. That's a very coarse way of explaining her position, but that's how I understand it. Does that change your view in any way now?
Oh, I didn't quite get the... Well, what were you saying?
Well, as I understood Ms Macbeth, she was saying that if there is an area covenanted, there's no need to duplicate that by way of an SNA provision.
Yeah, but there's probably no guarantee because they tried before the last Environment Court hearing.
Yes.
They included them all originally and then they took them out.
Yeah, I'm just.
There's no guarantee it won't be replicated.
Just conveying what she said this morning, and she's indicated that we're in parts of a report where there are where she's recommended removal or partial removal of an SNA. It's based on the fact that it is covenanted in some way or protected in some way. I just wondered whether that gave you any comfort at all.
Not at this stage, I don't think.
Okay, right. You seem to have a very good understanding of the evolution of these rules, going back to 2005 and then 2015 with the Environment Court proceedings. Was this area of bush protected in the original operative district plan?
No,
it wasn't.
It's been there forever.
No, I understand that, but was there any protection in the operative district plan as opposed to the current proposed district plan?
No, it's never had any protection orders on it. It's all been freehold land with no notations whatsoever.
Yes, okay. I mean, your family are obviously great stewards of the land. You don't want to destroy the land, obviously, and the bush remnant.
Well, I think every farmer intends leaving the land better than how they found it.
Yes.
And in my probably 65 years, 70 years of winding around bush areas, I don't know of one area that's been cut down or felled. They're all as they were when I was a little school kid.
Yes. Is it I'm just trying to understand the rationale for the opposition. Is it a philosophical consideration, or is it an imposition on the day-to-day operations of the area that of most concern to you?
Well, everything. Once an NSA comes on it, it puts hurdles, and as I said, from the Forest and Bird Witness, we don't know what the rules are. They'll make them up as they go along.
Well, can I just respond to that? The rules are the rules that appear in Appendix 1 now. So you have an opportunity to shape those. Other submitters have an opportunity. Are there any rules that in the notified version of the plan that you are particularly concerned with?
Well, probably just overall. If you own something, why should you have rules saying you can do this and you can do this, you can't do that?
Yes, Mr. Coleman, that's why I asked you, is it a philosophical concern that you have, or is it a specific concern about rules?
Probably more philosophical.
Okay, yes. Okay. Right, I don't think I can take that any further, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Littlejohn, do you have any questions? You can't see.
No. Oh, sorry. Is that better? Hello?
Hello. There you are.
There we go. No, look, I don't have any questions. I just wanted to express how envious I am of someone who's got the ability to experience that beauty of nature on a daily basis. So thank you for coming along and telling us about it.
Probably one of the best parts of it is our house is built on the north side of the bush. We've got the native bush around the south and west of us, which completely protects us from it. It's like a subtropical little climate in there all the time.
I didn't have any questions for you, Mr. Coleman, but I just wanted to acknowledge 10 pages of handwritten notes for us with double spacing. That's pretty
I'm sorry,
fantastic.
I can't hear.
It was a good effort writing 10 pages double spaced. Thank you.
Yes.
It took me till sometime this morning.
Yes. Look, I do just have a comment, not a question. I do know from my own experience working with a great friend of mine that has worked with QE2 around a special area like this in terms of covenanting. That's all done on the landowner's terms. You have complete control about how that's set up, and you still own the land. So it sounds like you might have been put off by some hearing some people talk about your land in a way that you didn't appreciate, that didn't show it respect. But I would, if you did ever have time to go and talk with the QE2 people, and your place looks an absolute treat. It's always an opportunity. So it is a way of actually retaining land, having your own on your own terms, but it also allows some potential incentives to be brought through rating relief, those sorts of things. So as a package, all I do is encourage you to perhaps open your ears, talk to some people that are doing these things. And I've also heard myself people talking in disrespectful ways about various things that come along. But that's just a comment. It's your land. You've got every right to keep it as it is. And certainly through the hearings process, we are listening and hearing your concerns. So thank you very much.
Yeah, I think if we sold it out of the family, we would probably look at putting it into the QE2 trust then.
Yes, just so to protect it for forever. Yes.
Oh, I believe it's a good way of putting it. I think it was Sir Gordon Stevenson many years ago that set up the trust. And I knew him as president of Federated Farmers at the time.
Yes.
But at the moment, they're getting that many applications, they can't
Deal with them. I think Taranaki is the most popular area for covenanting around New Zealand. Is that right?
Some of the highest growth in the country, and they've just hired this year, they've just doubled the number of reps, so now we've got one for each of the ecological districts.
Okay. It just shows, what we're hearing, that the general public is really, really interested in preserving these areas. Yes. So thank you very much.
I'm also concerned that there's buildings within the area.
Okay. So you talked about buildings within the bush area. We can't see them from the map, can we?
No.
No.
But the concrete race down the side of the bush.
Yes.
Because everything's taken from aerial photos, and the bush overhangs the race. They've just.
Have you had a visit from the ecologists?
Yes.
You have.
Yes.
So has there been any refinement of the area based on what the ecologists have seen?
A little bit through here that really doesn't make a lot of difference to it.
Okay.
But that doesn't include the buildings either.
I say there's buildings in amongst there.
They're still amongst it.
All right. Well, we'll have a good look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm mindful it's 3:36. People probably need a pit stop, if not a cup of tea. We are at 3:36. We have Taranaki people of the land, so Ms. Trenari and Mr. Brown, are you here? Okay. Would it be okay if we just had 5 or 10 minutes just for a break and a toilet stop and a cup of tea? Okay, cool, thank you. We'll break. Be back here. I have a clock on the wall, so I've got to look at my... Okay, so what would be a time to come back? 5 to?
5 to 4.
5 to 4? Thank you. Ms. Young will... I think with people scheduled tomorrow, we better just steel ourselves to carry on. We'll get through your final 2 reports. Be one of those longer days, but that's all right. Thank you.
Take one without the other. Yeah, it is difficult.
Yeah. Well, either way, it'll be fine.
I need pictures in my life, so good. All right, welcome back, everybody, and welcome Dawn and Nick. Thank you for coming along. You've got something to hand out.
Is this on?
Yes, they should be on, so you can just take it up. Right.
Ko te tuatahi, I mihi nui ki te maunga taranaki. E mihi ana ki ngā awa, ko huatuki, rawa ko te henui, nā mihi ki a koutou katoa. E tūaki ana maua I tēnei rā mo te hapori o Taranaki People of the Land Incorporated. Ko puakai te maunga, ko kāti karā te awa, ko kāti karā te ingoa o mātou whenua. Ko waio, I te taha o tōku māma no Island o Kutipuna, I te taha o tōku pāpā no Cornwall o Kutipuna, ko te tiriti o Waitangi tōku tūranga waiwai. Ko Dawn Trineri ahau, ko te kaituhi au o te apori o Taranaki People of the Land Incorporated. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. So we are standing here today to represent an incorporated society, Taranaki People of the Land. The society has operated for 40 years. For 4 decades, our primary aim, or number one kaupapa, has remained the same: to care for the earth, to restore her sacred purpose of nurturing life for now and future generations. To do this, we follow organic land use principles. Our founding members had a vision: to live off the land, to live communally, and to create different systems. To fulfil this vision, the original members created the society and then purchased the 25-hectare block on Carrington Road, addressed here as SNA Site 454. But we know this property as Kati Kara. Our community is named after the river that flows along our boundary. And the name of our society was blessed by 3 kuia from Pariaka: Matarina Rau, Ino Okeroa, and Neta Wharehoka. These ladies were witnesses to our inauguration meeting in 1981. In 1982, the North Taranaki District Council granted a specified departure. This allowed the property to be set up similar to a papakainga, with a number of houses on the same title, and it even includes an urupa. In the first decade, 2 more homes were built at Katikara, bringing our total to 3. All are powered by solar and or hydro systems, which were uncommon technologies in the late 80s, but they're quite the trend today. For 40 years, our society has been dedicated to maintaining our community-owned homes with low-impact renewable energy systems, raising families, growing food, fundraising, allowing the regeneration of Indigenous flora and fauna, while of course pursuing harmonious coexistence with each other. We are a society that works differently. We work as a collective, and no one person can have any pecuniary gain. All income is for the society and all assets are owned by the society. So we offer a different way to do things, which begins with honouring the earth. We value our native bush. We have maintained riparian planting, caring for all of our waterways. We have management plans for protecting and enhancing our biodiversity, and these plans certainly do not include clearing any of our native bush, other than maintaining tracks for pest control. It's my understanding that under the Resource Management Act, any further developments would require some consent anyway. Under our own agreements and developments, we also require consensus decision, and it must align with our primary aim, and any losses must be mitigated or avoided in the first place. So we actually oppose the classification as a rural production zone as well as the SNA, or at least we would have opposed that rural production zone if we had had the opportunity to. The rest of the process has been great, but that's just one little thing that I'd like to question, is how we ended up in that zone. Our plans do not include accommodating any livestock. We don't even have any troughs. One member in the 90s, he was a vegan, went as far as to even remove most of the fences to deter any stock ever being run on parts of the land. Most of the property is unsuitable for common farming practices. We are not a farm. We are in the business of growing people. I'd like to address why, when we have no intention of disturbing our ngahere, why we've not placed a covenant on it already, namely the QE2. Firstly, we feel that it's disrespectful to the tangata whenua to place yet another Queen's title over what was confiscated land. This area in particular we perceive as wahi tapu, sacred space. We are surrounded on 3 sides by te papakura or taranaki. We've been told by local kaumātua, both the late Te Miringa Hohaia and Te Huerangi Waikiripuru, and in more recent years, Dr. Ruakere Hond, that when you reach into those high bush areas, such as Katikara, these spaces were once available to all. These are the realms of rongo and haumea tiki-tiki. These are places of peace. These areas are used for healing practices, for collecting rongoa, for gathering seeds and uncultivated kai. Secondly, we have not placed a covenant here because rather than surrender our sovereignty to another organisation, we recognise the mana and the authority in our own society rules and agreements. The most recent Environment Court decision was to consider a range of options, including rules to enhance the protection of our native bush. We believe that there should be a case-by-case approach to this, as our society already has rules in place to protect our biodiversity. This is our kaupapa. In fact, since this SNA process began, there has been some in-house jokes about welcoming the council to our table. Okay. So let me reiterate that our society aim is to care for the earth. We already have strict rules in place for any development on the property. However, in the past 2 decades, we have seen a lot go up around us, and we've gained many more neighbours, some of which I'm happy to say have become members of our society. With so many subdivisions in our area, it's my opinion that Katikara has remained undisturbed and protected because of its unique ownership. Also, through our robust rules and our aim for consensus decisions, we ensure everything we do aligns with our objectives to care for the earth. Because this property is owned by an incorporated society and no one can personally gain, it will not be sold. It will not be subdivided, so it will always remain for the future generations. In over 40 years of experience, you can imagine some people have tried. I think that in this capitalist world we live in, it's now become part of our human desires to want to own our own slice of paradise. But our strong constitution and our process for decision making has enabled our society to put things right. Ka tikara. These policies and processes are all detailed in our society rules and in the Katikara Resident Member Agreement, which we have submitted as evidence. Appendix 1 in our rules outlines our wilderness zones, which you'll see in those things I gave you before. So the wilderness zones have their own set of policies for protection. The resident member agreement has even more restrictions, such as not allowing cats to live on the property, and any dogs entering the wilderness zones must have kiwi aversion training or be on a lead and or muzzled. All of these policies are in place to protect our Indigenous biodiversity. The third objective of our society is to encourage other communities and not-for-profit businesses and educational activities that align with our aims. We've formed a partnership with the Taranaki Regional Council to accept a key native ecosystem management plan. This comprehensive plan involves pest management and monitoring, long-term plans for planting and the restoration of Indigenous species, and the removal of exotic trees. Our initial condition assessment in February this year already obtained an excellent rating of 18.2 out of 20. So we look forward to seeing what this partnership can do to even further protect and enhance the taonga that Taranaki people of the land are kaitiaki for. So on behalf of Taranaki People of the Land Incorporated, we oppose the classification of Katikara as an SNA. And Commissioners, we ask you, when making your recommendation to the Council, that you consider our unique position as a society, our evidential success in protecting and enhancing the Indigenous biodiversity of this land, our history, and our resilience as a community. Our society would like to maintain autonomy and ensure our title is not identified as an SNA. We feel that an SNA not only undermines our existing use rights, but largely dismisses the jurisdiction of our own organisation. We do not need another layer of rules over our existing system. Our evidence shows that our robust constitution has done well to protect this bush for generations already, and it will continue to do so. Ngā mihi.
Thank you, Dawn.
Kia ora koutou, Colin Brown, taku ingoa. I'm the spokesperson for the Taranaki people of the land, and the land is called Katikara. Its meaning can be interpreted as make it right on this day. So I'd like to acknowledge this day and everyone in this room. In this process, it's been quite fair, I found. I first bumped into Ra about probably 2.5 years ago when this process was first talked to us about. It was really nice hearing, I see, who was it, Mr. Barrett had left, has already gone, but I happened to paddle through that, the Kiri stream that his land borders on, and acknowledge efforts like that to look after the land. My job is I take students into the outbush, and just to be able to go to these special places where people have protected the land is protected and keep enhancing is quite special. So the Taranaki People of the Land Incorporated Society was set up 40 years ago to nurture life for now and future generations. SNAs weren't invented yet. So the Incorporated Society, it's a legal entity. We have a set of rules that we register with the Society's trust. You'll see that under there. And they've remained, as Dawn said, unchanged, mostly unchanged, especially the core primary objectives there. So if you zoom out a little bit, you can probably see where we are in relation to the rest of the world.
Great, thank you.
So there we are. We're just down the road from Pukeiti.
Yes.
And 3/4 of that land has been identified as an SNA. The land is about 25 hectares all up, but it's actually more than that. It's on the side of a mountain, so it goes up and down, and there's valleys. It's quite amazing. It's very wild. There's very few tracks in there.
So what's the drive time to New Plymouth from where you are?
25 minutes going through Carrington Road there.
Yeah.
Beautiful drive. It's quite slow because you've got lots of cyclists on the road, but there's no rush. We think the land was cleared sometime after World War I. This is when you go into the bush here, the kamahi, they're about 70 centimetres big. So kamahi are one of the first trees to grow back. And about now we're starting to get the big protocarps, the rimu and the totara and the matai starting to pop through the canopy there. My job is I take young people into this bush, and I also take them into the national park, but Katikara is a little bit different. The rules around the national park can be quite, it's treated as conservation land, and sometimes there's a disconnect between what you can and can't do with our rangatahi in terms of, let's build a natural shelter out of the ferns. And we've got land there that we can do that in, where we can interact. Obviously, we're not chopping down trees to make a bush shelter or anything like that. It's taking advantage of pongas that might already be down. So we've got a set of rules in place. However, as Dawn pointed out, our third objective was that we work with other non-profit organisations or other organisations like the council have similar values to us. And I see, this morning I see the regional policy statement was mentioned this morning, so I had to quickly look it up, and I went to the Indigenous biodiversity, and it pretty much lines up with our core objective. I think, what's the number of it? It's 2A3, and that is to protect and enhance native Indigenous biodiversity. Yeah. As Dawn mentioned, we're in a rural production zone. The land's not suitable for grazing. It's we are a people growing zone. We help people connect with nature. A little bit different from Pokieti down the road, where you can rock on up and get a latte and walk around in your leather shoes, all right. But in Taranaki, we encourage you to drink from the river and take your shoes off and expose your souls to the earth. Yeah. So I ask that you recommend to the council to remove the SNA from Kātakara. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Nick. Commissioner McMahon.
Good afternoon, both of you. You'll see that the recommendation of Ms Macbeth is to reject your submission. And she acknowledges the unique arrangement that the people of the land have, and she doesn't dispute the intentions or the positive actions that you've undertaken. But she has a concern that the trust document doesn't provide adequate protection, similar to what a SNA would do or a covenant. And the first opportunity I've had to look at the trust document, I looked particularly at the land and usage matters and the wilderness bush policies, and I see that the cutting and removal of trees or the clearing of new tracks must be approved at a special general meeting of the society, and that there needs to be consensus and agreement occurred. What I didn't see was any prohibition or on those sort of actions, and whilst the removal of Indigenous vegetation that must go through a process, there's no guarantee about the outcome of that process, and I'm just wondering whether you might want to comment on that, particularly in relation to what Ms Macbeth has said about the absence of any adequate protection similar to an SNA.
Okay. As you'll see in the documents that we've provided to you, the rules have grown over the years. So the first one, which was that was the first document in 1981, and then the latest version is this year's version. So those rules have changed, they've been adapted, they've grown. Our primary aims have stayed the same, but as we have encountered challenges, modern day challenges, evolution, things goes on, we usually create some sort of structure or policy or something and able to meet those challenges and make sure that we're still aligning with our primary aim.
Yes. I was quoting from the latest iteration of the rules. Yeah. Well, can you outline some examples of where those rules have been implemented in relation to removal of trees or clearing of new tracks?
Yeah, the nature of the society is, first of all, it's quite wild up there. It's rainforest, and what we've found is there's absolutely no reason to go in the bush. You can see up on the map there's about the quarter, that top quarter is what we refer to as the common zone.
Yes.
And that's where we do a lot of our living.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So there's been absolutely no reason, and just recently we've called a SGM, a special general meeting, to put tracks down. One, to work with the key native ecosystem in the regional council's pest monitoring program, and two, to give access to people, not just people to scramble through the bush, but actually people to walk there and get to the river and bathe it and just, yeah, connect with nature, which is sorely missing right now.
I'm just, what I guess what I'm wondering is why can't the rules and the SNA coexist? I mean, the rules as outlined by Ms Macbeth this morning do allow for some removal in certain circumstances. Are you suggesting to the panel that they don't go far enough?
Well, I actually don't think. From a philosophical point of view, I knew you brought up that word before. Back when Muldoon and the big think projects were clearing native bush, these bunch of hippies were up the hill protecting it. So it's, yeah, from a philosophical point of view, or perhaps a bit of...
It's an irony.
Yes, yeah. It's kind of like, well, we got this sussed. We've been doing it for 40 years, and the bush has improved. In one of our photos, the aerial photos there, you'll see the late 1970s photo, and the one, and there's a comparative photo, and you can sort of see there has been riparian planting on one of the streams that's increased, and some of the regenerating bush, mainly coprosmas and kanuka, they're all starting to regenerate back into the common zone. Yes. Which is our intention too. That's the only place we can enhance our biodiversity, is moving into.
Yes. And just the reason I asked that question is that there seems to be some alignment between the philosophy behind the SNA and that behind this document.
Yeah.
And given that, and given your deep appreciation of the bush environment, I'm just struggling to understand what it is about the SNA rules in particular that you can't accommodate.
I would probably return the question back to the council as well. You know, why can't you accommodate what we've got in place already for 40 years? You know, well before the SNA was put in place. We would like to maintain our sovereignty as maybe to an example for the rest of the country as well. I mean, we're very innovative up there because of how we live, a little bit alternative.
Yes.
But that's where the creativity comes from.
Right.
So if you were to put another layer of rules, my fear would be that we just end up accidentally breaking them, not on purpose, but we've got enough rules as it is, and we struggle to you know, we have to keep, it's a real constant process to make sure people are aligning with our values.
Yes. I asked myself, what's the difference between, well, Ms Macbeth indicated earlier that there's a desire not to duplicate rules, and where there's protection either through QE2 covenants or through the Reserves Act or the Conservation Act. I think generally, and I'm not trying to put words in her mouth, that's seen as being sufficient without the need to duplicate those in a SNA regime. So you might apply that philosophy to your document, and I guess I'm not familiar enough with this document and how particular covenants under the QE2 Trust work, but what I do understand from the QE2 Trust is that at the time of a covenant put in place, there's often a management regime put in place which indicates what can and can't happen. That's not necessarily the case here. This is a process that will go through, and decisions will be made on a case-by-case basis as to whether bush is removed or tracks installed. So there's no guaranteed outcome with this, whereas with the covenant, I think there might be. Would you like to comment on that?
I think the guaranteed outcome is already right there. It's 40 years of guardianship of the land. I heard this morning that it wasn't just QE2 legal structures that were able to look, there were other legal structures as well.
Yes, Reserves Act and Conservation Act.
Yeah, and we're just another string in the bow.
Okay.
Dawn, do you have anything to add?
Just to say that, you know, if you've got recommendations for how we could further define those protections, we'd be happy to, you know, to incorporate those as well. We can't make any changes until the AGM next year, but it's a working document.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. And Kit, you don't have the benefit of this document we have in front of you, unfortunately, because you're stuck in Auckland, which is a terrible thing. But to you...
Well, I'm sure many might debate that.
No, sorry, I was just trying to be empathetic, but seriously, you don't have the document. It is quite fulsome. We certainly will get the document to you, scanned and up to you, but any questions just on what information you've been able to glean?
No, I don't. I don't have any questions. I read with interest that section of the 42A report and the submission, so I was looking forward to hearing from you both today. So I very much appreciate that. I must say, as a boy, I tramped up and down the valleys and the gullies in the national park, and it was some of the wettest, coldest, but most life-affirming experiences I can ever remember. So I sort of get a sense of what it must be like living out there. But it's 24/7, so all I can say is I admire you, and don't stop doing it. But I didn't have any particular questions. I've heard what you've said, and it's certainly something of interest to me in terms of how you recognise that sort of generational contribution in a way that is not seen as offensive. And I mean, it's a challenge because I don't think district plans are intended to be offensive. They are intended to respond to governmental requirements. So it's something I'm certainly going to exercise my creative drafting around. So thank you again very much.
Tēnā koe.
Commissioner Coffin.
Kia ora kōrua, I kawana kia kōrua e maramaia mātau I runga tēnei kaupapa. Thanks for coming along and enlightening us. I think this was a really refreshing submission today. It wasn't what I expected. I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't what I expected. And I was, when you were speaking, I was reflecting on our iwi and hapu and going through the processes of trying to fit in, trying to get by, trying to find peace, and also trying to assert themselves in the way that they feel comfortable in their identity and their sovereignty. And so it was lovely to hear a slightly different perspective of that, but equally those same human truths were coming through. So I applaud you in your journey, which has been 40 years thus far, plus all of the experiences that came before that to get to that particular point of starting. And I did have a question, but it isn't necessarily related to a solution, but it was more related to an area of interest, and it's the name Katikara, and I think you were saying that it's Katikara. That's the way the syllables go, and that makes, because I heard what you said it means, and yes, Katikara. That's quite a lovely turn of phrase. It can mean a number of things, but I think how you summed it up was quite a nice way of saying it. So was that right? Katikara?
That was how the kuia from Pariaka, taught us that. Yes. That's what it means to put things right on the day.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that resonated for me as you were speaking. I was thinking, yes, Katikara. We've always got to be thinking about the right way of doing things on the day. So I thought that was an appropriate way to start, and perhaps not even a question to say that's where we've got to. Katikara, always thinking to how can you make it right on the day. Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback there, Commissioner Commons. I just have one observation and one question. The observation is that when you talked about the society gaining a specified departure, it really dates me because I started as a planner under the Town and Country Planning Act 1977. When controlled, it wasn't even controlled activity, it was conditional uses, specified departures. So I was looking at the date on the documents, 1981, so you would have been in those Town and Country Planning Act days. Being granted a specified departure wasn't an easy thing to do. So you must have convinced the decision makers or your people your society to do this. So that's the observation. The question is, the documents you've given us are unsigned and are they dated?
That's because our signed documents are still sitting at the Society's Registrar Office.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I think COVID slowed things down a little bit.
Yes. But, so they have been signed?
Yeah, they've been all signed and sent away. Yeah.
Yes. Because like the other panel members, I'm intrigued by what you've done, and certainly the model I suppose the conservation model is very intriguing. I can see some of the reasons why you think you've got your own, like your own type of covenant that protects the land through your own processes. But as we've heard, also there's, I'm going to have to work through my own mind that what the council's proposed seems to be it's not an or, it's an and it doesn't offend what you're doing. We are probably back at the philosophical basis that just having some other rules that don't, from a day-to-day operational point of view, make any difference. You wouldn't need to have a resource consent for anything you're doing, but it's just the philosophical thing that it's another set of rules that, in your view, you think are unnecessary. So whether that's a fair way of putting it?
We do think that the further restrictions of the SNA are unnecessary.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for enlightening us, and I might have a drive up there one day. It's all public road, and because it does fascinate me what you're doing. Thank you.
Yeah, by all means, yeah. You're all invited.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Bring your gumboots.
Yes.
I'm from the dry side of the country, but we still need gumboots over there. Thank you.
Amihi.
All right, so we're going to change up or change down or something. So Denise, back to you. Which are we going to access, or the waterway, the water bodies?
I thought we'd do water bodies.
Sure.
So I prepared the section 42A on water bodies, activities on the surface of water body chapters, and Schedule 9, which is Schedule of Significant Water Bodies. The Section 42A report also assesses submissions against a number of definitions that are used in the water bodies and activities on the surface of water bodies chapters. In the Section 42A report, I felt it was really important to include background context on the physical nature of the district's water bodies. So I've just got a few slides, Julie, just to explain them. And also the changing context in the national policy framework. Taranaki, the region, has over 217, that's just the parent catchments, and over 530 named rivers and streams. These are the hill country catchments. So the hill country rivers, including the Waitara River, which is the district's largest river, have really short tributaries, and they're constrained in these really narrow valleys. Yeah, can you go back to the ring plain? These are the ring plain catchments. They're quite a little bit different. So they actually, there's over 300 rivers that come down in a radial pattern from Mount Taranaki. And they are, as Mr. Shaw said, they are short and sharp and fast flowing. So that's just the contrast. And we have, and I've talked about it before, just the Hangatahua is, or the Stony Inn, that's a picture of it, beautiful picture there. It's our district's braided river. And if you read the definition of bank in the PDP, it explains these three different types of rivers and how it's very it's very difficult to determine the bank because of the geology. Another...
Just in terms, this is going to come out again times, just in terms of the name Hanga Tahua, I'm looking over it, it reads like Hanga Tahua. Okay, there's no macrons in the statutory knowledge, but yeah, so it was just from just the meaning of the name is important.
What does it mean? The stony? No. I think the stony is just what it's called. Anyway, it's got both in the in the geographical board names it both. The streams, we have a lot of small streams, like 75% of all streams are probably under 2 metres in width. The district contains few lakes, and due to the topography, only a few large rivers are suitable for recreational boating and sailing. Most boating activities are informal, for example, water skiing at Lake Rotomanu. So Rotomanu is just at the bottom of the Waiwakaio. Organised recreational boating activities are not common and limited to 1 or 2 organised events per year. And this is reflected in the activities on the surface of water where we don't, they're all permitted activities and we just control structures. The National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management 2020, the NPSFM, and the Resource Management National Environmental Standards for Freshwater Regulations 2020, NESFM, they both came, although they're relevant, they both came into effect after the plan was notified. So they came into effect in September 2020, and the plan was notified on the 23rd of September 2019, and submissions closed on the 22nd of November 2019. So the plan wasn't developed in accordance with the NPSFM. So while the term mana utawai was described in a narrative form in the previous policy statements, the NPSFM includes it as a fundamental concept. I'll just, because we're running late on time, it's just, so implementing the NPSFM, in particular Te Mana o Te Wai, it requires an integrated approach across district and regional councils. And I note that section 3.5.4 of the NPS now has a particular policy that relates to district councils that wasn't in the previous policy statement, so I won't read that out, just to note that. However, and as I've noted in my section 42A report, that the actual process for sort of determining Te Mana o Te Wai and identifying natural inland wetlands is actually the role of the Taranaki Regional Council. So as part of this process, the Taranaki Regional Council did lodge submissions. We went in just to clarify their submission and also to understand where they were in that process. So they are still very much at the beginning of the process in terms of determining a long-term vision. So they are working with tangata whenua and community to determine how Te Mana o Te Wai will be implemented in developing a long-term vision for freshwater. As part of this process, TRC are required to identify the values of water bodies and set targets for water quality based on a range of mandatory and non-mandatory values outlined in the NPSFM. TRC is then required to either notify a plan or undertake a plan change to both the RPS and the Regional Plan for Freshwater. So the RPS was notified in 2010 and the Freshwater Plan for Taranaki is almost 20 years old. And they have to notify those plan changes by 2024 to give effect to the NPSFM requirements. However, where possible in my recommendations, I have attempted to be in accordance with the NPSFM where I can. However, there's limited scope to address the policy and knowledge gaps which have arisen after such quite a big change. Like Te Mana o Te Wai is a really big change in the national direction. And again, that's because the plan was in accordance with the previous policy statements, and the submissions were also based on previous policy statements.
Yes. Just on that point, you are of the view then that the proposed district plan gives effect to the 2014 and 2017 versions
Yes.
of the MPSFM?
Yes.
Okay.
But a supplementary question is that because this has been notified, and it is, you do think it is relevant to, wherever possible, you're looking with that lens on within scope. Is that?
Yeah, I had quite a lot of trouble in terms of, not trouble, but I really did turn my mind to it, and our legal advice was that I could only make a change if it was in scope.
Yep.
So
Yes.
I have been quite really conservative in my recommendations.
But where you can,
Where I can,
you are taking
yeah,
account of the
Yes.
MPSFM direction.
I think the real problem is with sort of the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai, not really understanding what the implications are without it having gone through, you know, the processes, talk to tangata whenua, talk to the community, put it in the RPS, and then that work hasn't been done, so it's just, and I acknowledge the great work and the evidence from tangata whenua on this matter, that it's just difficult for me to have the scope to make those changes, but if the commissioners can see a way through.
Yeah, well, we can't magic up scope, but what we can do
We are
is,
good, but not that good.
certainly what we are observing as a panel is that council team, certainly our iwi and hapu that are submitting us, doing their very best around the principles within the scope we have, knowing that there are other processes. Planning and policy planning is always on the go, as we all know. But yes, I think for us as a panel, just understanding what scope there might be. A good example is the strategic directions, which includes the concept of mana o te wai, and there was rationale. I think Ra, you put in that hearing one planning report about how you've managed to work it in as a concept, and we've certainly kept that in our interim guidance. Yes, yes. So there was that scope there. So thank you, Denise.
And I do acknowledge that once the full understanding of how the MPSFM is to be implemented through the RPS and the regional plans, then it is likely that a plan change would occur to the district plan in the future. So I suppose it's a little bit like Ra's chapter. I think we're just at the start of our journey with the Waterbodies, and just acknowledging that although the Waterbodies chapter is one of 7 chapters that applies to all zones, the inclusion of a Waterbodies chapter is not mandatory under the national planning standards. However, it was, and in the section 32 report, and in my report, I go back over the reasons for its inclusion. So Trustpower, I haven't put this in my, Trustpower submitted that they wanted the whole chapter deleted. And so I just pointed out that the reason, again, is the inclusion of the chapter on water bodies responds both to the district's distinct geography, where, as I pointed out, water bodies are a distinct natural feature, and also concerns from tangata whenua or the PDP to provide better recognition of their cultural values, traditions, and their relationships to water bodies. So a total of 30 submissions and 14 further submissions were received on the water bodies chapter. 8 submissions and 4 further submissions were received on Schedule 9, the Schedule of Significant Water Bodies. 7 submissions and 2 further submissions were received on the activities on the surface of water bodies, and 29 submissions and 19 further submissions were received on the definitions which are relevant to those chapters. The submissions focused on 9 primary matters that I have formed the key issues in my analysis. So the first one, which I've just mentioned, was the appropriateness of having a Waterbodies chapter. And related to that was the listing of water qualities values in Schedule 9. And this is in relation to the District Council's functions under Section 31 of the RMA, where we don't have a function to maintain water quality. That's the function of the Regional Council. But we do have a function to manage the Indigenous biodiversity values of the margins of rivers, and also the link between land use on the margins and how that can impact their integrated management on freshwater. Another key primary matter in the submissions from tangata whenua was the increased recognition of tangata whenua values when managing water bodies. And related to that was quite significant was whether the use of the term significant water bodies, and then the rules have a 2-tiered approach. We were more restricted if it's a significant water body and less restrictive if it's a natural water body, where that's appropriate. And again, in my report, I do spend quite a bit of time talking about that. Setback distances for activities within the margins of water bodies, requirements to take esplanade strips, reserves, appropriate activities, what are the appropriate activities in the margins of water bodies, amendments to definitions and mapping, and then some issues around the Schedule 9. So there were submissions that asked for additions, so they were mainly from tangata whenua wanting all the statutory acknowledgement areas in, or all tributaries in. And then activities, there was one submission around, I think it was from Fish and Game, around the activity status of rules controlling activities on the surface of water. So my recommended amendments aim to clarify the PDP's role in maintaining water quality under Section 31 of the RMA. So I've made some changes to the chapter overview, and I've deleted the water quality column in Schedule 9 just to clarify that it's not our primary role. We have a kind of secondary role. In addition, my recommendation to replace the term significant water body, I didn't think that term, given the MPSFM, was appropriate with the term scheduled water body. I hope that clarified that the intent of the plan is that all water bodies have value. However, having read the pre-circulated evidence in response to my Section 42A report, I consider there are 8 matters that still need to be considered in the hearing. I think the main one that came out was whether that replacement of the term significant water body with scheduled water body and the retention of the 2-tiered approach in the rules actually does give effect to Te Mana Otawai, and the requirement of the council to promote an integrated management approach. In my summary that you had before me, I've outlined the provisions. I won't go through those.
That's good, yes.
The other issue is around certain activities that should be exempt from Rule WBR4, which is earthworks. I recommended the removal of an exemption that if it was permitted by the Regional Council, or you had a resource consent granted from the Regional Council, and I can see that removing that has then made it unclear for some activities. The evidence came from hydroelectricity generating infrastructure companies, and there's been some clarification from LandPro as to what activities they were actually meaning in their submission. That was helpful. And also the underground oil and gas activities, they may have been exempt because they would have been a structure in and they would have had a consent. There would be a structure in a bed in a river, and they would have probably had a consent, and they would have been exempt from that rule, and they are no longer exempt now. So, whether a new policy is needed in the Waterbodies chapter to avoid public access to an esplanade area where there may be an adverse effect on the sites and areas of significance to Māori and to the Waterbodies, whether an additional objective is needed in the activities on the surface of Waterbodies chapter to recognise the special relationship of Māori to water. Again, another one from the hydro electricity generating infrastructure about they also want to be exempt from policy WBP2, and also the rules that are about building on the. I'm unsure about the scope. They didn't actually submit that. That's from Trust Power. I'm unsure, but I think they're actually quite valid concerns. So I just think that it's up to the commissioners really. And again, about and the next one is a submission from Kaianga Ora, and they've submitted this across the plan about they want the deletion of any regulation around relocation of a building. And I didn't really understand the scope of that submission. I'm also the reporting officer on the rural zone, and now I sort of understand what they were meaning. Because relocating buildings is quite it can be quite a quick way to get housing. So I sort of understand what they're meaning, and it doesn't really have an impact on the Waterbodies chapter because it doesn't matter if it's a relocated building, it's actually the effects of the building. So,
is there evidence clarified?
No, Kaianga Ora haven't provided evidence, but they just said that all their points still stood. So I went back and I reread their.
All right, so you've gone back and assessed yourself. All right, thank you.
And then again, Landpro, in there, they've raised the issue that you raised this morning around there's quite often the matters of discretion. Sometimes these matters of discretion, like in terms of impacts of making natural hazards worse, but actually that's also in the policies. So there's that issue. They didn't raise that in their submission, but they've raised it in the evidence.
So is that a scope problem?
It is a scope problem, but you've said that I need to look at that, so I...
Yes, well, certainly we've asked you to identify these problem areas, and it's our problem, scope problem.
It's a scope problem,
So we just need those really highlighted, obviously.
And then I think the really fundamental thing, and I've really struggled with this, and I really struggled when I was writing this, is to understand the purpose of Schedule 9, because it seems to have a number of purposes, and that has been the thing that has really... So I did like the submission from the planner and from Taranaki Iwi, who just clarified that it should just be to direct esplanade where esplanade reserves and strips are taken, but it also has these wider. Other submissions have asked for it to be wider and to include things looking at all water bodies which provide important habitat for tonga species. So that's wider than just whether it just directs where you take strips or whether it provides information. And talking to the regional council, because they had a submission point on wanting to include all the wetlands, and the work that they've done to date, there are probably throughout the region there's 2,000 to 3,000 wetlands, and they talked about schedules maybe are the wrong place. And I did agree with that point that maybe we need something outside of the plan, that our consent plan is and one source of the truth for the whole region, instead of adding things to our schedule which are then quite easily out of date. So that's it's something I've raised in my section 42A, and I think it's a really a huge challenge. And then I've made a number of errors, and I've prepared an addendum. So can I just quickly go through those?
Sure.
We had a submission from Takahui o Taranaki Trust, which was deferred. It was a deferred submission, and it didn't get added to. I've omitted it because I didn't know that it had been deferred. And it's just around, again, that issue around that they wanted to include in Schedule 9 specific streams, which were included in the Te Atiawa settlement, but not listed in Schedule 9. And although I admitted that, it wouldn't alter my recommendation. My second one, I've done the same mistake again. I included all the ors and ands throughout with Wakata Kotahi's consequential amendment. I also made a mistake on which or and and what part of WBP4 it was. It should be in WBP2, and I put it in the section 42A, WBP41, but it was correctly shown on the appendix. I've also, because I deleted WBP15, I deleted that, but then omitted putting an or at the end. It should be an or at the end of WBP13 to show that they're ors. And again, I've included all the and ors throughout the text, but didn't have scope to do so. So I've corrected both, and that was in both the water bodies and activities on the surface of water bodies chapters. I've also made an error. My next one was an error in the report myself, in the section 42A report. It was just in the referencing of the rules. In paragraph, the rules in the TRC freshwater plan. In paragraph 243 of my section 42A report on water bodies, I referenced rules 25 to 77. It's an error because I've included quite a lot of rules that relate to discharges, and I was really, because the rules relate to earthworks, I was just meaning to pick up the rules that would have an earthworks component to them.
Sure. Can you just take me through the paragraph again? It was
paragraph 243.
243.
Yeah, I incorrectly said that the purpose of, they are different. The statement's still correct.
Yes.
In my opinion, the purpose of Rule WBR4, which is the earthworks, controls earthworks, and Rules 25 to 7
just messaged me 4:56. I've lost sound. Try again.
Can you hear me now, Kit?
Yeah, just now.
Okay.
I've lost the last 5 minutes, but that's all right.
All right. I was just saying to you that you haven't had the benefit of the material handed up by the staff, which includes...
I have. Yeah,
you've got copies of those.
Christine emailed it all to me earlier today.
Oh, perfect. What a great team. Brilliant. Thank you, Christine. Look, I just would like to say that, as with Ra, your reporting and this information you've given us today is fantastic. I really like the way that you've given us the summary as roadmap of key matters and your initial thinking after you've read the pre-circulated evidence before we hear from the submitters and what your thinking is about those and areas that we have to be thinking about as decision making. So it's really, really helpful. I have read your Waterbodies report and I don't have any questions. I think it's very clear. And I know you've probably struggled with some of the parts of it, but I think you've done a really good job of explaining to us what you've been wrestling with and certainly given us some good guidance. But that's for me. I'll hand over to Commissioner McMahon in terms of questions he may have.
Just one from me, Ms. Young, and it's your point 8 on your summary statement regarding the purpose of Schedule 9. I think this is a critical issue, and I really appreciate you reporting back to us on that on the last day. In particular, whether there's any guidance to be found in the Section 32 report as to the purpose of Schedule 9. I mean, the two applications that you outline, whether it's directing where Esplanades reserves should be taken or whether it has a wider scope, i.e. the protection of habitat to taonga species, that quite either end of the spectrum in terms of the purpose. So whether the Section 32 provides some guidance on that would be important for the panel to know.
Okay.
That has a related comment from me, and that is there's been a lot of discussion about scope, and I think it's important to recognise that whilst a submission may ask for relief, the scope to grant that submission is limited by the jurisdiction of the district plan, particularly in terms of implementing the functions under Section 31. So I think you and other officers need to keep that in mind when presenting. So on the face of it, a submission might appear to have scope. Whether the jurisdiction that the council has in exercising its functions enables that relief to be incorporated into the district plan is another matter. I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm just saying we have to be very mindful of that. So in answering that question on Schedule 9, you might want to have some regard to that matter of jurisdiction also. Yeah. That's all from me, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Littlejohn, do you have any questions?
One question and I guess one observation. The issue around the matters of discretion. Now you've taken us through 2 of the reports so far. The natural features and landscapes and significant natural areas report. Neither of their rule structures included a restricted discretionary activity consent proposal, as far as I could tell. So there was no need for matters of discretion. But in this chapter, and indeed as well in the public access chapter, the rules do refer, where they are restricted discretionary activities, to the policies as the matters of discretion. And I know you got our minute about that probably while you were in the throes of writing your report, so you probably haven't had time to think about it, but it certainly highlights one of the issues and one of the reasons behind the minute we put out, because the matters of discretion that various activities are referred to are the policies, and the policies are fit for purpose as policies, but probably are just going to tie people in knots as matters of discretion. And so I'd be very keen, and it's something for you to reflect on over the course of the hearing before you come back to us, and this may be one of those cases where we have to accept that the drafting is not ideal by cross-referencing between the rules to the policies, but there's no scope to do anything about it. So I guess we'd just be quite keen for you to put that lens over the provisions when you do come back to us at the end of the hearing. So that was sort of one observation. The one question I had was the difference in the rules between the setbacks in the rural zones and the potential way they relate to the standards in the subdivision chapter. And the reason I raise it is because in the rural zones, your WBR3 simply says that you can set a building back from a scheduled water body by 10 metres. And so a farmer may go out and do that and then subsequently subdivide, and then the trigger in the subdivision rule comes in, which is S9, and it requires a 20-metre esplanade reserve. And I have come across cases where the fact that prior to the subdivision, a building was established within the esplanade reserve has been quite a compelling reason for council to have to compromise its aspirations about the width, because there's a building there. And so I just wanted to understand whether you'd given the relationship between those two rules, which may occur and operate differently in time, as to whether you perceive an issue there.
I'm not a specialist in resource consent, so I've never processed one. I'm just a pure policy planner. So I did have to have a workshop with our consent team to actually understand the rules, and that did come up. And so we're just trying to understand the setbacks. So the 10 metre, and then there is a you're quite right, you could take a 20 metre esplanade reserve strip, but then you have a building within it. I did think that the waiver would allow for that situation. So we do have a policy about a waiver, and it talks about practicality of something. So I thought it could be addressed through that. We did have a lot of submissions, I think, that wanted a 20 metre setback, and they were from Forest and Bird. And I just thought, given the nature of our water bodies, they're quite incised. That the 20 metre, I don't know what the 20 metre setback would do in terms of, it just seemed excessive, and there wasn't really any evidence. So it is definitely something that I don't know how often this has happened since the plan's been notified, because these rules have legal effect, so they've been in operation since the plan was notified. So I could check.
Well, that's something I'd like. Yeah, I think that'd be useful. You did right that the waiver provision for the reserve would come along at the time of subdivision, and I suspect, given the evidence I've heard today, that landowners in New Plymouth are not as what's the word, cunning, or perhaps now that's probably not the right word, because it suggests the opposite. But as I say, I've been involved in cases where people who own land deliberately try and frustrate a 20 metre esplanade reserve by putting in place a building that's going to infringe upon that potentially, just so that they can get away with it. And as I say, I'm not suggesting that that's likely to happen in New Plymouth. It's just something I've come across historically. And you may be right, there may be no need to worry about aligning the building setback for unsubdivided land with the theoretical esplanade reserve in the event that land was subdivided. I may just be jumping at shadows, but it's certainly something that sort of jumped out at me.
Kat, I think the word you're looking for is devious.
Yes, probably.
Yes. probably an Auckland construct.
Well, and to be fair, the terrain up here is somewhat different. And I take Denise's point that a lot of these waterways are incised streams in quite challenging topography anyway, whereas the regional terrain up here is slightly more forgiving with a lot more flat land adjacent to streams. You know, Lake Pupuki, for an example, is highly coveted and everyone doesn't want to give away an Esplanade Reserve there, and it's a constant battle, as an example. But apart from that, I must say your philosophical proposition about what's the point of Schedule 9 sort of jumped out at me as I was reading your report. And I sort of summarized it with it's actually trying to do two things. One, it's identifying those water bodies where an Esplanade Reserve or strip might be taken, but then it also differentiates distance of setback for buildings based on whether it's scheduled or not. And that's how I saw its two purposes were really focused on those two things. But I mean, as you say, whether that's needed or not, I'm sure we all reflect on. Yeah. No, but that's it. Sorry, not questions, Mr. Chair, but just observations on the report generally.
Thank you, Kit. Antoine, anything from you?
I think my question's really in a similar vein, so probably rather than repeat the question, maybe just give a particular example that I was just interested in some feedback. This is just in regards to the location of wastewater treatment plants, and one of the things that stood out to me is that a wastewater treatment plant, what actually is that? Because a wastewater treatment plant is a number of structures and buildings, and it also has an associated network. And I was trying to get a feel of, by having a setback from a plant, what does that actually do?
I think the issue is we do have a number of there's one on the Waitara River. It's not a wastewater treatment plant. It's actually a sewage pumping station.
Yes, it's part of the structures in the network as opposed to the treatment plant. Yes.
And those structures are designed to overflow. And so they do have an emergency in extreme weather events. If the whole system got overloaded because stormwater gets into the wastewater, then they do overflow, and it's only happened, I know because I looked at the designation, it happens really rarely. So there's a marine park, there's a pumping station there. I think it's only happened once, and I have to check the occurrence. It's very low, but it'll pump straight out into the river, because otherwise it would go back up gully traps and come back up onto private property. So I can see that you would want to have, if something malfunctioned in a wastewater treatment plant, then it's likely that you'd end up with raw sewage in a river. So if they're set back, there's, I can see the reason for the setback is that you'd want to keep them away from the margins of a river in case there was an emergency. But the way that our network is set up, I'm not a specialist, but I did work a lot on those, helped Lauren O'Byrne look at the designations, and they have a lot of redundancies in them. And so when I look back at to the plan, and just there's already rules in the network utilities chapter, which is they're quite strong rules on wastewater treatment plants. So it is a little bit of a double up. Yeah, but I did find, like when I reread the evidence, I did find it quite strange as to why there would be two setbacks from a natural water body and a significant water body. And again, is it the size of the river, or is it, because any wastewater going into freshwater is culturally offensive to tangata whenua. So it's something, I really would like to hear the evidence from tangata whenua to explain that. And I do think perhaps one setback would be simpler for all water bodies.
The reason why I gave the example is looking at it from a slightly different perspective, saying if you have a setback of these activities, what's the purpose of having the setback of activities? And the example you're given would be, one of the purposes would be to prevent detrimental effects on water quality and causing cultural offence to tangata whenua. So those are kind of water quality issues. So I'll just put that in inverted commas, and is the purpose of Schedule 9 to be protecting water quality of the district? So it's just, I suppose in my mind I was testing the setbacks and what they're trying to achieve from a slightly different perspective, and I used wastewater treatment plants as an example. One, what is the plant? And you've just described the network and the structures that are associated with wastewater treatment, which facilitate a discharge, which I think would be offensive to most people, to a water body. So that, I'm not questioning whether there are good intentions of that, the reasons, but it's actually, do they fit within the district plan, or are they actually really sitting quite comfortably as regional council functions?
And I mean, there are already regional council rules
right.
in terms of if you're a septic tank, you have to be 25 metres back from a But there are other examples that you've given that they relate particularly to a land use, and I can see how that would be quite well within the gamut of the district council to control some of those land use activities, so they don't have indirect impacts downstream. I suppose just another point is that we have now designated all our existing wastewater plants, so the setback rules wouldn't apply.
That's right. That's right.
So, but I suspect, like going forward, if we did have to put any new wastewater treatment plants in, then that rule would require a setback. That rule may not be in a regional plan. So, I agree with you that the effect of the rule is about stopping the discharge. So, does it meet? Are you saying, is it a function under 31? I'd have to really, I can think about that in my writer reply if that's helpful.
And I think on Monday too we'll hear more about those reasons, so it might become clear that actually there's a whole range of those, and some of those sit very clearly within the functions of the council, and those contents that should be in a district plan, and there are those which we think are grey, and those which clearly sit within the regional council's functions. Thank you.
Thank you. And look, I'm going to make an executive decision. I think we should stop for the day. I'm just looking at the body language. I got in at 9 o'clock last night myself and feeling pretty weary after a big day. I'm wondering, is there any way we could start at 8:30 in the morning? Would that be fine? Like, I'm just so we don't, just to deal with that last report. I think the quality of the discussion, I see our Commissioner in Auckland yawning, so he's agreeing with me. But, you know, I've found today really fascinating, and it's been really useful to us as a panel. I'd like to thank you both and the rest of the team, and we'll adjourn till 8:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.